Chapter 649. Come, let's all take one step back. Chapter 649. Come, let's all take one step back. The ox monster held a huge axe, and its eyes shone with red light. Everything neck down was hairy. He was burly, and veins bulged under the skin. Red vapor spewed out of his nostrils, and he let out a low growl. "I've controlled it," Hopkins called out. "I'll go get the foundation stone," Tarila said. "You have to stay and protect me." Hopkins clearly didn't want Tarila to touch the foundation stone first. The crypt demon screamed at the Oxman. He replied with a thunderous growl. The crypt demons charged into the center, but the Oxman lifted a fist and sent a demon flying out. As if going crazy, the crypt demons all charged over. But they were powerless against the Oxman. He was too strong. Even though the crypt demons had an advantage in numbers, they still weren't his match. "This is a minotaur, right?" West and the others had very uncomfortable expressions. A legendary monster was right before their eyes. How could they keep calm? Aren't minotaurs from Greek mythology? Zhao asked. How can it be here? The history here should be more ancient than the ancient Greeks, right? It's not the time to discuss this, President. What should we do? Zhao looked toward the center. The Oxman was waving his axe there. Even though this stopped the crypt demons from approaching, it also stopped the grandfather and Tarila from getting close. All the crypt demons were gathering at the top. They attacked the Oxman crazily, but the man was too destructive for them. When he swept his axe across, 3 or 4 crypt demons would be dismembered. Right then, the old crypt demon looked at Zhao. "Help me." Zhao hesitated. "Should he help? Give you that?" The old demon pointed at the foundation stone in the center. Zhao frowned. Weren't they attacking the ox monster at all costs just to protect the foundation stone? Why would they give it to him? No, it wasn't logical. Why? Zhao asked. The old crypt demon looked at the center again. Zhao couldn't actually communicate smoothly with it. Crypt demons were a creature between humans and wild beasts. It was still hard for Zhao to communicate with the beast whisper language. "Belia, give me the bracelet," Zhao said. "Support me with your dance." Belia gave him a bracelet and then started dancing. Zhao pulled out the bronze sword and stepped toward the ox monster. Right then, the ox monster raised his huge axe again and hacked down at Zhao. "Mouth of gluttony. I have power." Purple chi covered the bronze sword instantly. The sword clashed with the axe. Zhao felt an unprecedented force and stumbled 2 steps back. The Oxman also took a step back. Everyone gaped at Zhao. Even though he'd lost, that strike was still shocking. He was facing a monster that was 10 times bigger than him. A legendary monster. The grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila also looked on in disbelief. Was this guy really human? He was a monster too. Zhao felt his blood roiling. "Again, I'll go get the foundation stone," Tarila said while sprinting toward the center. Hopkins wanted to stop her, but he couldn't be distracted right now. He had to control the ox monster. The crypt demons saw Tarila approach the center and instantly pounced toward her. Glancing at them, Tarila released the spirits of 10 ancient witches to help block them. Zhao saw Tarila in the corner of his vision. The black shadow under his feet suddenly moved. It stretched to the stone platform and grabbed the foundation stone. But the instant the shadow grabbed the stone actually sank into the shadow. This wasn't what Zhao had planned. He wanted to give it to the mouth of gluttony. But the black shadow took it instead. That instant, the shadow expanded suddenly, becoming more than 10 times larger than before. The shadow under the ox monster's feet was also covered. His feet started sinking into the shadow. It was like he was in quicksand. The ox monster tried to break free from the black quicksand. He lifted a foot, but he lost balance and his body was dragged into darkness quickly. At the same time, the shadow extended hands that kept tugging at the ox monster's limbs. Seeing that Zhao actually snatched the foundation stone away, Tarila immediately moved the witch spirits toward him. Pamela attacked, but she was only able to fight with one spirit. 9 which spirits continued to charge at Chen Zhao. Just then, a black shadow whooshed past. The 9 evil spirits were squeezed together into a ball without warning. Everyone's expressions froze. They gaped at Chen Zhao. They didn't know just how strong Chen Zhao was or how many other hidden cards he had. He fought with the ox monster by himself, while also taking care of 9 ancient witch spirits. He was practically undefeatable. Chen Zhao's black shadow couldn't completely swallow up the Oxman, but it could control his lower body to immobilize him. The black shadow seemed to have a limit. It couldn't swallow everything on land. Chen Zhao didn't want to drag it out either, because his mana was used up crazily with every second that the shadow lasted. He moved behind the Oxman. Everyone could guess Chen Zhao's intention. The Oxman wanted to turn around too, but it was trapped. Chen Zhao swung his sword with all his might. The entire world was silent. The Oxman's head rolled off of his shoulders and stopped moving. Next, the black shadow spat out the Oxman's body. Chen Zhao was exhausted, but he looked at the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. Okay, let's continue. The 3 had grave expressions. Chen Zhao's strength impressed them, but also terrified them. They'd thought that the ox monster was undefeatable, but he died in Chen Zhao's hands. President, we don't have a great rivalry. How about we each take a step back? Sure. Chen Zhao took a step back. Not enough. I'll give you 2 more steps for free. You sure that you'll win? Hopkins clenched his teeth while staring at Chen Zhao. Yeah, that's what I think. Unhappy? Chen Zhao pulled the bronze sword out again. Come, I'll only use one hand. Suddenly, an ice bridge appeared behind the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. It extended from the tip of the pyramid all the way down. The 3 jumped onto the bridge and slid down. Ruby was waiting for them at the bottom. President, stop them. Chapter 650, There's a traitor amongst us. Chapter 650, There's a traitor amongst us. Hopkins turned to look at Chen Zhao at the top of the pyramid. Asian, remember this. I will return and erase all the humiliation from today. No need to wait. Let's do it today. Chen Zhao looked down at the 3. Stop us if you can. Hopkins, Tarila, the grandfather, and Ruby clearly didn't want to keep fighting. They'd all witnessed how strong Chen Zhao was. If they remained here, they would die, so they chose to retreat immediately. But just then, skeletons broke out from under the pyramid. Everyone's expressions froze as they stared at the skeletons all over the place. What was even more absurd was that all the skeletons had machine guns. West Group was also confused. Was this real? It was too weird. Why did these skeletons have modern gear too? Just how much did the president have planned? Hopkins and the 3 others all turned purple. Okay, now tell me how you plan on escaping, Chen Zhao called out. I'm going to count from 3. You either surrender or you die. 3, 2. The 4 raised their hands, but that movement didn't stop Chen Zhao from calling out 1. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. Stop, stop, I messed up. Don't waste the ammo. That's all money. But it was too late. Even gods would die under a rain of bullets. At first, Ruby was able to defend herself with the ice wall, but when the skeleton soldiers started throwing grenades, she broke down with the wall. As for the other 3, they couldn't escape the fate of turning into beehives either. Human leave. The old crypt demon looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked back at him and then at the beheaded ox-headed man. At first, Chen Zhao thought that the crypt demons were protecting the foundation stone. But they gave it to Chen Zhao so easily as compensation. Let's go. They're not good hosts at all. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. President, you're the best host. We should have a party at your place next time. Don't even think about it. Whoever comes to my house for no reason, I'll feed you to the fish. Chen Zhao looked at his underlings. Starting tomorrow, all of you go get some missions. Except any paranormal events. Why did I even bring you all here? So useless. Oh, aren't there 2 more? One of them is an underground walker, I think. President, that's not our fault. We didn't run into our target along the way. What's the other guy? Anyone remember? I think they can transform their appearances. What use is that ability good for? disrupting the enemy force. Chen Zhao looked at everyone and considered it. Do you think one of us is a spy? Everyone looked at each other. I don't think so. We're all here. No more, no less. Chen Zhao scanned everyone. If you come out now, you can live. If I have to find you personally, you'll stay here to feed the crypt demons. Even if you can look identical to my people, you can't pass the memory test, so you better come out obediently. Everyone exchanged glances. Was there really a spy among them? 1, 2, 3. West walked out with a terrified expression. Where's the real West? I hypnotized him. Chen Zhao looked at the scam West. He's not dead, right? Oh, when did you get in here? When we came up, I'm mixed in among the crypt demons. Let's go see West first. They found West. He'd only been hypnotized and wasn't hurt. Chen Zhao kicked him awake, and West shot up. President, you all. When he saw his other self, his expression turned blank. Take him back to the headquarters. Let's go. It was already night outside, but they could still feel the fresh air. Compared to the repressive environment and muggy air inside the crypt, the outside was much more refreshing. I didn't think the family would have a loser too. Everyone mocked Fendilon, the fake guy. Fendilon didn't say anything. From his appearance, he was indeed like a loser, but he was quite useful in past battles. As long as he disguised himself as the enemy and did some things behind the scenes, he could bring unexpected problems to the enemy camp. He'd even disassembled the entire enemy camp by himself once. But it didn't work with the supernatural organization, because as long as he was unable to get rid of Chen Zhao, then everything was meaningless. Thus, Fendilon acted obediently the entire time, as if nothing had happened. He just wanted to escape this place safely and then disappear. Never appear before Chen Zhao again. The president of the supernatural organization was honestly too scary. He didn't want to face Chen Zhao ever again. Before, he thought that the family was already very strong. He thought that the family could fight against anyone and any force. In the end, they all died in Chen Zhao's hands. Even the undefeatable Father Hopkins and Mother Tarila were now only piles of ground meat. It wasn't the first time that the supernatural organization saw Chen Zhao fight. But during the Mapleville mission, Chen Zhao only did what was needed, so everyone's impression of him was still quite unclear. They knew he was strong, but just how strong? They didn't know. Today, they finally had a clearer impression. Chen Zhao was definitely the strongest president in the history of the supernatural organization. The next day, Chen Zhao had them go out to pick up some jobs and make some extra cash. It had the nice name of combat training. However, they were indeed very weak. Other than Zhao and Ash, none of them had a complete set of combat abilities. As for yesterday, only Pamela and Belia had actually done anything, but their effect was minimal. As for Chen Zhao, he just sunbathed at home. Of course, while sunbathing, he also studied the Dark Shadow, his new technique. This was an ability that was the most effective at night. It came from the King of Wrath. Samuel explained it to Chen Zhao. No one could understand this ability more than Samuel. Chapter 651. If you're packaged up, you can be a god too. Chapter 651. If you're packaged up, you could be a god too. Chen Zhao could feel a core inside the shadow. It was probably the foundation stone, the source of mana. If Chen Zhao activated the Dark Shadow, then the foundation stone would replace Chen Zhao and provide mana to the shadow. Samuel, Chen Zhao said, with the Dark Shadow, is it stronger if the shadow is larger? No. You can imagine the Dark Shadow as a specific amount of water. If you stand there, the shadow hat you see is the entrance. At night, you can use your mana to expand the entrance infinitely. But while expanding, it also means that the dark serum is also spread out. Samuel jumped onto Chen Zhao's shadow. The dark shadow started moving instantly. It wasn't Chen Zhao who activated it. It was Samuel. Under his control, the dark serum in the dark shadow kept spewing up. The liquid transformed into an incredibly sharp knife. The blade cut through the ground and chopped down a tree instantly. Chen Zhao tried it too. It was quite easy to extract the serum. But the next step converging it into a knife like Samuel had done was very hard. The main difference was that Chen Zhao's knife wasn't sharp at all. He copied Samuel and shot the knife at a tree. But the knife instantly broke down into serum again and flowed back into the dark shadow. Why can't I make it sharp like you? Is there a special trick? There's no trick, Samuel said. It depends on your personality. You're calm now and have no murderous intent. The dark serum expresses your inner state. So, that means I can never be like you. Chen Zhao felt that it was really cool how Samuel summoned dark serum into a sharp knife. There are many uses for the serum. You can use it as quicksand, like how you attacked the ox monster yesterday. Samuel's body started sinking in the serum. Chen Zhao rushed over to fish him out, but Samuel already sank in fully. A moment later, he floated up again. This time, he was hugging the foundation stone. Hey, this isn't a foundation stone. It's a foundation gem. What's a foundation gem? Isn't it a stone? Do you know about the mutant god? No, don't try to teach about religion and stuff. Do I look like I'm going to talk about this stuff with you? Then why did you mention some mutant god, or whatever? I feel anxious hearing about it. The so-called mutant god is just a stronger mutant, Samuel said indifferently. They exist in hell and the human world, like that guy that your people brought over yesterday morning. He received the mutant god's power through sacrifice. No matter how many limbs Princess and the others ate, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he'd keep receiving power from the mutant god. That Akira received power continuously from the mutant god, so he wouldn't get sapped dry. If the supply is continuous, then yes, but the mutant god isn't stupid. If he feels his power disappearing, he'd stop the connection. Then what does this have to do with the foundation stone? Wait, no. Foundation gem? Regular foundation stones are made out of a witch's mana source. There are similar methods in hell to use a demon's power, but this one's different. It's created with the power source of a mutant god. A mutant god is really strong, right? Who can turn it into a foundation gem. They're rare. It doesn't mean they're strong. It has God in its title. Isn't that a big deal? If you disguise yourself, you can pretend to be someone's god too. All right, go disguise yourself and trick some believers. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That thought is very dangerous. But he understood what Samuel meant. These so-called mutant gods weren't as almighty as imagined. They only pretended to be gods after getting packaged up, or people treated them as gods randomly. Why do Princess and the others like it so much? It's a top delicacy for demons and mixed demons. It's also very precious. You don't seem interested. I have a few hundred mutants in captivity. Okay, there was no point talking to a rich guy. Like, if you're talking about what's good to eat, and then the other guy just said, I have a specialized farm at home for that, then the conversation was dead. Then, you should have a foundation gem too, right? The mutants in my territory are raised for meat. We cut off a chunk of meat every now and then, and it can recover quickly. But they're too weak, so they can't be turned into foundation gems. Chen Zhao continued trying to practice the dark shadow. The amount of serum couldn't be changed, so the size of the shadow meant a difference in density. If he turned the dark shadow into the size of Mirror Lake, then it would have very low density. Similarly, if the area was small, then it would be very dense. Chen Zhao figured out another use. He could use the serum to block bullets. He brought out a skeleton soldier and had it shoot straight at him. In the beginning, he was scared, so he drew out the distance. But after a few tries, he realized how unnecessary his worrying was. As long as the serum was dense enough, it was like an indestructible steel wall before him. Of course, it wasn't completely bulletproof. In the end, the dark serum was just a highly dense liquid. The liquid changed according to Chen Zhao's will, but still had its own threshold. It was higher than most liquids, but it didn't mean that it was actually indestructible. Chen Zhao couldn't ensure that his serum wall would block a sniper rifle. Mr. Chen, are you home? Nat called. Yes. We created an outfit for Princess and your little cat. Is it okay for us to come over and have them try it out? Sure, come on over. A while later, Nat, Triss, and Cooper arrived. The assistants Faven and Jabri also arrived. After that day, Brighton never showed up again. They didn't know where he went, but they were sure that he wasn't happy at all. But it was like nothing had happened. It seemed that no one cared where Brighton went. This filled them with respect for Chen Zhao. Chapter 652, Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Chapter 652, Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Please take a seat. They found Chen Zhao completely different today. It did not feel as stressful as the other day. Of course, this did not mean that they could be careless. What happened to Brighton was a stern warning to them. Chen Zhao was not someone they could afford to offend. Any wine for you? Sorry, we don't drink during work. Fine, I won't force you. However, they smelled the intoxicating aroma very soon. Beside them, Faven and Jabari began to wipe away tears. Even Triss was no longer in the mood to work. Nat and Cooper were in a similar state. Most normal people could not resist the purple brew's tear-producing effect. You really don't want a glass? I want to tell Zola about it. Chen Zhao was like a demon who lured them into the abyss. After they drank, they were in a worse state for work. Although the purple brew would not make one drunk, it would make one heartbroken. Fortunately, the effect was gone before long. They started working again. Chen Zhao sunbathed in the forecourt, while the 5 people had Princess try the costume in the room. Nat, what wine was that? The purple brew, Nat answered calmly. I've seen the wine's bamboo container in Zola's house. It's the same as the one on the bar counter there. The purple brew? That's the legendary purple brew? Yup. Mr. Chen actually treated us to the purple brew. I heard that a bottle of purple brew costs $2 million. Did I drink $100,000 just now? Faven exclaimed. Jabari turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao, who was outside. He's so charming. Stop zoning out and focus on your work, Triss reminded. Samuel wore a mini costume and allowed the 5 to dress him up. Wow, he looks really handsome in the costume, and he isn't resisting at all. Normally, cats will feel very uncomfortable with just a bit of fabric. Come, lift your paw. He can understand me. All right, stop being surprised. They're Mr. Chen's pets. What's so strange about that? Meow. Do I look handsome? Samuel held his head up proudly. Oh, I need my mount. Snow White, Snow White. Come here. A cougar? A white cougar? Although cougars were also fierce beasts, Snow White was not as big or terrifying as compared to the other pets in the house. Nonetheless, the group was still amazed. Her white skin was as smooth as the best silk. She was emitting a noble temperament, mixed with some pride. Nat propped his chin, staring at Snow White. Right, Nat suddenly shouted. What again? What if it appears on the new product show in New York? Should we ask Boss first? Let me call her. That seemed like he was trying to take the credit. The others would not compete with him. Nat knew how to please Zola the most. Last time, Nat offended Chen Zhao, but in just a few days, Zola used Nat again as if nothing had happened. Of course, it was also because Nat knew how to deal with people. Zola, I have a new discovery in Mr. Chen's house. What is it? Wait a second. I'll send you the photo. Nat took a photo of Snow White and sent it to Zola. Wow, is it Chen's new pet? It's beautiful. I had no idea he actually has a cougar. Zola, do you think it's a good idea for it to appear on stage? Of course, but help me to ask Chen. Is he home? Yes, he is. Zola, would you like to speak with him? Give him the phone. Nat approached Chen Zhao like a minion, holding the phone with both hands. Mr. Chen, boss would like to speak with you. Nat was the kind who bullied the weak but feared the strong. He would diligently serve those who were more powerful than him. However, he would be very harsh toward those who were weaker. Nevertheless, his ability was unquestionable, or Zola would not have placed him in such an important position. Chen, Nat just sent me a photo of a white cougar. Your pet? Yes. Can I borrow it too? Sure. Anyway, I plan to bring my whole family to New York. She'll be one of the passengers. Great. Oh, could she appear on stage? She's quite aloof. If you want her to walk on the catwalk, it's best to make her walk with my pet cat. Why? Because she listens to my cat. What? Why would a cougar listen to a cat? Maybe because my cat's called Samuel. Samuel, the Demon King? Why would you name your cat that? Because he's like a Demon King at home. All right, it's decided then. I'll make some adjustments to the show. By the way, what's the procedure for taking pets on a plane? For commercial airlines, you can only check your pets in, but it's much easier for private planes. You only need health certificates for them. Do you need me to use my connections for any of your pets? Air. Yes, actually. You've seen Abitos. He's been growing quickly, so he's quite different from when he registered. I haven't seen Abitos in a while. How big is he now? Almost 5 meters long, Zhao said. 600 kilograms. Zola gasped. It was too big. She remembered Abitos being only 3 meters long when she last saw him. That's not difficult. Leave it to me. Zola knew many people, so Zhao was not too worried. The group of designers had finished trying the costumes on Princess and Samuel. Meanwhile, they also took Snow White's measurements. Mr. Chen, we're done. We'll be leaving now. Bye. Nice bye. We need to test Snow White's costume 2 days later. We'll be here again. You're always welcome. Of course, it was only for politeness. After the designers left, Zhao's phone rang again. Chen, have you been very busy lately? I failed to reach you a few times already. I joined the supernatural organization and became their president, but the other members are all trash. Oh, there are people like you and me? Why? Are you interested? I would like to have an exchange with them and to display my ability. You want to join? You can help me with the job too. Sure. Gaia seemed very interested. Chapter 653, Class B. Chapter 653, Class B. To Gaia, she was brought into the supernatural world by Zhao. Now, she had a special ability, but she could not display it in front of others. It was very depressing. Usually, Zhao was the only person she could talk to about this. Is there any taboo in the supernatural organization? Don't tell them that I'm the one who activated your bloodline. That's all. Okay, got it. Gaia was rather impatient. Can we go there now? Sure, I'll go and fetch you. Zhao drove to Gaia's place. Gaia seemed especially excited. She could finally meet her companions, people whom she could communicate with. Zhao laughed. He hoped that she would not be too disappointed at her new companions. The car arrived at the HQ. When Gaia alighted, she stared at the somewhat historical building before her. Immediately, she exclaimed, "What a mysterious building." Just then, Aduz approached them. President. Gaia looked at Aduz. Hi, I'm Gaia. You're? I'm Aduz, the security guard here. As the protector of this place, Aduz had to be super powerful. My hand, Aduz screamed. He's a normal person. Zhao covered his face. You're gonna break his hand. Normal person? Sorry. Gaia looked noticeably unnatural. She originally wanted to display her power, but the first person she met was actually a normal person. Zhao gathered everyone in the meeting room. Let me introduce someone to you. Gaia, a fitness coach. She'll be joining the organization. Hello, everyone, I'm Fire Dragon Gaia. Fire Dragon Gaia? Zhao turned his head. I came up with it myself. Zhao's cheek twitched. The supernatural organization was really toxic. Gaia also became abnormal after joining. President, Madam Gaia, please call me Miss. I'm single, or just say my name. Fine, Gaia. What type of magic do you know? Magic? Gaia turned to look at Zhao. She did not know any magic. Gaia is not a witch. She's special. She has a draconic bloodline. Everyone was wowed. They knew that there were people with special bloodlines. But they did not expect Zhao to bring someone with a draconic bloodline. Gaia, can we test your magical power? Zhao asked. Zhao also wanted to see if Gaia had any magical power. Ow! Hold that sphere with both hands. Gaia walked up and held the sensory rockwood. Immediately, the pointer shot up. Mana, 301. The group exclaimed. Finally, there was someone strong. Everyone became much more enthusiastic. Only Jalanash was unhappy because her ranking dropped by 1 again. Furthermore, Gaia looked like a tough person. Indeed, with a mana of 301, she was in Class B. Apart from the president, she had the highest mana. When Zhao had first joined the organization, Jalanash had the thought of beating him someday. After seeing his terrifying power, However, she lost that hope. Fighting with Chen Zhao seemed no different than committing suicide. Now, another powerful person joined the organization. Gaia, what does your fire dragon bloodline give you? My strength is almost 2 tons, and I can breathe fire, Gaia said. Can we see it? Go outside, Chen Zhao said. Gaia went outside. It was the first time she would display her power before anyone other than Chen Zhao. Gaia inhaled deeply. Her chest expanded greatly, after which she huffed. A scorching beam of dragon breath shot out from Gaia's mouth, continuing all the way forward. Everyone was forced to retreat from the searing breath. Powerful. I can sense how much the flame can hurt me, Pamela said. Gaia, are you or the president stronger? Gaia looked at Chen Zhao and asked, how about a fight? Sure, I'll be serious. Gaia boiled with ardor, while Chen Zhao nodded. Gaia did not have to worry about injuring Chen Zhao. She knew that Chen Zhao was extremely powerful, even after she had activated her fire dragon bloodline. Gaia opened her mouth and expelled a beam of dragon breath. Lifting his right arm, Chen Zhao absorbed the breath, after which he turned his arm away. Boom! After being compressed, the dragon breath shot at the cliff on the side. With a loud boom, a large portion of the cliff was blasted off. Gaia saw Chen Zhao block her attack so easily. She knew that Chen Zhao was way stronger than her. However, she did not plan to give up just yet. Again, Gaia took in another deep breath, but she did not expel anything immediately. Instead, she shot out a few fireballs, one after another. A dark serum barrier rose up before Chen Zhao. The fireballs exploded on the barrier, but Chen Zhao was totally unharmed. Gaia suddenly charged toward Chen Zhao, but the next instant, she felt her legs grow heavy. Her lower body began to sink into the shadow below Chen Zhao. Gaia wanted to escape from the shadow, but it was very difficult. Chen Zhao's shadow was like a deep swamp. I lost. Gaia admitted defeat at once. Chen Zhao's ability was too weird. She could not fight back at all. This must be magic. Chen Zhao released Gaia, who walked out of the dark shadow. She realized that there was some black liquid on her body. But the liquid very quickly slid off her body and merged into the shadow below Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao hugged Gaia as a comfort. I'm not that fragile, and I already knew the outcome, Gaia said with a smile. Gaia, this is yours. Chen Zhao gave Gaia a red ring. What's this? It represents your current mana class. Of course, magical power is not equivalent to power. Chen Zhao displayed his golden ring. Then, West explained to Gaia how their class system worked. If I can increase my mana to above 400, can I get a golden ring? Like the one Chen has. Of course, West replied, but the president's mana isn't 400. It's at least 500. Oh, President, your mana reached the upper limit of 500 in the previous test. I've then made some improvements to the mana tester. Now the limit sits at 1,000. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao curiously. They also wanted to know what Chen Zhao's mana was. Chen Zhao wanted to know too. In fact, after the last test, he went to hell, where his magical power increased further. Chapter 654. Of course I sell, why would I not? Chapter 654. Of course I sell, why would I not? Chen Zhao gripped the sensory rockwood, and the pointer jumped up at once. This time, it again reached the maximum. Everyone's eyes almost dropped out. Was 1,000 still not enough to test Chen Zhao's power? They all looked at Chen Zhao in awe. Zhao and Ash seemed completely disappointed. Originally, she had the wild hope that perhaps their difference was not that great, and she had a chance of catching up. When she saw the pointer, however, her heart sank. Their difference was colossal. The president's power was on another level. Zhao, why didn't you set it even higher? Wes complained. I would like to, but there's a threshold to how much magical power a piece of sensory rockwood can transmit. Anything above the threshold cannot be measured. Whether I set the limit to 1,000 or 10,000, the actual threshold doesn't change. That's because you're not good enough. Try harder, Wes said. Make an electronic display next time. The pointer isn't accurate at all. That's for the future. Have you had missions recently? Chen Zhao asked. President, there aren't that many missions. Even if we want to, we might not get them. Chen, what do you mean by missions? Gaia asked. Usually supernatural events or pseudo-supernatural events. In fact, most supernatural events were not real. People might think they were real due to psychological reasons. Only a small minority were real supernatural events, among which only 10% were malignant. Just like tumors, supernatural events could be classified as being malignant or benign. Benign supernatural events were mostly pranks by spirits. They would cause difficulties and troubles for people, but they were not fatal or dangerous. On the other hand, in the small number of malignant supernatural events, the culprits would be evil spirits. Many victims would either die or be injured. Spiritualists, whether they acted alone or in groups like the Supernatural Organization, were committed to eliminating such evil spirits and quelling these problems. Now that you mention it, I think there's been a supernatural event happening above my fitness center, but I'm not too sure. Oh, what is it? Remember the boxing center Zhao Douglas opened? Yeah, did something happen? Since he broke his arms, the boxing center had been suffering a rapid decline in business. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao, guessing how that person had offended him. A month ago, there was a fire in his boxing center. Zhao Douglas also died in the fire. And then, a few days ago, a student from the previous boxing center went into the burn center and heard frightening noises. It's like someone was boxing, but there was no one else. Gaia took a meaningful glance at Chen Zhao. If there's really a ghost, it's probably Zhao Douglas. Chen, do you want to go and finish him off? Not interested, Chen Zhao said. Nobody was surprised by Chen Zhao's reply. What was an evil spirit to Chen Zhao? A few hundred-year-old witch spirit could not even take a single hit from Chen Zhao. An ordinary evil spirit would probably die in Chen Zhao's sneeze. Anyway, Gaia was very interested in it. She discussed with the others about exploring that place tonight. West, Gaia is one of us now. Do the necessary procedure for her. I'm going home. The so-called procedure referred to the signing of the contract, like the one that Chen Zhao had signed earlier. As the Supernatural Organization, they would obviously not use a normal contract. When Chen Zhao returned home, he went to meditate on the internal alchemy stone at the center of the lake, practicing the Qingyi manual. This was the only method Chen Zhao had to increase his magical power. However, he was not a patient person. In the last 4 months, Chen Zhao had only practiced the Qingyi manual a few times. The abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area was actually extremely beneficial for magic cultivation. It was like swimmers. Swimmers from Africa, where water was scarce, could hardly compete with swimmers from other continents. It was the same for spiritual qi. Spiritual qi was to spiritualists as water was to swimmers. Training one's posture in dry land was far less useful than training one's speed in water. Despite having such an environment, however, Chen Zhao would usually choose to float in the water and do nothing. It was rare to see him actively practicing the Qingyi manual. Guided by the manual, Chen Zhao's magical power, or spiritual power, flowed continuously in his body, exchanging with the worldly spiritual qi. It was time to do some finances again. Chen Zhao's magical power would absorb the essence in the air to become richer and then return to his body. Then, he would exhale the clouded gas and repeat the process. Cultivation was dull and monotonous. Indeed, after just half an hour, Chen Zhao lost his patience. No, it's just been half an hour. I can't be lazy. Chen Zhao decided to change his posture and continue cultivating. Cultivation did not require one to sit cross-legged, at least not for the Qingyi manual. In fact, any posture would do. Chen Zhao lay on the internal alchemy stone and resumed cultivation. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual qi in the stone slowly seep into his skin. He did not feel anything when he was sitting on the stone, but now that most of his skin was touching the stone, it became obvious. Then Chen Zhao fell asleep. When he woke up, Fei Lai was already back from work. She saw Zhao sleeping on the stone and woke him up. Chen, is that sphere that comfortable for sleeping? I've been calling your name a few times. Yes, try it next time. It's a really good place to sleep. Fei Lai knew that the sphere was somewhat special. She had no idea how Zhao had managed to get it there, but she did not know what exactly it was for. Just then, Zhao received a call from Winip. Chen, someone's interested in buying your wine. Are you selling it? What? Seriously? Zhao's eyes almost fell out. Correct. Yes, why would I not? That's 100 million. Zhao said without hesitation. Are you sure that the buyer won't sue me and my supermarket later? Don't worry. It's definitely a bargain. Zhao almost jumped for joy. It was sold. 100 million. That's 100 million. Of course, given that it was sold legally, he would not receive 100 million. It was a leisure item, so he had to pay as much as 40% tax. Chen, what's so happy? Fei Lai, I've earned tens of millions, huh? Chapter 655, Gamble. Chapter 655, Gamble. Fei Lai couldn't believe it. How did you get it? I put the wine in your mother's supermarket, priced at $100 million. I just planned on using it as a promotional gimmick, but someone actually bought it. Someone bought $100 million wine. Fei Lai was stunned. I find it weird too. Who would buy it? Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Rasfa? Chen, Steven borrowed money from me today. He borrowed money from you. Chen Zhao was shocked. How much? $40 million. For what? He wanted to buy wine. Some $100 million bottle. Fuck, that's my bottle. Chen Zhao was furious. Is he crazy? I think he's kind of obsessed these days. Why did he borrow from you? He can't afford 100 million? No shit. There can't be more than 100 people in the world who can pay 100 million at once. And these 100 people don't include Steven. His assets are valued around 500 million, but he doesn't have 100 million in cash. Wait. Chen Zhao hung up and called Winip immediately. Winip, you didn't sell the wine, right? No, we're still communicating. Don't sell it. Reject him. Huh? Are you sure? That's $100 million. It's my friend. His head isn't normal these days. Chen Zhao hung up. He'd never been so close to becoming a billionaire, but he still cut off this chance personally. He'd rather not earn this money. Then Steven's call came. Chen, why did you reject my purchase request? Do you think I don't qualify to drink your wine? If you want to drink, you can come to my house. Don't go crazy, spending $100 million. I have money. Fuck, if you have money, why did you go borrow from Rasfa? Is your head filled with shit? After the movie screens, my company's stock will crash. It's better to give it to Rasfa at a low price now. Get the fuck over here. Right now. No time. You don't have time to come here, but you have time to bring a $100 million check to buy wine. Chen Zhao didn't know what Steven was thinking. If you want to drink it, I have it. Won't cost you a cent. No time. Don't you want to see how $100 million wine tastes like? Steven's alcoholic side showed. Actually, he was just in the heat of the moment. But now he really did want to know what $100 million wine tasted like. It was half alcoholism and half curiosity. Okay, I'll come over. Steven finally gave in. An hour later, he was here. Chen Zhao waved the bottle. Come, let's go sit in the backyard. The two sat down under a tree. The moment that Chen Zhao opened the bottle, an almost tangible fragrance poured out. Merely the fragrance was alluring enough. Is this the $100 million wine? It's only the fragrance. You should know that I'm good at health, right? Chen Zhao poured a cup for Steven. Did you drink the wine from before? How's the effect? Is this even better than before? Yes, much better. Now, I feel like 100 million is worth it. Don't finish it all at once, or else you'll get drunk immediately. Steven sipped. Only his lips touched the wine, but he felt this indescribable richness. This wine makes me feel like the world is so beautiful. This was how Daydream was like. Even the most depressed person would think that the world was beautiful. Steven, how about we make a bet? Bet? Bet what? Bet your box office. What's there to bet for that? It'll definitely be a loss. Actually, the filming for the movie couldn't be more than $30 million. Adding promotional costs, it would only be around $60 million. Even if Steven had to pay for it out of his pocket, he could still afford it. What he really couldn't get over was that his reputation would take a hit if the movie was released. How much do you think your box office would be? It definitely won't be more than 50 million in North America. Then I'll say that it'll be 300 million, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Chen Zhao nodded. Then what if you lose? Stephen asked. You can drink my wine whenever you want, Chen Zhao said. But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll be happy. You can choose the male and female leads in my next movie. Even if you choose Fei Lai and yourself, I'll help you film it. Don't even think about that. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Then he took out a lucky coin and stuffed it into Stephen's hand. What's this? Is this coin valuable? Yes, in a certain way. If you need good luck, put a drop of blood onto it. You're getting more and more superstitious. The two drank until late. Perhaps due to daydream, Stephen's gray mood dispersed. His laughter rang out from the backyard every now and then. This time, Chen Zhao got drunk with Stephen. In the end, the inferior demons pulled them back into the house. Stephen woke up at noon the next day. Usually, you'd be drunk for 3 days from daydream. Chen Zhao added in some regular wine, so the effect was reduced greatly. If Stephen really slept for 3 days, he'd probably go crazy. Fuck you, asshole. You made me sleep on the couch again. Stephen started yelling as soon as he woke up. You're awake? Want some lunch? Chen Zhao came in with lunch. How much did I drink last night? I slept for more than 10 hours. A lot. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hey, I don't feel bad. Stephen didn't feel any hangover at all. Remember our bet? Of course. I'm not stupid. Stephen took the lunch and started gobbling it up. Everything about your place is so perfect. So sad that you don't live here alone. Otherwise, I would stay here forever. Stephen had a high EQ. He loved Chen Zhao's mansion and the environment, but he wasn't shameless enough to come to bother Chen Zhao every other day. Okay, I'm leaving. Need me to drive you? Fuck, do I look like I'm too old to drive? I didn't mean it and you don't have to listen. Okay, get out of my house. Chapter 656, Private Plane. Chapter 656, Private Plane. Actually, Chen Zhao also had no idea if the coin would work on Stephen. Beelzebub Zophi had told him that the lucky coin could only provide luck, not fulfill a wish. It would not let the user accomplish something that they could not. For example, if Chen Zhao used a lucky coin and hoped to become the president, it would surely fail. For the next 2 days, Chen Zhao was focused on cultivation. Of course, it was only relative to the past. It was simply because he had nothing else to do. Chen Zhao stayed at home every day and would sleep on the internal alchemy stone whenever he was free. Or he might enter the river map and play some games with the old turtle. Today, Gaia called him again. Chen, Zhao and Ash and I went to Zamla Douglas Boxing Center last night. We saw his soul. Okay, did you finish him off? Yes, it was great. You should have brought me into the supernatural circle earlier. I'm glad you like it. It was Gaia's first time seeing and resolving a supernatural event. She sounded particularly excited. All right, the nautical diary has been translated, Chen Zhao said. Oh, when shall we go for the treasure hunt? Not now. I'm going to New York in a few days' time, Chen Zhao said. All right, what do I need to prepare? We'll probably encounter something supernatural during the treasure hunt. You need to be mentally prepared, Chen Zhao said. One of the items, there is the King of the Sun Golden Chalice, which I heard can grant the user powerful magical power. Oh, can I become stronger? From what I heard, although the Golden Chalice can provide powerful magical power, the user's soul will be devoured by the chalice upon death. It's the price to pay for greater power. Also, there are many ways to increase your magical power. You shouldn't rely on something like this. Is it useless then? Gaia asked, disappointed. I'm looking forward to the treasure itself, the pirate's treasure. There should be many valuables, Chen Zhao said. Compared to things that could make him stronger, Chen Zhao was more interested in wealth. Today, Nat, Triss, Cooper, and the 2 assistants came again to try Snow White's costume and customize Princess's costume. To be honest, Chen Zhao somewhat admired the designers. Their designs could indeed change Princess and Snow White's temperaments completely. Rasva's private plane was the Gulfstream G650. When Chen, Zhao, Fei Lai, and the entire family behind them saw the plane, they were stunned. It was different from Louis Clallam's private plane, which Chen Zhao took last time on his return trip. Louis had a large Boeing 747, which was definitely more expensive to make. The Boeing 747 was like an air castle, while the Gulfstream G650 was like an exquisite mansion. It was like comparing Rasva and Chen Zhao's houses. They had very different appearances and experiences. Standing beside the plane, Zola hugged Chen Zhao and Fei Lai warmly. Fei Lai, long time no see. Just then, Daniel and Manny rushed out of the hatch. Hey, Chen. Daniel also walked up and hugged Chen Zhao. However, just like Manny, his eyes were locked onto the family of pets behind Chen Zhao. I think Princess has grown again. Abito's too. Is that white pet a cougar? I've never seen a white cougar. Let's board the plane. It's almost time to take off, Zola urged. If the plane missed the takeoff time, they would have to request a new one. Everyone boarded the plane. Daniel and Manny were totally engrossed in playing with the pets. Blackie was here too. He did not want to miss the family trip. To Chen Zhao, Blackie was also part of the family, although he had never appeared before anyone in the family other than Chen Zhao. Nevertheless, even Fei Lai could feel Blackie's existence. No, not feel. Fei Lai always knew that Chen Zhao had an invisible friend. Frequently, Chen Zhao would prepare an additional set of food and cutlery at home. Although it was not Zola's first time seeing Abitos, she was still shocked. Abitos would surely turn into a dinosaur one day. Chen, I want a pet too. Can you train it for me? Daniel really envied Chen Zhao's family. He always thought that Chen Zhao was a druid. Now, he was more certain about Chen Zhao's identity. How would Chen Zhao have turned so many wild animals into such smart pets otherwise? Look at Princess. She was resting in a corner, looking at the clear sky outside and eating some fruits. Her behavior really looked like a human. And Snow White was standing before Samuel with her head lowered. Samuel had been meowing, while Snow White would roar occasionally like a kid who had just done something wrong. Daniel could not imagine how good it would feel to have such an intelligent pet. What animal? Chen Zhao asked. Crocodile, Manny chipped in. Zola's face paled at once. It was frightening to imagine her daughter hugging and playing with a crocodile. Although Chen Zhao's pets were extremely clever and obedient, Zola had met all of them before. She knew their characters. On the other hand, she was still scared of crocodiles. No, Chen Zhao rejected without delay. Why not? Can you not tame a crocodile? Think of it that way if you like. Anyway, Chen Zhao would not tame a crocodile for Manny. How about a tiger? Daniel asked. Can't you just have an ordinary pet? But you have so many fierce beasts. Why can't we? You just have to tame them first. I could tame them because I'm stronger than them. Then what do you suggest we should raise? Dog? The dog was the safest pet. They were safe even without training. No, dogs are too ordinary, Manny said. Oh, how about a leopard? Daniel said, his eyes glowing. When Manny heard the suggestion, she nodded in agreement. Mom, buy a leopard for us. Zola turned to look at Chen Zhao. Even if it was a leopard, she was still very concerned about the safety of her children. If you can get one, get a small one for them, Chen Zhao said lightly. Chapter 657, Animal Businessman. Chapter 657, Animal Businessman. Sir, excuse me, can you move aside? John Song stopped. An airport staff member blocked his path. He saw a few workers guiding some beasts out of the special passageway. Even a wealthy man like John Song had to move aside and let the animals pass before him. But when a white figure passed before him, his pupils constricted. Could it be? John Song recognized Snow White immediately, because one of his teams had gone missing when hunting this albino cougar. He'd searched many times, but couldn't find any news of his team. They'd seemed to have evaporated. John Song worked in the animal business, illegally trading wild animals. It was clear that his poaching team that disappeared in the mountains most likely died. He didn't care about a team's death. What he cared was that his prey had fallen into someone else's hands without going through him. It was clear that someone had stolen his stuff. He couldn't let this go. "Sir, you may go now." Johnson considered it, but he didn't go into the passageway. Instead, he turned and left. How much did an albino cougar cost? $15 million. Subtracting the $5 million for the poaching team, he made $10 million in profit. To Johnson, this was also an income that he couldn't overlook. Whether this albino had an owner or not right now, it had to be his. As for its current owner, this wasn't a problem. He didn't care even if the owner was a top figure. For someone in his field, he wouldn't be able to reach this position if he was timid and scared. The armed forces that he controlled were even stronger than what the top wealthy had. Milford Leon's poaching team was only a small portion. "Chen, Feilai, you can live here for these few days." Zola arranged for them to stay in a house beside the sea. "Thank you, Zola. I won't disturb you all now. Bye." Zola left with the reluctant Manny and Daniel. As soon as Zola left, Louis Clallam arrived. George also followed him here. George was terrified of Chen Zhao, but Louis was very happy that Chen Zhao could come to New York again. After all, he was like a mutant too. Other than George, only Chen Zhao knew his identity. "Mr. Chen, you didn't even tell me you came to New York. I'm so sad. Did you forget that you have a friend in me?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He didn't tell Louis, but he still found out immediately. So, it didn't seem to matter if he notified Louis or not. Plus, he didn't think he was very close to Louis either. He remembered clearly that Louis didn't even pay the clinic fee. "Miss, you're so pretty. Are you Mr. Chen's wife?" "Not yet," Feilai replied with a smile. "Then do I have a chance?" "Even if you don't want Chen to throw you off the cliff," Feilai replied, laughing. "Okay, I take my words back." "Excuse me." Feilai went back to her room to unpack. "Are these your pets?" Louis looked at the animals playing in the living room. George scooted to Louis's side and whispered, "Boss, I think they're looking at me." Louis looked at the pets in shock again. "They're not regular pets. That depends on what you think regular is. How about you sell me one?" "Don't say that again." "Okay, I was rude." Louis was a smart businessman. He knew not to push the limits. After confirming that Chen Zhao didn't plan on selling them, he changed the subject. "Are you free tomorrow? I'll host a welcoming party for you." "Feilai and I are going out tomorrow," Chen Zhao said. "Oh, Mr. Chen, my friend has a weird disease. Are you interested in helping?" Louis finally revealed the true reason why he'd come. "What weird disease? Like you?" "I'm not sure." Chen Zhao considered it, and Louis immediately added, "He's rich." "What time?" Chen Zhao and Feilai came mostly for vacation, so he wasn't willing to spend his time on work. Of course, if he was able to, he didn't mind taking out some time to make some extra buck. "You can decide," Louis said. "It's too late today," Chen Zhao said. "I'm tired. How about tomorrow night?" "Sure, then it's set. I'll pick you up tomorrow." As soon as Louis left, Chen Zhao got a call from an unknown number. "Hi, Mr. Chen. Do you remember me? It's Catherine." Chen Zhao immediately remembered Catherine, the mage of the Witch Society. "Of course. Miss Catherine, how can I help you? How come the entire world knows as soon as I get to New York?" Chen Zhao was impressed by these rich and powerful people. It seemed that there was nothing they didn't know. He'd just arrived and hadn't even settled in, and they were already here. "Mr. Chen, I want to ask you for help. Are you willing to help?" "Miss Catherine, I'm here for vacation. These are old matters accumulated in the Witch Society throughout time. If you're willing to take care of one, you'll earn $200,000. If you take care of 10, it'll be $2 million. Chen Zhao was tempted. This seemed to be a nice deal. Even though the Witch Society was using him as a contract fighter, he could make $200,000 with one fight. It seemed acceptable. "Are they all problems that can be solved with some fighting?" Chen Zhao asked. "Mostly, but some are a bit more complicated." Hearing that some are complicated, Chen Zhao began hesitating again. "Mr. Chen, I heard that you're the president of the supernatural organization now. You know that too?" Chen Zhao was surprised. "If you help us with some problems, we can provide some spell books. It may be helpful to your members." Chen Zhao thought about it. "What time?" There's one that's urgent. I hope you can help tonight. He just arrived at New York and hadn't had time to get cozy with Fei Lai yet, and he had to go out now. He felt apologetic toward Fei Lai. Just then, Fei Lai came down and saw that Chen Zhao was still on the phone. Do you have something to do? Chapter 658, Cruise to Hell. Chapter 658, Cruise to Hell. Chen Zhao was too embarrassed to answer Fei Lai. You seem busier here than in L.A. I won't go out, Chen Zhao said. Just go. I hope that my man has his own career. I'll be the woman that's always there for you. Fei Lai knew that Chen Zhao would frequently worry about her feelings. This was also why Fei Lai liked Chen Zhao. He would never force her to do anything. Chen Zhao respected her opinions, so she would respect his too. Moreover, a romantic relationship should never be one-sided. For example, Fei Lai was only able to come for a trip once every few months. There were also many uncertainties in Chen Zhao's work. Fei Lai, really? Of course. I'll be back ASAP. Chen Zhao kissed Fei Lai and then left in a rush. Charlotte's car was waiting right outside. Apart from Charlotte, who was in the driver's seat, there were two more witches. However, they looked like high school students. Sister Charlotte, who is he? Have we been waiting so long just for him? Is he a wizard? As soon as Chen Zhao boarded the car, the two girls began twittering. Please show some respect to Mr. Chen. He's a very powerful sorcerer. Charlotte knew how strong Chen Zhao was. That night, the grandfather and the Evil Spirit Society started a war. If Chen Zhao was not there, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chen Zhao glanced at the two pretty girls. One of them had thick makeup, while the other had a baby face. Of course, Chen Zhao was not a sexist. He did not think that girls should all look clean. A woman could choose what makeup she wanted. Chen Zhao would not be disgusted by those with heavy makeup. Hey, would you introduce yourselves, please? Cindy Claus, the girl with heavy makeup, said. She reached out and squeezed Chen Zhao's shoulder. You look quite strong. The girl with a baby face said, I'm Alice Robert. Nice to meet you. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen. Are you our special mentor? Cindy asked. Special mentor? Chen Zhao turned to look at Charlotte. He had no idea when he had become a special mentor. They've only recently entered the supernatural world, which they do not know much about. They don't have any teachers. Since they joined the Witch Society, I have been teaching them. I brought them here also because I want them to learn from you. I don't think they can learn much. I'm only good at fighting. That's great. They're combat witches. What they need to learn is the way you fight. Fine. If you think I'm suitable, you can follow me. By the way, where are we going? New York Harbor. Chen Zhao thought of something. New York Harbor was a popular attraction in New York. It was the main method to go to Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty was. When Chen Zhao brought Yura and Cheryl here last time, they took a ferry from New York Harbor. Of course, what Chen Zhao really remembered about New York Harbor was not its scenery, but the supernatural legends. It was said that if someone was at the harbor at midnight, they would see the cruise to hell. This had also attracted many supernatural lovers to go and wait for the so-called hell cruise. Most people would return empty-handed. However, 13 years ago, a supernatural fan organization gathered 38 members from all over the country to wait for the hell cruise at the harbor. Among the 38 people, 37 went missing. Only one of them was found, but the person was admitted into a mental hospital. The hell cruise? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, the cruise from hell. Have you heard about it? Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. How would he not know? It was a famous incident. Even a layman would probably be able to tell the complete story, not to mention that he was in the supernatural circle. Is the hell cruise real? Yes, Charlotte nodded. Actually, the hell cruise is a ghost ship. It's the Levicree, which went missing 48 years ago. It would go around the Atlantic and dock at the harbor at specific times. Can I have more details? Levicree was affiliated to Federal Chains. It was a super luxury cruise and served. Say what's important, Chen Zhao interrupted. Fine. When Levicree went missing, it had 268 passengers. When it reappeared, that was already over 20 years ago. It was midnight, and a partying yacht with about a dozen people encountered Levicree, which had suddenly appeared. The yacht was hit and sank, but when the search and rescue team found the shipwreck the next day, they did not find any corpses. Nevertheless, there were videos taken by the camera on the yacht. Charlotte continued. In the 20 years after that, Levicree has appeared multiple times at the harbor. The most famous incident, which you have probably heard of, is the supernatural event 13 years ago. Is that real? Yes. Wow. Are we going to fight the Hell Cruise? Cindy and Alyssa seemed excited. Charlotte glanced at them. They were new and fearless. In fact, the Witch Society has gathered people to fight the Hell Cruise in the past, but they all failed. Why? They couldn't find a cruise? Or lost to the ship? They didn't find it. The most recent one was 3 years ago. The Witch Society gathered 20 witches. When we reached the harbor, we saw the Hell Cruise leave the shore. We planned to find a speedboat and chase it, but one of the witches suddenly said, "Don't chase. It's filled with calamities." Filled with calamities? What does that mean? Dunno. That witch committed suicide the next day. Chen Zhao frowned. The cruise had forced the witch into committing suicide. The Hell Cruise seemed more troublesome than he had thought. Can we see the Hell Cruise if we go there now? The Witch Society has calculated the length of the Hell Cruise's journey. We can roughly know when it'll appear. Is it tonight? Yup. Charlotte glanced at Chen Zhao. What do you think? Are you confident? Chapter 659. Supernatural Figures? Chapter 659. Supernatural Figures? I don't even know what's going on. Chen Zhao only heard about the Hell Cruise and learned more about it for Charlotte. As for what really happened on it, he didn't know either. Charlotte couldn't provide much more information either. Right now, the pier was very still because it wasn't 12 yet. One could only hear the waves crashing. Charlotte checked the time. It was a bit after 11:30. Right then, a car came over. 4 young men and women came out. Chen Zhao and Charlotte exchanged glances, surprised. People of the same field. Hi, are you waiting for the Hell Cruise too? The leader was a handsome man. He glanced at Charlotte, Cindy, and Alyssa, but his eyes went back to Charlotte in the end. Compared to the youthful Cindy and Alyssa, the mature and sexy Charlotte was clearly more attractive. I am Houseman, president of the Supernatural Research Union. Supernatural Research Union? Chen Zhao was the president of the Supernatural Organization. They counted as colleagues, right? My name is Chen. I'm from the Supernatural Organization. Our groups have similar names. Charlotte, Witch Society. The two sides introduced each other. In addition to Houseman, there was also Cassili, Hannah, and Jarion. You want to defeat the Hell Cruise too? It's mainly that we haven't seen it before, so we wanted to check it out, House said. Charlotte looked at the 4, but she couldn't figure out their backgrounds. It's very dangerous, she said. We wouldn't have come if we're afraid, House said confidently. Awooga. Right then, a ship's horn sounded. A huge black shadow came out of the hazy, distant sea. Everyone's eyes focused on the shadow. It was the silhouette of a ship. The huge ship was covered in rust. House felt his knees give out, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. Behind him, Khaleesi, Hannah, and Jarion were also a bit scared. Charlotte turned to look at them. You're regular people? Regular people? No, we're not. House yelled as if sensing Charlotte's demeaning eyes. The cruise ship got closer and closer. It finally stopped by the dock. No one could be seen on deck, but a ladder was thrown down. Charlotte exchanged glances with Chen Zhao, and they nodded at the same time. The two climbed up one after another. Cindy and Alyssa climbed too. House, should we go too? Is that the Hell Cruise? So scary. Don't forget, we're from the Supernatural Research Union. We will undo these mysteries. Let's go. House started climbing the ladder. Khaleesi and Hannah looked at each other. They could only follow behind him. Only Jarion didn't start climbing. House looked at him from halfway up. Jarion, you're not coming. No, you guys go. I won't go, Jarion said. Coward, you aren't part of the group anymore. Jarion's expression grew uncomfortable. He, Khaleesi, and Hannah all joined the Supernatural Research Union mostly because House gave them a lot of money. That was why they accompanied House in his supernatural games. They usually went to check out haunted houses or creep around caves. If House wasn't a rich heir, no one would play these childish games with him. But then the ship started moving. Before the three could climb onto the deck, the ship already started moving away from the dock. Chen, Zhao, Charlotte, Cindy, and Alice hadn't entered the cabin yet when they saw 4 people climb on. "You guys really came?" Charlotte furrowed her brows. "It's not like this is your place." House glanced around. "It looks like someone's prank. Who would drive a cruise ship out for a prank?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "House, let's go." Hannah tugged at his arm. The chilly breeze made her shiver. "Where can we go?" Charlotte's group of 4 ignored them and searched for an entrance. Just then, House caught up. "Wait, let's work together. The deck is slightly safer. Who knows about the inside?" Charlotte warned. "We obviously came here to take risks. Ignore them. There's a door here." Chen Zhao pulled hard and a hot gust of air hit his face. The temperature inside the cabin was higher than outside. Fog rose up above the sea now, too. "Later, have Cindy and Alice attack first. Let them practice a bit. Wait until they can't solve a problem before acting." Okay, the cabin hallway wasn't wide. It was a design from the 70s or 80s and not very efficient. It was even smaller than a hotel's hallways. The light overhead was dim and yellow. The floor was wood. Stepping on it would produce creaks that made one uncomfortable. Just then, a shriek came from the outside, and they saw House and the 2 girls run in. "What's wrong? What did you see outside?" "Bugs. Huge bugs." "What kind of bugs?" "I don't know. They climbed in from the wall. So many of them. They're like larvae." Chen Zhao turned back and looked outside the cabin, but there was nothing there. "Where?" "I don't see anything." "No way." House came to the door too and looked outside timidly. Indeed, there was nothing there. "Did you see incorrectly?" House's expression was confused. "I really saw it," he mumbled. Chen Zhao was suspicious. He glanced at the 2 girls. They seemed terrified too. Just then, mist outside the door flooded over. Suddenly, Chen Zhao looked again, and the deck was covered in insects. There really were insects. They were all fat pupa. But when the wind scattered the mist, all of the insects disappeared. Is it a hallucination? Chen Zhao grew suspicious. Was it because of the mist? He wasn't sure, but he still shut the door tightly. "You saw it too, right? You saw it, right?" "I wasn't lying." "Chen, what's going on? Are there really insects out there?" "They appear and then disappear," Chen Zhao said. "Let's go look inside," Charlotte said. "Maybe we'll discover something. This place gives me a bad feeling." Chapter 660. Chen Zhao is eaten. Chapter 660. Chen Zhao is eaten. Ding, dang, ding. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of metal striking something. At the end of the path was a half-open door. A red light seemed to be coming from the room. Chen Zhao and Charlotte exchanged looks. They walked to the other end and carefully pushed the door open. Peeking inside, the room looked like a forge filled with firelight. Scorching molten iron was flowing below the hold iron covers on the floor. Many underlings were forging in the furnace. "What's inside?" Houseman opened the door. Chen Zhao and Charlotte could not even stop him in time. Everyone, both inside and outside the room, froze. "What the fuck are those?" Houseman asked, stunned. All the underlings looked at Houseman. Then they let out a series of strange screams, raising their hammers or red-hot cutters. Chen Zhao pulled House back at once, while Charlotte hit her magic wand hard in the air. Bubble. The wand created a few ripples in the air that spread out like water waves. The surrounding underlings were blasted away immediately. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Charlotte was more powerful than he had thought. "Who are you? What are those things?" House asked, astonished. "Which society?" Which Charlotte said lightly. House looked at Chen Zhao. "The supernatural organization? It's real?" Chen Zhao did not bother to reply to House, and instead said to Charlotte, "They're called underlings. They're extremely weak." "Underlings? Why have I never heard of them before?" Charlotte looked at Chen Zhao, surprised. "Are they magic creatures?" "Kind of. Only a very small proportion of them possess magical power. But even if they do, they're still weak and harmless. It's a good opportunity for Cindy and Alyssa to train. Can I even beat them? Charlotte asked, worried. She was unsure how strong these underlings were. Although Zhao had assured her that they were weak, his definition of weak could be very different from theirs. They're about as strong as 7- or 8-year-old kids. They're not combat creatures, Zhao said. That weak? Exactly. Zhao opened the door again. He lifted his leg, and an underling was kicked away directly. The other underlings rushed forward right away. They were not scared of death. Just like a bee colony, they would sacrifice anything just to cause a bit of damage to their enemy. House, Cassili, and Hannah were filled with horror. Nevertheless, like what Zhao had said, the underlings could not be weaker. Cindy and Alyssa cast spells continuously, killing or injuring any underlings hit. Actually, even House, Cassili, and Hannah could kick the underlings to the floor easily. Nonetheless, there were too many of them. Even though the party had killed or wounded dozens, there was still a green mass behind them. Zhao grabbed a huge red-hot sword from the side. Waving the sword, he charged forward and sliced anything in sight. Immediately, the underlings suffered a great loss. Move forward. Don't stay behind. Zhao shouted. Zhao opened a path in the underlings, and the party quickly followed him. They slashed their way from the start to the end of the forge. House and his teammates were utterly terrified. Finally, they reached the other side. House pulled the door and escaped from the forge instantly. The others followed and studied the new room before them. Zhao looked at the place. It had probably been a theater in the past. But now, it had turned into a morgue. Corpses were piled on the floor into a small hill. Moreover, their clothes were already tattered. No matter how glamorous they had been, all that was left was dilapidation and disorder. They are the passengers of the cruise. But look at the corpses. They look like they've just been dead for a day or two. Suddenly, a corpse rolled down from the pile. He's moving. He's alive. House screamed. Cassili and Hannah were about to help the person up. Stop! Chen, Zhao quickly shouted. Suddenly, the corpse stood up without warning. It had a pale face, sunken eye sockets, dry skin, and white eyeballs. Then the corpse tore its shirt. Everyone saw a bloody cavity in its belly. Something was wriggling inside, as if it was infested. Vomit. House was the first person to throw up. Cassili and Hannah were in a similar state. They covered their mouths, about to vomit. Just then, corpses began to roll down the pile one after another, after which they stood up. All the corpses stood up, revealing the thing that had originally been covered by them. It was a mound resembling the top of an ant nest. Suddenly, an infested corpse threw up a mouthful of green liquid. Cassili was hit at once. Screaming, her body began to dissolve. Zhao had a bad headache as he complained, "Isn't it a ghost ship? What are these?" It was totally different from his plan. If it was just a ghost ship, Blackie could easily eliminate it. Had he known earlier that this would happen, he would not have come. $200,000 was not enough for him to take such a risk. Chen, what do we do? There's too many of them. Forget it. Leave them to me. Zhao took out the bronze sword. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She had no idea where Zhao had hidden the sword or how he had taken it out. An infested corpse shot some green liquid at Zhao, but his body was covered in Qingyi armor. The green liquid could not reach him at all. Zhao severed the corpse's head in one strike. But the corpse still stood there, staggering its way toward Zhao. Zhao frowned. Cutting the head was useless. Zhao changed the angle and stabbed the cavity in the corpse's belly. Indeed, the infested corpse collapsed on the floor and stopped moving. Realizing their weakness, Zhao cleared the corpses at a much faster pace. Suddenly, the insect nest burst open. A massive black worm crawled out and attempted to bite Zhao. Chen, careful! Unable to react in time, Zhao was gripped by the black worm immediately. Fuck! Then, the worm sucked Zhao into its mouth with much force. Charlotte paled. Zhao was the strongest, but the first to die. She did not expect this at all. Chapter 661, Hell and Human World. Chapter 661, Hell and Human World. Just as everyone thought that Zhao was definitely dead, a bronze sword suddenly broke out of the black bug's body. It cut out and up. A large amount of black liquid sprayed out of the cut in the insect. Zhao walked out in a messy state. Fuck. So smelly. Chen, are you okay? Don't come over. Don't touch me. Chen, what's wrong? You can't touch the liquid on me. What? Crack. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound, as if something had cracked apart. What's that sound? Everyone looked around, but they couldn't find where the sound came from. Crack. I think it came from under our feet, House said. Zhao looked down. I hate this feeling. See our crack, boom. In an instant, the entire floor shattered and everyone fell down, screaming. Cough. Charlotte, Alice, Cindy, you all right? Zhao waved away the dust in the air. Thankfully, the theater wasn't too high up. Chen, help me. Zhao saw Charlotte. Her thigh was under a wooden beam, and she couldn't move. Zhao pushed the beam aside and pulled Charlotte up. How are you? Can you walk? It's okay. I'm okay. Zhao found Cindy standing unsteadily, and then Alice. They had different injuries, but they weren't too serious. Then Zhao saw Hannah and House hugging each other and crying. We're gonna die here. We're gonna die. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come here. I still have so much money. I don't want to die. House was about to have a mental breakdown, too. Stop crying. Zhao yelled in annoyance. You aren't dead yet. But the two were still crying and getting sadder and sadder. Suddenly, a huge black shadow approached in the dust, accompanied by heavy footsteps. House and Hannah stopped crying instantly. Come, try crying some more. The two stopped. They stared at the approaching shadow with fear in their eyes. The dust settled gradually, revealing the true form of the shadow. It had black skin, a burly figure, a pair of wings on its back, and 2 horns on its head. A demon. It was exactly like those in stories. More specifically, this should be called a phobic demon. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy immediately got into ready stances. But they realized that their manas were suppressed. Their strengths were cut in half at least. Chen, our mana got repressed. How can this be? Charlotte cried out in panic. If they were repressed, then Zhao probably wasn't any better. Zhao sniffed the air. He smelled a familiar scent. It was a smell from hell. Fuck, this ship couldn't really be cruising toward hell, right? A Deathbringer? There's a Deathbringer here? The phobic demon saw Blackie. Phobic demon, why are you here? Zhao looked at it. The two were talking in the demon language, so the others couldn't understand it all. What do I see here? A human who speaks the demon's language? The phobic demon looked at him in surprise. Zhao took out his bronze sword. Why did this make him feel like he was in hell? A human who knows the demon's language and a demon in the human world. Which one is stranger? This isn't the human world. Without warning, the phobic demon opened its arms and charged at Zhao. Zhao waved his sword. The blade hit the demon's fist, but it couldn't cut in at all. However, the demon also couldn't budge. Their strengths were equal. Everyone gaped at Zhao. He could counter that demon. Not bad. Looking at Zhao, the demon's eyes suddenly glared and a laser shot out of them. Zhao used the dark serum to immediately raise up a wall and blocked the demon's laser. Power from the King of Wrath? You actually have the King of Wrath's power too? No wonder you aren't restricted. It felt stranger and stranger to Zhao. He definitely couldn't remain here. His eye of power opened and his power multiplied. With a roar, he brought the sword down on the demon again. The demon swung its fist again. This time, the fist hit the sword and the demon was the one at a loss. It was sent flying by Zhao's abnormal strength. Eyes gleaming dangerously, Zhao attacked the demon with the dark serum again. The demon stood up in a panic, but the dark serum was on him already. It tried to seep into the demon's mouth too. It didn't dare to let the dark serum into its body, but just then, Zhao's sword came down again. It twisted its head to the side, and the sword cut down on the demon's horn. Hiss! The horn was cut off by Zhao's sword. Charlotte and the others all cried out. They didn't expect that Zhao could be this terrifying. That was a demon. Something from Legends. But Zhao was crushing it. Ah! The demon let out a pained cry. The instant that it opened its mouth, dark serum flooded into its body. The serum went wild in its body, putting it in extreme pain. Zhao raised his sword again and waved it with all his might. This time, he hit the demon's neck precisely. The phobic demon stared at Zhao in disbelief. It never would have guessed that it would die in the hands of a human. House and Hannah stared at Zhao in disbelief too. Their eyes were filled with respect. But after the demon's head was cut off, it still wasn't dead. You can't escape. This is inside Lord Beria's body. You'll all die in here. Beria? So, he was a subordinate of the king of Slothberia, like Amon. This phobic demon said that they were inside Beria. In other words, this ship was Beria's body. Zhao, this ship has a spirit, Blackie said. It's possessed by a demon's soul. Can you drag the demon's soul out? No, he's alive. But the restrictions on Charlotte, Alyssa, and Cindy from the rules of hell were even more obvious. A demon would be restricted by the human world. Similarly, humans would be restricted in hell too. Zhao got an idea. Perhaps Amon could find him. Amon had come on this family trip too. However, he went by sea and swam a few thousand kilometers. Zhao tried to search for Amon. Surprisingly, he'd never been able to sense Amon so clearly before. Amon, track me down and come help me. Chapter 662 Bermuda. Chapter 662 Bermuda. Chen, I feel bad. Charlotte collapsed first. The same then happened to Cindy and Alyssa. They were affected by the hell-like atmosphere. On the other hand, House and Hannah did not feel anything unusual, just like Zhao. Charlotte, Cindy, Alyssa, hold on to me. Huh? Chen, don't tell me you're trying to take advantage of us now? Zhao rolled his eyes. Because very soon, bam, suddenly, the ship vibrated intensely. Everyone felt the world turn upside down. Zhao shouted, "Grab onto me." Seawater was pouring into the cabin. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao grabbed the three and swam outside. Just then, he felt something grasp his left leg. Zhao was about to kick it away when he turned and saw Houseman. He was holding Hannah with his other hand. Forget it. Zhao could not bring himself to kick them away. Since he was in the water, his hands were not free either. After 3 minutes, they finally resurfaced. They saw an incredible scene. In the mist, an enormous beast jumped out of the water and crashed into the ship. The beast was about as big as the ship. In the collision, the ship turned to its side. Chen, what's that? Zhao knew in advance that there would be a collision, so he definitely knew what was going on. Zhao remained silent, staring at Amon and the ship in the mist. Although the cruise ship was possessed by a demon's soul under the same king, it could not attack freely like Amon. It was like an evil spirit controlling a car. The evil spirit could only drive the car normally or crash it into something, not turn it into a transformer. While Amon was a projection, his power seemed to have increased greatly in the mist. Usually, Amon was only 50 meters long, but now he was over 150 meters long, and his weight had increased by 20 or 30 times. Just then, the ship was totally destroyed by Amon. The demon's soul finally left the ship. Blackie, can you handle it? No problem. Blackie flashed into the mist. He also seemed to be affected by the mist. He grew larger and his speed was astonishing. What's that? Charlotte did not see Blackie, but she felt something move past her. Then, everyone heard an ear-piercing howl, which pushed some of the mist away. Blackie swung his scythe with much force and caught the demon's soul on it. Nonetheless, Blackie looked somewhat tired. It was not as easy as dealing with ordinary evil spirits. Finally, Blackie pulled his scythe hard. The demon's soul still lost to him and was taken away by Blackie. In the human world, Blackie was an absolute spirit killer. Even the giant demon soul was no match for him. Of course, This enemy was probably Blackie's limit. But it was abnormal for such a demon's soul to appear in the human world in the first place. What do we do now? Nothing, Chen Zhao said lightly. Suddenly, everyone saw a shadow below the sea chute toward them. They paled in fright. Was it the monster that had just attacked the Hell Cruise? We're dead. We're dead for sure. The monster would only need one bite to swallow all of them. The shadow rose higher and higher, pushing the seawater aside. However, what welcomed them was not its dark mouth, but its back. Settled. Let's head back to New York, Chen Zhao said. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, bewildered. Settle. What's beneath us? House asked. Don't tell me this obviously abnormal beast is yours. The more you know, the quicker you'll die, Chen Zhao threatened. House went quiet. The party sound Amon's back. Chen Zhao realized that Amon was shrinking. Since they left that area, Amon had been shrinking in size. At the moment, they were south of New York, which meant that the cruise ship had been heading south. What's south of New York? A place suddenly emerged in Chen Zhao's mind, the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is located southeast of the Florida Peninsula. It refers to the triangular region in the Atlantic Ocean formed by Bermuda, Miami, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. Each side of the triangle is approximately 2,000 kilometers long, but it was quite far away from New York. Even though the Hell Cruise was very fast, there was no way they could have reached the Bermuda Triangle. They should still be quite far away from the Bermuda Triangle just now. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was sure that they had been heading in that direction. As for the people beside Chen Zhao, they were still rather nervous. Slowly, they realized that the huge beast below them was shrinking and turning into a killer whale. They had no idea what was happening. However, it was nothing compared to the journey they had tonight. Chen Zhao did not want to explore the Bermuda Triangle. The ship alone was troublesome enough. If Amon did not come to help him, he might have died there. Chen Zhao decided that if he had to go there again, he would bring his entire family of pets. Amon found a beach to drop the party off, after which he left. Everyone was still in a state of shock. Chen Zhao looked at Charlotte. Don't tell me that all the tasks you have for me are like this. No, absolutely not. Charlotte felt that the task this time was hell level. It was more terrifying than grandfather's attack on Hilda Hotel. If Chen Zhao was not there, they would have died on the ship. If all the tasks in the witch society were this difficult, the society would have been disbanded long ago. Find me a couple of actual ghost houses. I need to relax. House and Hannah were speechless. Do you usually relax by visiting a ghost house? There's a cemetery about a dozen kilometers away where there's a group of evil spirits. It's one of the tasks that we're offering you. They're not as strong as the Evil Spirit Society, but not weak either. Don't you need to rest after the last fight? Charlotte was thinking for Chen Zhao. She knew that he was powerful, but he had just been through a tough fight. He might not have the energy to deal with an able evil spirit group. There were a few powerful ones too. No, let's go now. I need to relax. The evil spirit group it is. Chapter 663, Stalking. Chapter 663, Stalking. Living souls. Get out of here. If you take another step, I'll kill you. As soon as they reached the cemetery, an aggressive evil spirit appeared before them and issued a warning. As expected, evil spirits make me feel refreshed. Chen Zhao opened his arms and closed his eyes, enjoying it as if breathing in the morning air. Everyone was speechless. Can't you be more serious when facing a horrible evil spirit? You're going to die. Without speaking further, the evil spirit tackled Chen Zhao. But the next moment, it let out a pained cry. Charlotte saw that the evil spirit was caught by an invisible hand. She couldn't help but think that Chen Zhao had used this move before. Yeah, scream louder. The louder you scream, the happier I am. Chen Zhao strolled through the cemetery under the night sky. Everywhere he went, a storm followed. House and Hannah walked in the center of the group. They'd come because they were scared and didn't dare to go home alone. Then they saw Chen Zhao turn this cemetery into his own garden. The evil spirits seemed to be the prey that he used to relax. After a while, the cemetery was cleared entirely. Not a single evil spirit was left behind. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy were dumbfounded. The horribly troublesome evil spirit group to the witch society was cleaned up as a way to release energy for Chen Zhao. The expected battle didn't occur. Chen Zhao looked like he enjoyed it. A few well-known evil spirits didn't even have the chance to show off their abilities. I feel much better. Time to go home, Chen Zhao said. Oh, don't give me a single cent less than what we agreed to. A few steps later, Chen Zhao realized that he was lost. Leave me out. Mr. Chen, let me call a car for you. House looked at him with shining eyes. The Chen Zhao before him was undoubtedly the kind of supernatural figure that he'd been studying and pursuing tirelessly for so long. He was also such a strong spiritualist. Of course House would try to kiss up to him. Whatever. House quickly called over a luxurious car and got in as well. When Chen Zhao reached the house, the sky was already lightening. He felt even worse toward Fei Lai. They'd agreed to come for a vacation, but he ran out and spent the night messing around. He didn't go sleep. Instead, he made breakfast and waited for Fei Lai to come downstairs. Even though he'd washed up and changed clothes, Fei Lai still sensed that he'd been up all night. Okay, this was a woman's instinct. Chen, you didn't sleep. I came back late. Chen Zhao didn't want to continue the topic. Come eat. We'll go to Liberty Island today, and then... Won't you go rest? No, I feel great. Chen Zhao didn't want to sleep. If he did, then today's plans would be ruined. Chen, if you're doing this for me, you really don't have to. We've been together for so long. You should know me better. Okay, eat breakfast. Plus, you can't take care of them by yourself. Speaking of, we need a bigger car to bring them out to play. Right, I almost forgot. I'll call the rental company to send a bus. A while later, a double-decker was brought to the house. After breakfast, Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao. Are you sure you have the energy to tour with us? Don't worry. To me, not sleeping for a night is nothing. Fei Lai saw that Chen Zhao did look spirited, so she could only agree. Chen Zhao suddenly received a text. Lowering his head, he saw that he'd just received $22 million to his bank account. He was stunned. Why was it $22 million? What's wrong? Chen Zhao showed Fei Lai the text, and she was surprised too. Don't tell me that this is what you made last night. I think it's what I made last night. If you can earn that much in one night, I won't mind even if you go out every night. You want me to die? Chen Zhao joked. Receiving the $22 million, Chen Zhao felt much more refreshed. Fei Lai felt happy too. After all, Chen Zhao made $22 million more. She had no reason not to be happy. Chen Zhao drove the bus while she sat beside him. Chen, what did you do last night to earn that money? There were ghosts near my friend's house, so I went and took care of it. Was it dangerous? What's dangerous? I can do it with my eyes closed. Even though Princess, Snow White, and the others had pet licenses, their species made it so that they couldn't appear in public spaces. It was okay in Mountain Town. No one would care. But if Chen Zhao dared to put them into the streets of New York, the police would probably start shooting at them. Thankfully, with the double-decker, they could sightsee from the top without getting out. Boss, it's hard to act. That man and woman are driving a bus all around the streets of New York. That albino cougar is in there. Don't tell me you can't do it, John Sonk said firmly. I'm paying you to get it done, not for you to tell me you can't do it. Jarls and Pig, who were following Chen Zhao, glanced at each other. Even though they'd accepted John Sonk's money, they still couldn't rob anyone under broad daylight. Pig, what should we do? Follow them first, Jarl said. I think they're going to Siga Road. It leads toward the amusement park, and there aren't as many people there. It'll be easier to act. Will we have to shoot? Bring the guns. We'll shoot if they don't listen. President, Mr. Chen and his girlfriend are going towards Siga Road. I think that's the direction of that remote amusement park. That's strange, Princeton, leader of the Sorcerer Society, said in confusion. Why is he going to that remote amusement park instead of a more popular one? No one even goes there. Sir, it's probably because he has too many wild animals, so he can only go to a park that no one goes to. That's true. I'll go over immediately. Keep your eyes on him. Are you sure? Mr. Chen is going to the amusement park on Siga Road? Should be right. There's only one road, and it only goes to the park. Okay, I'll bring people over, House said. Don't lose him. Mage, the Sorcerer Society, seems to want to meet Chen Zhao again. That old bastard still hasn't given up. No, I can't let him get it first. But Mr. Chen won't agree to it. Why waste time? We can't take that risk. If Mr. Chen doesn't join us, we can't let him join the Sorcerer Society. Otherwise, the Witch Society's advantage would be totally gone. You mentioned Mr. Chen's terrifying combat ability too. Anyway, if Princeton is going to meet up with him, then we'll go too. Chapter 664 in the Amusement Park. Chapter 664 in the Amusement Park. The amusement park was only about 1 hectare large. Nevertheless, it had a complete set of rides. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai entered, the guard only glanced into the car. Chen Zhao slipped $200 to the guard. They managed to enter without even buying tickets. Although the amusement park was not empty, there weren't many visitors either. It was not like Disneyland, which would always be packed with people. There were only a few groups of visitors here. Therefore, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai would not cause any disturbance with all their pets. Nevertheless, not all the pets could take every ride. For example, Princess could not even close the buckle for the roller coaster. Chen Zhao would not allow her to take such a dangerous ride without a buckle. Nonetheless, the pirate ship was much safer. Then, they went to the Ferris wheel. When they walked out of the cabin, a couple and their kids approached them. Hi, can we have a photo with your pets? Of course. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were glad that some people liked their pets. Pig and Jarls stared at the large group of pets in the distance. Why are there so many animals? I thought they would only have 2 or 3. What's that thing on the ground? A dinosaur? This mission is impossible. Let's inform boss. There's no way the 2 of us can finish this. Jarls took out his phone and called John Sonk. Jarls said, Boss, that person has too many pets with him. Many of them are large pets. We can't do anything. Idiot. They're only beasts. Fire a shot, and they'll flee in fear. Do it quickly. Don't keep me waiting. Jarls hung up. Pig studied his expression. What did boss say? He asked us to shoot and snatch the pet. Jarls looked hesitant. Fuck. Who does he think we are? If the beasts charge at us, we'll be torn to pieces. We've taken the money. If we defy his order, we won't live to see tomorrow, Jarl said with a serious face. Fuck it, we're gonna die anyway. Let's do it. Pig gritted his teeth. I won't work for him anymore. The 2 walked toward Chen Zhao. At the moment, Fei Lai was feeding Abitos some ice cream. Don't ask why a fire dragon would like ice cream. Abitos just did. Just then, Jarl stopped near them and fired in the air. Bang! Pig pointed his gun at Chen Zhao and Fei Lai. You're getting robbed. Chen Zhao, Fei Lai, and all the pets looked at Pig and Jarls. Immediately, the 2 could feel their hair stand up. They felt as if they had just entered a lion cage and were being stared at by a group of lions. Give us that white cougar, or we'll kill you. Are you being serious? Chen Zhao looked at Pig and Jarls. Hurry up. The 2 were actually nervous too. This was different from their plan. Why did the animals not flee? Originally, they planned to shoot the white cougar when the animals were thrown into chaos. Pig suddenly lifted his gun and pointed at Fei Lai. Bang! Chen Zhao reached out and blocked the bullet with his hand. When he looked at the 2 again, his eyes were filled with fury. Fei Lai, stand behind me. Fei Lai was shocked as well. She did not expect them to shoot her directly. Pig and Jarls were stunned. Watching the bullet fall from Chen Zhao's palm, their faces were full of disbelief. They realized that Chen Zhao's look was somewhat terrifying. At the start, Chen Zhao found this slightly funny, but now it had turned into murderous intent. Just then, a few people approached them from afar. The group was led by Charlotte. Chen Zhao found the others familiar too. They were probably all from the Witch Society. They appeared after hearing the gunshot. Then, another group of people walked toward them. They were from the Sorcerer Society. There were more of them, perhaps about a dozen. Immediately, a final group of people appeared. Chen Zhao did not find them familiar, however. They all had sunglasses and black suits. When Pig and Jarls saw these people, they panicked at first. But soon, They heaved a sigh of relief. At least Chen Zhao would not kill them before so many people. If you're here to stop me, go and stand beside them now, Chen Zhao said coldly. Otherwise, go and evacuate the visitors. It might get bloody here. The three groups of people exchanged looks and then spread out. Chen Zhao turned around and patted Fei Lai, after which he hugged her tightly. Fei Lai, cover your ears. Fei Lai burrowed her head into Chen Zhao's chest and covered her ears. But she could still hear. The two people dropped their guns and shouted, "We surrender." But very soon, she heard a miserable scream, followed by another one. Then it all went silent. When Chen Zhao released her, she saw two pools of blood on the ground, but the two people were gone. Chen. Fei Lai noticed Chen Zhao's frightening look. It's fine now. Forget what happened. We're here to play. Don't let that affect our mood. Just then, the three groups of people surrounded them again. The people in black suits approached them. Mr. Chen, we work for Mr. Houseman. He would like to invite you to his place. Not interested, Chen Zhao rejected at once. He was not close to Houseman. Then, Charlotte approached him. Chen, I'm here on behalf of the Witch Society. The mage will be here very soon. She would like to talk to you. Mr. Chen, our leader will be here soon as well, someone from the Sorcerer Society quickly said. He would like to talk to you too. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao, who patted her. They're my friends. It's all right. Should I leave first? Fei Lai heard that they were from the Witch Society. It was clearly a supernatural organization. No, it's not a secret. Fei Lai glanced at those people, who seemed to respect Chen Zhao a lot. She could not help but feel somewhat proud. At least, this was her man. Just then, Catherine reached the amusement park. Everyone could see her strolling toward them in the distance. Catherine approached Chen Zhao, but she looked at Fei Lai first. Miss, in the name of moonlight, I bless you with enduring youth. As she spoke, she pointed in the air before Fei Lai's face. Then, Catherine turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, can we have a chat? Before Chen Zhao could speak, Princeton, president of the Sorcerer Society, rushed over. Catherine, you're ahead of me again. What a friend you are. Chapter 665, Night Attack. Chapter 665, Night Attack. I'm sorry, can you move aside? House came to join the fun. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Princeton looked at him. Old man, do you know whose land you're on right now? House said arrogantly. That shut everyone up. Before, Chen Zhao thought that he was rich. But compared to House, he realized he wasn't rich at all. The three of you, I'm on vacation with my girlfriend right now. I don't want to ruin this vacation. If you don't have anything else, please go back now. Mr. Chen, I want to invite you and your girlfriend and these animals to my home. If I don't agree, will I get kicked out of here? No. Then goodbye. Chen Zhao looked at Princeton and Catherine. No need to waste any more effort on me. I'm not interested in either of your invitations. Chen Zhao didn't give them the chance to speak. He knew what kind of fart they would release before they even took off their pants. Then, I'll come to visit you another day, House said, a bit disappointed. Mr. Chen, if you have any needs in New York, please call this number. Princeton left a number with him. Mr. Chen, I can also help you take care of any problems in New York. Catherine also left a number. The three parties came and left quickly. Chen, I didn't know that you knew so many people in New York. We're just acquaintances. Chen Zhao shrugged. Did your mood get affected by that? No, let's continue. This place didn't have as many rides as Disney, but it was still fun enough for Princess and the others. The only one who was bored was Blackie. A roller coaster? Huh. The pirate ship? Huh. Chen Zhao, is there nothing suitable for me? Go to the haunted house. Haunted house. It's a place for scaring people. They have a bunch of random stuff. Oh, a scary place? I'll go take a look. 10 minutes later, a haunted house worker ran out screaming for his mother. And then a second one, a third. Chen Zhao clutched his head. It seemed that he'd said something that he shouldn't have earlier. In the evening, he and Fei Lai finally brought everyone back into the bus. Princess and the others loved the amusement park as much as little kids. They left very reluctantly. Okay, we'll do it again next time. They were only willing to get into the bus after Chen Zhao made that promise. At home, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were too lazy to make dinner. After all, they'd already eaten a lot outside. The two cuddled in the yard and looked at the distant sea line. They were all tired from today. Just then, Zola's call came. She told Chen Zhao to bring Princess, Snow White, and Samuel over to practice the catwalk. Zola helped plan everything for them, so Chen Zhao couldn't make any mistakes. After hanging up, an unfamiliar number called. "Hello, who's this? Is this Mr. Chen? Who are you? My name is John Sonk. I'd like to buy your albino cougar. If you're interested in selling your other pets, you can also sell them to me. I can give you a nice price." "Sorry, not interested." Just as Chen Zhao was about to hang up, the man spoke again. "Mr. Chen, I advise you to think carefully and don't make any brash decisions. Think about you and your girlfriend's safety. You sent those two guys today." Chen Zhao's expression darkened. "Perhaps you don't understand my power in New York City. I can make even the mayor disappear without a trace." With a dark expression, Chen Zhao said, "Then you better hurry up. Do it before I find you." "Haha, are you challenging me? I must say, this is a very unwise decision." "Then I'll wait and see." Chen Zhao hung up. He dared to hang up first. John Sonk stared at his phone and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I should teach him a lesson. Maybe my tone was too gentle just then." He called someone else. "Lin Sand, are you and your men in New York right now?" "Yes, Mr. John Sonk. We just returned. I have a mission for you." "What mission? What price?" "An Asian and a woman. Break all 4 limbs of that Asian, but remember to spare his life. At least, make sure he can still see and hear. As for the woman, do whatever you want. Also, he has some pets. I want them, especially the albino cougar. It must be alive." "What price?" "If you do everything I ordered, you could take 2 million from me. But if the albino cougar dies, you won't get a single cent." "Mr. John Sonk, please prepare your $2 million, Lin San said confidently and hung up. After that, he made a few calls. "All of you, get back here immediately. There's a mission. It's not out of town. It's local. High price. Hurry back." Within half an hour, Lin San had organized his men. He gave them some instructions, and they set out. As for strategizing, it was only necessary for major missions. This was just one man and woman. What strategizing was needed? Soon, Lin San brought his men outside Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Even though they hadn't prepared for long, Lin San's men were still fully equipped. "Leader, the heat detector shows that the couple are on the 2nd floor. There are a lot of animals on the 1st floor. One of them is unrecognizable, but has a very high body temperature. Who cares what species? Shoot some tranquilizers, and even an elephant will fall. Get ready. Dirk, you're in charge of surveillance. We'll work inside. Report to us if anything changes." Dirk looked at the heat detector. Just then, he saw a human figure stand up. "Hey, leader." That man got out of bed, and his image disappeared. "Leader, the animals are disappearing one by one, too." "What? What do you mean disappear?" "I don't know." Dirk was confused, too. The only way to block the scanning of the heat detector was by lowering one's body temperature, or using some metal to cover their bodies, like aluminum. "Leader, only the woman is on the 2nd floor. Her heat image is still there. Everyone else disappeared." Chapter 666. Have you watched Alien? Chapter 666. Have you watched Alien? Dirk stood before the thermal camera. It was different from a night vision device. A night vision device could not see through buildings and obstacles, while a thermal camera could see through some of them. It could even scan through most metals. It would allow them to know not only the distribution and movement of their enemies, but also of their own people at a glance. Just then, Lin San managed to unlock the door. Suddenly, however, Dirk noticed the last person in their team disappeared. His thermal image was gone without warning. "Captain, Baker has disappeared." "Repeat, Baker has disappeared." "What?" Everyone was filled with disbelief. They had not felt anything. They did not even hear a thing, but one of them had vanished. "Who saw Baker?" "No, wasn't looking at him." "Dirk, did you not see him? Haven't you been looking at the thermal camera?" His image disappeared suddenly. I have no idea how. Lin San vaguely felt something was wrong. What's happening in the house? Dunno. The woman on the second floor is still lying in bed. How about the man? Can't locate him. Lin San felt somewhat anxious. Focus, everyone. Maybe they know we're here. Splash. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled sound at the back of the team. They turned around, but there was nothing. What happened? What was that? Miles is missing. Captain, Miles' image is gone too. What? Everyone was creeped out. What was happening? There was a sound, and then someone was gone. They could accept it if there was an ambush behind and their enemies had dragged their people away. But they did not see anything except their disappearing teammates. How could they accept this? Suddenly, under everyone's stares, one of them lowered without warning, as if something was pulling him into the ground. Hell! The next instant, the person disappeared into the ground. Run! Lin San was horrified. It was terrifying. The person had vanished before their very eyes. Suddenly, everyone felt themselves sinking as if they were in a swamp. One of them lost his footing and fell on the ground. He sank even faster, disappearing very quickly. Just then, a figure walked toward them. Captain, there's someone before you. Lin San's face darkened. The person was already before them. Why would they need Dirk's reminder? Shoo! Don't speak and disturb my girlfriend. Don't shout. Zhao squatted down before them. By then, Lin San and the rest already had half of their bodies submerged. Everyone was terrified. Humans always feared the unknown. The dark serum below them began to rush into their mouths. Except for Lin San. He did not continue to sink either. Are you there, Captain? After thinking, Lin San nodded. What do you want? Were you sent here by Zhao? Lin San nodded again. Yes. What did he ask you to do? Lin San told Zhao absolutely everything. Zhao was clearly not an ordinary person. The only thing that might save Lin San now was the truth. Can you bring me to him? Without hesitation, Lin San nodded, yes. Just then, the liquid began to pour into his mouth. Lin San struggled, but to no avail. Nevertheless, after the liquid entered his body, he did not feel anything unusual. You don't feel anything, right? Zhao smiled gently. But Lin San trembled in fright. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable wave of pain in his stomach. It was as though something was running around in his belly. Have you watched the Alien franchise? Zhao grinned. Lin San nodded slightly, his forehead covered in a cold sweat. When I need you to die, it will break out of your body like an alien. Zhao pulled Lin San out of the dark serum. He curled up on the ground and shivered, unable to stand up. Zhao turned and looked at where Dirk had been hiding. Dirk could feel his heart skip a beat. He was about to run when he felt a hot wave at the back of his head. When he turned around, all he saw was a bloody mouth. Are you going to lie here forever? Zhao glanced at Lin San, who was still on the ground. Lin San stood up with much difficulty. Fear was the easiest way to destroy someone. Even Lin San, an experienced soldier, could not escape being dominated by fear. Bring me to Mr. Zhao. Zhao got into Lin San's car. Lin San felt like he had almost forgotten how to drive. What movies do you like? My favorite ones are the Alien franchise, Deep Rising. Also the Saw franchise, and it. Do you like them? Zhao continued. Lin San turned to look at Zhao. What exactly are you? Human. Look, it's flesh. The car arrived outside Zhao manor. The guard glanced into the car. Who is he? My team member, Lin San said. Perhaps because it was too dark, the guard could not see Lin San's pale face. Go in. After Lin San drove the car in, the guard took out his walkie-talkie. Boss, Lin San is here. He brought the Asian here too, but the Asian looks uninjured. Lin San might have betrayed you. When Zhao and Lin San alighted, they were welcomed by a few gunmen and their pistols. Just then, Zhao walked out and looked at the two. Lin San, can you explain what's this? Zhao looked at Lin San. I was forced. Lin San pushed himself to say it. Did I force you? Do I look like I forced you? Zhao shrugged helplessly. Forget it. I don't care what happened. Zhao waved his hand. Asian, I'm very surprised that you've come here yourself. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Don't you have any sense of humor? How uncreative. Since I'm here, shouldn't you first torture me and then ask me if I regret not accepting the trade back then? And finally, in my regret and despair, shoot me in the head? Chapter 667, Numb from Killing. Chapter 667, Numb from Killing. John Sonk was stunned. The bodyguards beside him were shocked too. Was this guy stupid? Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to think about torture too. John Sonk raised his gun and pushed it against Chen Zhao's forehead. Do you think this is fun? John Sonk stared coldly at him. Chen Zhao grinned. Yes, of course. Bang. Chen Zhao stumbled back and clutched his forehead. Fuck, that hurts. You actually fired? You actually fired. John Sonk stared at the gun that had accidentally discharged and at Chen Zhao. Was it because it was an unintentional discharge? So it couldn't kill him. Kill him. All shooters fired at once, but Chen Zhao's body was also covered by a layer of dark serum. After the round of bangs, everyone stared at Chen Zhao incredulously. What was that on his body? The bullets lost power after entering the liquid. When the shooting stopped, the dark serum peeled off of Chen Zhao. John Sonk retreated in fear, shouting in terror, "Kill him! Kill him!" A few bodyguards surrounded him, but dark serum flooded out of the dark shadow on the ground. The serum poured into the noses, mouths, and ears of the bodyguards. They immediately fell to the ground in pain, either wailing and clutching their heads or stomachs. Chen Zhao had created this. He'd gotten inspired by the phobic demon from yesterday. He let the dark serum enter the enemy's bodies directly. John Sonk turned to run, but he tripped over something. Help! Help! Let me think. How should I kill you? Chen Zhao tapped his head. John Sonk was about to piss his pants. He stared at Chen Zhao in fear. Right now, he'd become a horrifying devil. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Forgive me. Please forgive me. I don't know how to forgive. Chen Zhao looked at John Sonk. But I know a lot who can help you make up for your sins. Of course, they're definitely not gods. John Sonk screamed, wailed, and begged. He felt regret and despair. No matter how he tried, he couldn't stop the darkness from swallowing him. Beside him, Lin Sand watched as John Sonk was pulled into the deep abyss bit by bit. He started shaking. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Your turn. Lin Sand looked at Chen Zhao hopelessly. He'd guessed that Chen Zhao wouldn't let him go. He also made his last decision. Suddenly, he took out a hand grenade and charged at Chen Zhao. But after a few steps, his feet were tangled up by the dark serum. Bye-bye. Boom. Chen Zhao went to the entrance. When a security guard saw him come out, he pointed his gun at Chen Zhao immediately. Chen Zhao didn't even look back. Dark serum wrapped around the guard and forced the muzzle to face himself. Bang! Chen Zhao's spirits were low as he went home. He'd become more and more bloodthirsty. Back then, he didn't even dare to kill one person. But now, he'd actually killed more than 30 people without even blinking. Fuck, when did I become so sentimental? Sir, what's wrong? The taxi driver heard Chen Zhao's voice. He was afraid he'd done something to anger Chen Zhao. Nothing. After getting home, Chen Zhao acted like nothing had happened. He washed up and cuddled with Fei Lai, continuing to sleep. The next day, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai toured New York with their family again. At 2 p.m., they went to Zola's workplace. When the entire family entered the venue, it caused quite a commotion. Thankfully, Nat, Cooper, and Triss were there too, so they quickly calmed things down. The staff and models realized that Princess, Snow White, and Samuel would do the catwalk too. At first, they thought it was a joke. Soon, they realized that the animals seemed to know what they were doing. Princess had a very rich experience. Of course, that experience was only from one time. But for an animal, it was an accomplishment if they could obediently walk down the stage completely. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai returned to their house, it was already 8 at night. The two changed into bathing suits and walked down the beach, holding hands. The environment here is so nice. Fei Lai enjoyed the sea breeze while listening to the waves come and go. Chen Zhao enjoyed the piece too. It would be great if there weren't any annoying things. Hello. What a coincidence, Mr. Chen. House and Hannah came over, hand in hand. Chen Zhao's face darkened. This was a beach in a classy neighborhood, and it was 8 or 9 at night. Was it really a coincidence for them to come here? I live here too, House said. In that house. He pointed at a house in the near distance. It was right next to Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Hello, miss. We met yesterday, but I didn't introduce myself yet. I'm houseman. Chen Zhao was very annoyed at seeing him. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. We're going home. Bye. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai and turned around to leave. Mr. Chen, I want to join the supernatural organization. Please let me join. Chen Zhao facepalmed. Fei Lai looked at him curiously. Supernatural organization. But it was quite obvious what it was from the name. The supernatural organization only admits people with special abilities or magic. Do you have any special abilities? I have money. Does that count? There are so many rich people in the world. I have 35% of shares in Brazilian mines. I also have 23% of shares for the Australian metal mines. House started listing out all his business. Chen Zhao didn't know just how rich House was, but he was probably the richest of the people that he knew. Sorry. Still no, Chen Zhao said. Special abilities are the first condition for joining the supernatural organization. Can't you make an exception? No. Chen Zhao turned and left, but House still called out, I won't give up. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Charlotte. Mr. Chen, the Witch Society's library is open tonight. Are you interested in coming? Tonight? I'm busy. Mr. Chen, our library is only open once per month. If you miss this, you'll have to wait until next month. Okay, I'll come over, he replied helplessly. After hanging up, Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. I might have to go out. Go. Fei Lai said understandingly. Chapter 668, Strange Happening in the Library. Chapter 668, Strange Happening in the Library. It was Chen Zhao's first time visiting the Witch Society. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a quiet mansion in a city like New York. The outer walls of the mansion were covered in untrimmed vines. Inside, the path was dark, but not scary. Charlotte brought Chen Zhao all the way in. Chen Zhao could feel the gazes of people hidden in the darkness, but nobody appeared before him until the end. Charlotte led Chen Zhao to a small domed house, whose surroundings and top were also covered in vines. This small building is the Witch Society's library? Are you kidding me? Go in and you'll see. Chen Zhao entered the house. He realized that the room had a vertical hole at the center. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. A spiral staircase extended all the way down. It was an inverted tower. Chen Zhao walked down the stairs, while Charlotte followed behind him. Can I read all the books here? You can read anything that you can open, and you can record the contents however you like, but you can't bring any books out. Chen Zhao nodded and asked again, Are there books that cannot be opened? This magic library has been enchanted with many spells. Magic has seeped into every magic book here. So many cannot be opened unless you destroy the entire book. Following the winding stairs, Chen Zhao reached the bottom of the library, which he realized was enormous. The circular room had a diameter of a basketball court. Dozens of shelves surrounded the whole basement. Charlotte snapped her fingers, and all the lights were turned on. Mr. Chen, take your time. I won't be following you around. Charlotte stopped, following Chen Zhao. She took a magic book from one of the shelves and sat on the floor, starting to read. All the shelves were labeled. Curses, toxicology, nature, strengthening, summoning, elementology, death-speaking, divination. Chen Zhao grabbed a random book and opened it. Toxicology. Okay, not my thing. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stopped before a shelf. Mysterious happenings and items. Chen Zhao was very curious about mysterious things. Chen Zhao took the book and flipped through it. The book recorded many magic items, including demonic badges. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's hand stopped. Keys. The keys of mystery, the keys of the unknown. In the text, there are many records about the keys. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that there are 13 keys in total. The keys have appeared in every era. They have been passed down from ancient civilizations. There have been people who spent much of their time collecting the keys, and some successfully opened the third door with them. This is the human's limit. If you can open this book and have a key with you, try to open the first door. If you want to learn more, go collect more keys and open more doors. Perhaps you will find a final answer. Open the first door? What door? Zhao had received the first golden key from Winip and the second key from the grandfather. He had gotten the third one from Murphy's mother, and the fourth one had been part of Pamela's collection. But until now, Zhao had no idea what the keys were supposed to unlock. He had come across 2 books that mentioned the keys so far. None of them talked about what the keys could open. Zhao took out one of the keys. It was not his first time staring blankly at one, but he still did not know how to use it. Thud, thud. Just then, Zhao heard a series of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw a woman walk toward him. The woman had a white robe, and her hair hung loosely over her shoulders. She should be a witch here. Hello. Hi, Zhao replied. Are you reading a magic book? This should be obvious. Is there anything you don't understand? Perhaps I can explain it to you. Zhao had an idea. Maybe the woman knew what the keys were for. Do you know what these keys are for? The keys of the unknown. The keys of mystery, the woman said. Zhao rolled his eyes. That was written in the book. The keys are used to unlock the human body's potentials, the woman said. Thinking, Zhao asked again how. Dunno. I don't have a key. I only remember that from a book. Maybe you'll find the answer if you find the book. Where's that book? Think it's below here. Below here. Yes, below this place. Below the library. Don't you know that there's a secret library below this place? Zhao frowned. Then why did you tell me? You asked, so I answered. The woman smiled. Goodbye. The woman turned and left. Zhao saw her walk behind a shelf. When Zhao walked there, the woman was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for something? Charlotte was behind Zhao. There was a witch just now. I followed her, but she disappeared. That's normal. You're not the only person who can come here, Charlotte said. Is there another library on the lower level? Yes. Is it not open? Do you want to go? I can bring you there, but you have to open it yourself. Zhao thought about it and looked at Charlotte. Oh, Miss Charlotte, by the way, you haven't given me my pay for yesterday. Charlotte hesitated for a while. She lifted her head to look at Zhao. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her face. You're indeed fake. Zhao walked forward and grabbed Charlotte, but immediately she melted like a candle. Chen, what are you doing? Charlotte's voice sounded behind Zhao again. Zhao turned to look at her with some reluctance. Are you real or fake? What are you talking about? There's something wrong with the library. I saw a woman in a white robe who told me there's a secret library below this place. Then I met a fake you who wanted to bring me to that library so that I could open it. Is there another library here? I had no idea. Maybe I should go and ask the mage. Charlotte had been here many times, but she had not noticed anything unusual. Why would Zhao encounter such a strange event the first time here? Chapter 669, Turn Against. 669, Turn Against. Mage, when I led Mr. Chen into the library, he said that he met a woman who told him that there's a secret library below it. She also wanted to have Mr. Chen go open it. Catherine's face changed instantly, turning into an expression of shock. Where's Mr. Chen? Did he come out? No, he's still there. Raise the alarm. Red alarm. Catherine's expression grew more uncomfortable. President, what's wrong? Red alarm? Against who? Mr. Chen? Catherine didn't reply to Charlotte. Her expression grew more serious and even a bit worried. A bell. Zhao heard the alarms above. Just then, he felt a breeze behind him. Turning around, he saw that the woman had appeared again. Hi. Zhao greeted her and went back to reading his book. Don't you want to go down and see? You'll receive unimaginable power. There are even stronger spell books below. The dark serum under Zhao's feet suddenly slid over, grabbing at the woman. But she stood on the dark serum without moving. Chen Zhao was a bit disappointed. This woman wasn't solid. However, she wasn't a spirit either. She might be made out of some spell. Don't disturb me. I'm busy. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Do you want to know the secrets of the world? Come down and you'll get the answer. Is your true body stuck down there? Chen Zhao asked. Wealth, honor, and women, the woman continued. I can give you everything. You don't sound convincing. If you strip and walk before me for 3 minutes, I might be tempted. The woman's expression stiffened. Why aren't you getting bewitched? Chen Zhao was confused too. Did you use some spell earlier? The woman stared hard at Chen Zhao, but disappeared in the end. Duong, duong. The bell kept ringing above the library, so Chen Zhao couldn't focus. He recorded the content of some books on his phone. Then he went upstairs, but when he walked out, he saw that a dozen witches surrounded the door. It didn't feel right. Were they getting prepared to fight someone? Catherine, I just need to confirm. Are you going to declare war on me? Catherine stared hard at him. Mr. Chen, did you encounter anything just then? Chen Zhao thought about it. You mean that woman that kept appearing before me? You did see her? What did you two talk about? Nothing much. Chen Zhao shook his head. It wasn't like he could say that he wanted the woman to strip, so their negotiation failed, right? Suddenly, Catherine lifted her eyes, shooting a look. The 5 witches on the side cast a spell at Chen Zhao, whip extraordinaire. Chen Zhao's left leg and leg was entangled in 5 whips shimmering with silver light. He pulled, and the 5 witches fell over. Chen Zhao dragged one witch to the front and grabbed her neck. Catherine, I hope you can give me an explanation, or else I won't play nice either. Mr. Chen, if you wish to continue our friendship, let that girl go and accept our test. We must ensure that you weren't affected by that thing below. I'm not your captive. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl in his hands. It's an adult fight. Kids, get out of here. He tossed the girl far away and tugged down the ropes on him. The whips seemed to be supported by magic and were very sturdy. Mr. Chen, I'm not joking. Catherine looked seriously at him. Catherine, I'm not joking either, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. I won't accept some stupid test. Mage, is there some misunderstanding? Charlotte quickly came to try and smooth things out. He sensed that thing, but if you sense it, then you'll be unable to be free of its bewitchment. Everyone becomes possessed in the end. Catherine looked at Chen Zhao and said, Mr. Chen, for you and everyone around you, please go into self-confinement. Chen Zhao laughed out of anger. What is this bullshit? Why did you have to go into self-confinement for no reason? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Seems like we'll have to fight. Catherine sighed and knocked her cane on the ground. Cage of light. A sword fell from the sky, shining with golden light, and stabbed into the ground. And then a second sword, third, fourth. The swords surrounded Chen Zhao in a ring. Then the gold light intertwined, going above Chen Zhao's head and transforming into a cage. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. You really want to fight? You've already gotten affected by that thing. Your heart is twisted. Catherine's tone was filled with regret. Chen Zhao reached out to grab the bars and break them. But the cage of light was extremely hot. He couldn't even touch it. It's no use. The cage of light is filled with divine power. Any impure people who touch it will be burned. Fuck you, impure people. Chen Zhao lost his temper. The cage of light suddenly dimmed under Chen Zhao's furious attacks. However, he couldn't break it. Mr. Chen, there's a sinful fallen which sealed below, Catherine explained seriously. She is the most skilled person in bewitchment. If you stop fighting, I can expel the bewitchment. But if you continue to support that power, you'll sink further and further. Chen Zhao didn't think he'd gotten bewitched. He was still himself. He wouldn't get possessed by anything. He took out the bronze sword and glared at Catherine. Let me ask you one more time. Undo the cage of light, or I'll break it myself and knock your old head off. Seems like you've been completely swayed by the bewitchment. Catherine shook her head. Everyone, support the cage of light. All the witches pointed their wands at the cage. It shone even brighter. Chen Zhao hacked at the bars with his sword, but a strong reverberation almost made the sword fall from his hands. This was already his strongest sword, but the cage of light didn't budge. Mr. Chen, you can't fight against so many witches by yourself. Surrender. Catherine's words couldn't calm him down. Instead, he grew more furious. You'll regret it. Chapter 670, Death of the Witches. Chapter 670, Death of the Witches. Eradicating evil. I won't regret it, Catherine said righteously. Her attitude was firm. The dark shadow beneath Chen Zhao's feet had almost completely disappeared under the strong light. But it would never truly disappear. Like what Samuel had said, where there was light, there was shadow. At the moment, however, the dark shadow had totally retreated underneath Chen Zhao's feet. The dark shadow was entering his body through his feet. That time, the dark shadow was released from Chen Zhao's body. Now it was returning. But it was not the only thing to enter his body. The foundation gem went in too. Under Chen Zhao's control, the foundation gem, along with the dark shadow, flowed into his right arm. Just then, the bronze sword turned black. Chen Zhao lifted the sword again, opening the Eye of Power. Carrying endless fury, Chen Zhao swept the sword out. There was an ear-piercing sound. Everyone felt pain in their ears. Meanwhile, the cage of light was destroyed. All the witches maintaining it vomited a mouthful of blood. Chen Zhao walked out of the cage and toward Catherine. Mr. Chen, you've been bewitched by the words of the fallen. Catherine looked at Chen Zhao. Even if I've already fallen, I still hate being controlled by others. Chen Zhao raised the sword high above his head. Are you ready to die? No, Charlotte screamed. Ignoring Charlotte's cry, Chen Zhao brought the sword down. Catherine collapsed on the ground. Chen Zhao wiped off the blood on the blade. From now on, I am no longer a friend of the Witch Society. Whoever stops me will be my enemy. Nobody stopped or could stop Chen Zhao. Charlotte watched as Chen Zhao disappeared at the end of the path. She did not understand why. Why would this happen? Everything had been good. They were friends. Why would they become irreconcilable enemies in the next second? Chen Zhao was in a terrible mood. He similarly did not like such a quick change from friends to enemies. However, he did not regret that strike. Because of their old friendship, Chen Zhao did not kill the rest. Nevertheless, that friendship was totally gone by now. It began to drizzle. It was not an enjoyable night for anyone. The witches in the Witch Society were divided into two parties. Some of them would like to seek revenge, while others wanted reconciliation. Charlotte listened as the senior witches argued incessantly in the meeting room. She really did not want to be involved in this conflict. At the moment, she was sitting outside the room, staring at the night sky. Suddenly, she heard something. Charlotte, Charlotte. Charlotte searched for the source of the voice. In the darkness, not far away, there was someone. Mage! Charlotte, come here. Dumbfounded, Charlotte walked toward the mage in the rain. Mage, why are you? It's down there. The answer you want is down there. The mage pointed at the library in the distance. What's down there? Everything. Charlotte slowly walked toward the library. In the meeting room of the Witch Society, the few senior witches were still quarreling. You all should know what is below there, but we don't even know if that person has been bewitched. It's the mage's own claim. The mage has no reason to lie. No, she does, one of the witches said. What if she's the one who had been bewitched? Impossible. She's the mage. Her mind can't fall that easily. The mage's favorite granddaughter died a year ago. She died to the grandfather, another witch said. She had been constantly saying, why didn't Mr. Chen appear earlier? We all know that something can take advantage of those who have lost control of their emotions. So I have all the reasons to believe that the mage had been bewitched. She wanted to create a war between the Witch Society and Mr. Chen. That's why she incited that conflict. Now that the mage is dead, you can guess whatever you want. Would you dare to say that when she was alive? I'm not guessing. I'm stating a fact, the witch said. Anyway, I can't agree to such a meaningless war, especially when our enemy should have been our friend. He killed the mage. He's our friend no more. The mage cannot die for nothing. We must guard our honor as witches. We must make the murderer pay. The mage caused all of this in the first place. The conflict shouldn't have happened. So the mage died for nothing? Anyway, I won't go and kill myself, nor will my students. If you're so eager to die, go yourself. The witches who wanted revenge were in a difficult position too. If they could work together, they might stand a chance against Chen Zhao. But now, they were not even united, so they could forget about revenge. Chen Zhao had eliminated the evil spirit society by himself. After all, just now, so many witches tried to bind him, but he still broke free. He even severed the mage's head in the end. They were not confident in a revenge plan in the first place. Now, half of them would not even cooperate. Suddenly, Cindy ran in panicked. Help! Help! What's wrong? Can't you see we're having a meeting? Be quiet. Ms. Newman's sister Charlotte went to the library. And then, what? Why did Charlotte go to the library now? Then what? Then she jumped down from the top. All the witches gasped, making their way to the library. The senior witches all knew what was hidden below the library. But something like this happened at such a critical moment. When they rushed to the bottom of the library, they saw a pool of blood on the floor, but Charlotte was nowhere to be seen. It was more than 20 meters from the entrance of the library. Even a witch could not survive that fall. But where was Charlotte? Where did she go? Suddenly, something poured down from the top. What's that? It's gasoline. The witches lifted their heads and saw Charlotte and Cindy looking at them from above. However, there was a strange smile on their faces. Charlotte, Cindy, what are you doing? A cruel smile appeared on Charlotte's face, a match to light it up. Immediately, the library became a furnace. The witches' screams echoed from the bottom. Chapter 671, I don't find trouble, trouble finds me. Chapter 671, I don't find trouble, trouble finds me. Chen, what's wrong? You look depressed. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao on the bed. Usually, when she got up, Chen Zhao would get up too, or pull her down for more. I hate rainy days, Chen Zhao said weakly. Let me sleep a bit longer. Okay, I'll prepare breakfast for you, and then go see if the kids are up. The rain was a bit heavy, so it seemed that they couldn't go out to play today. Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma stood in the yard and howled to the sky. They knew that they couldn't go play on rainy days. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhao finally got out of bed. After washing up, he sat under the roof with Princess and the others, watching the pouring rain. Instead of stopping, the rain got harder. Fei Lai handed him a glass of milk. Chen, the weather forecast didn't say there would be such big rain today. Coastal cities are like this, Chen Zhao replied helplessly. Even weather forecasts can't be completely accurate. Because of the storm, the beach was flooded and the waves were bigger than before too. Thankfully, their house was on higher land, so the waves couldn't flood it. Chen Zhao held the key and kept looking at it. Should he try and pour mana into it? He tried, but there was no reaction. It seemed that it had nothing to do with mana. Just then, Chen Zhao heard frantic pounding on the door. He was too lazy to get up, so Fei Lai went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a drenched and frail girl ran in. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Chen Zhao looked. The baby-faced girl had left quite an impression on him. Alice, why are you here? I'm enemies with the Witch Society now. Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Fei Lai was confused. Wasn't Chen Zhao still flirting with the Witch Society a few days ago? How come they were suddenly enemies now? Mr. Chen, help me. Save me. I have nothing to do with you and won't help you do anything else. Go back to wherever you came from. Don't try to find trouble for yourself. Chen, it's raining so hard outside. What do you want her to go to? Oh, then take an umbrella and go. Just then, a few blurry figures appeared in the rain. Alice grew even more terrified. They're here. They're here. They're here to capture me. Chen Zhao looked at the people in the rain. He couldn't tell who they were. They stopped a few dozen meters away, not approaching the house. Who are they? They're not people, not people. Chen Zhao couldn't understand what kind of shock Alice had gotten. Chen, I'll go make them leave, Fei Lai said. Don't go. Chen Zhao held on to Fei Lai. The figures in the rain made him uncomfortable. We're not coming to New York again, Chen Zhao said unhappily. Trouble hasn't stopped since our first day here. It's obviously you causing trouble. Fei Lai glared at him. You cause trouble wherever you go. What does it have to do with New York? Fine, whatever you say. Zhao touched his nose. It indeed seemed that it was him causing trouble most of the time. Go be with the kids. What about her? Drive her away when the rain stops. Fei Lai rolled her eyes. Zhao spoke harshly but was soft inside. After Fei Lai left, Zhao walked into the rain, going toward the people. The figures seemed to be women, probably from the Witch Society. Was Alice getting chased by the Witch Society? But she was part of them. Zhao felt conflicted. This is my territory. If you don't want to die. But when he saw the 4 witches clearly, he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Fuck, what is this? How come these witches look completely messed up? The witches moved, but their movements weren't like regular people at all. Their limbs were twisted, and their fingernails were extremely sharp, too. Zhao kicked one aside, and she snapped in half. Fuck, I didn't even use power. Black blood flowed out of the broken, which at the breaking point. It flooded under the feet of the 3 other witches and seemed to get absorbed by them. Zhao didn't waste time talking. They seemed to have gotten possessed. He took care of them easily. Now black blood flowed out of them again, streaming toward Zhao. His mouth of gluttony got an appetite again. But before it could be activated, Raymond wriggled over and sucked the blood away in one breath. Raymond, what is that? Is it edible? The blood of the mutant god, Raymond said. They were possessed by mutants. Should be their corpses, Raymond said. These witches were already turned into corpses. As expected, it was more trouble. After returning to the house, Fei Lai looked at him. The people left. No, I took care of them. You killed them. No, they were already dead. Zhao looked at the terrified Alice. Tell me, what happened? Before she could speak, she started sobbing. Fei Lai was kind. Seeing a young girl like Alice cry, she immediately went over to comfort her. Dear, stop crying. Tell me what happened. They're dead. They're all dead. Alice sobbed while wiping at her runny nose and tears. Who's dead? Zhao had a bad feeling. The Witch Society are all dead. They were tricked into the library, and Charlotte and Cindy set them on fire. As Alice spoke, she shuddered and grabbed her hair frantically. Fire, big fire. Everyone screamed. Teacher Michelle, Farah. They were all screaming in the library. Alice was honestly traumatized. Zhao's expression hardened. You said that Charlotte and Cindy set the fire. Yeah, I was hiding on the side. Why did they do that? They weren't them anymore. What do you mean? Zhao's heart jumped. They were controlled by the thing under the library. No, the thing invaded their bodies. How do you know? Why were they chasing after you? I'm Michelle's student. She gave me a book before with a sealing spell. It's used to seal that thing. See, Fei Lai, I don't go searching for trouble. Trouble finds me. Chapter 672. I hate the rain not because of bad memories. Chapter 672. I hate the rain not because of bad memories. What exactly is hidden below that library? Not hidden, it's sealed, Alice said. That thing has already been sealed for 200 years. Nobody knows what exactly it is. Zhao snorted. Well, long history. How long was New York's history? How long was America's history? This thing alone had been sealed for 200 years already. Fei Lai listened to them at the side. She was rather interested in these things. Nevertheless, she knew that Zhao would have to take risks again. Fighting ancient existences seemed to be his mission. Fei Lai worried about Zhao's safety. Of course, Zhao would not admit that it was his mission. It was just trouble knocking on his door. What could he even do now? Push Alice into the rain, and then lock the door. If he really did that, Fei Lai would despise him for life. Zhao was really not scared of fighting. In the last half year, he had met all kinds of monsters. A 200-year-old monster might not necessarily be hard to deal with. Nonetheless, the powerful Witch Society had actually been burned down. This was something Zhao did not expect. Out of so many witches, was there none who knew elemental magic? They could have saved the situation by casting water spells. Since a few years ago, the seal in the library has been unstable. Every once in a while, a witch would be bewitched by the power that had escaped. Every single witch who had contacted that thing became fallen witches, Alice said. How do I tell if a witch has been bewitched? For example, how do I know that you haven't been bewitched and are not here to deceive me? I can't prove it, Alice answered. Then where's the magic book you were talking about? Let me take a look. Alice looked at Chen Zhao. After hesitating for a while, she untied her hair. Can I have a pair of scissors? Why? Cut my hair. Cut your hair? Here? Are you very free? Fei Lai gave Alice a pair of scissors. Alice pulled her hair forward and cut some of it. She piled the hair together. Then, she snapped her fingers and the hair started to burn. In the ashes, a magic book slowly appeared. What spell is this? You have a Chinese saying, one's body, hair, and skin are all received from one's parents. My teacher hid the magic book in my bloodline, Alice said. Chen Zhao took the magic book from the fire and flipped through it. He saw the sealing spell that Catherine had cast on him yesterday, the Cage of Light. There were many other seals of various kinds. Some were complicated, while others were simple. Furthermore, some of the seals would work on Chen Zhao. This alerted Chen Zhao. He was not invincible yet. He still had to keep a low profile in the future. If someone really wanted to deal with him, they could still find ways. Which is the seal used to seal that thing? This one. Alice pointed at a symbol. Seal of the Star Spirits. Chen Zhao could understand most of the seals here. But this particular one was quite complicated. He believed that the spell used star positions as guidance. This spell is activated using the position of the Big Dipper. 7 sorcerers are needed to cast it. 7 people? Then go and find the Sorcerer Society. The Sorcerer Society has been wiped out too. What? Charlotte and Cindy attacked the Sorcerer Society last night. All of their members were killed. Is the Sorcerer Society that weak? Charlotte and Cindy eliminated all of them by themselves? The Sorcerer Society wasn't strong in the first place. Also, Charlotte and Cindy have become very powerful. They're even almost as powerful as the mage. What do they want? Or rather, what does that thing want? I don't know. Forget it. Maybe that thing will only come out after the rain stops. Rain is really terrible. Fei Lai brought Alice to change her clothes. Although Alice had been extremely frightened earlier, she felt safe in Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao was the only one she knew who could protect her. The rain in New York grew heavier. Some places were already flooded. There was news about places affected by the heavy rain. Chen Zhao realized that the sea level had risen significantly again. While the mansion was still a few meters above the sea level, if it continued to rise, seawater would eventually pour into the house. Chen, will seawater come into the house? Nope. Even if it continues to rain at this intensity, it'll take half a day for water to enter the house. Then the rain grew even heavier. In the afternoon, the water finally reached the height of the house. The entire New York had become a disaster area. There was flooding everywhere. Chen Zhao and the rest had no choice but to go to the second floor. That's why I hate rain. I on the balcony. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai watched the downpour. Chen, I feel like the rain is abnormal. Do you think it could be magic? Fei Lai did not know much about supernatural things. It was merely her instinct. Dunno, I hope it's not. Chen Zhao stared at the cloudburst. I hate going out during the rain. Hopefully, that sealed thing would stay put. Do you hate the rain that much? Yes, very much, Chen Zhao said. Did you have any bad memories when it was raining? Fei Lai, stop reading all those novels. It's not that complicated. I just hate it. Fei Lai rested her head on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Even though seawater had rushed in and flooded the first floor, she still felt safe. It was as though she would never panic when this man was around. What Chen Zhao could not accept was that the electricity had still not been cut off. The first floor had been flooded, but the electricity was still running. Were the managers of high-end communities all so fearless? What would happen if a resident was electrocuted? According to American law, if a resident got an electric shock in such a situation, they would almost surely be able to sue the management. All the television channels were broadcasting about the sudden rainstorm. There had been no warning. Nobody knew when it would stop. Many people were trapped by the rain and waiting for rescue. In some streets, even the second floors were flooded. The advanced sewer system was probably dead by now. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's situation was not that bad. After all, they were along the coast, and the water had just entered the first floor. However, they still might face the most dangerous situation. Any strong wind might create giant sea waves. Chapter 673, An Accomplishment Less than $100 million. Chapter 673, An Accomplishment Less than $100 million. Chen, don't you feel like this is really heartwarming? Chen Zhao couldn't understand Fei Lai's mind. But when a woman thought something was romantic, a man couldn't ruin the mood. Yes, heartwarming. Unfortunately, there was also a little girl in their room. He wanted to keep Alice outside with Princess and the others. Unfortunately, Alice was too scared. Princess's sneeze could make her scream. As for Abido's, he had a face that just screamed, "I'm not nice." Perhaps this kind of happiness was out of comparison. The TV showed how people were going through the catastrophe while they were in peace. Chen, do you hear that? Yeah, someone screaming for help. Not only did Chen Zhao hear it, but he also saw that someone was swept into the sea. That's House. Fei Lai looked at him. What should we do? House was currently hugging a sofa, but the waves kept crashing on him. What could Chen Zhao do? He couldn't just watch someone die, right? I'll be back. Be careful. Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. Amon is nearby. Hearing that, Fei Lai was reassured. Chen Zhao jumped down from the balcony. The sea was right under him. Anyway, he wouldn't hurt himself from a fall. He swam toward House. When House saw Chen Zhao coming, he started screaming even more loudly. Shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll leave. House stopped screaming. Chen Zhao went to him and said, Grab my shoulder. Mr. Chen, thank you. Save your breath. House destroyed the great atmosphere, and Chen Zhao was pissed. When he brought House to land, Chen Zhao's living room was already knee-deep in water. Don't touch the sockets. You might get shocked. It's okay, House explained. The sockets in the community are separate. It short circuits automatically. No wonder there was still electricity. They weren't afraid of leakages. Chen Zhao didn't understand what separate meant here, but it must be pretty fancy. Just then, Chen Zhao and House heard a scream. It wasn't an adult scream. It was a child's. Many children. Fuck. Chen Zhao saw a school bus get washed away in the distance. This was the beach, so the water in the city all flowed toward the sea. The current was extremely fast, too. The school bus was stuck at the edge and was about to tip into the sea. There were many children on the bus. Right then, another wave came crashing onto the bus. It immediately toppled into what had been the beach. It used to be the beach, but due to the geography, the seawater was already above the dam. The water now was at least 3 to 4 meters deep. All of you go save them, Chen Zhao yelled. You stay out of it. Princess Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, Snow White, and even Abidos jumped into the water. Chen Zhao dove into the water, and Pride opened the protective barrier on the window. There was one adult and many kids inside the bus. The adult must be the teacher, but she could barely help herself right now. When Chen Zhao was in the water, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned to see Fei Lai. He forgot that Fei Lai was a member of the coastal rescue team. She would never be able to just watch a situation like this. Chen Zhao gestured at her. I'll go in. You help outside. Fei Lai understood. They'd never communicated with hand gestures before, but they had great chemistry in times like this. Chen Zhao dove into the car and pulled out 2 kids. Fei Lai took them immediately, placing them in the shallow water. Abidos and Princess immediately dragged them into the second floor. They weren't good swimmers, so they couldn't really help down there. They were far from as experienced as Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter, or even Snow White. Soon, the 4 appeared out of the water, each with a kid in their mouths. Chen Zhao brought 2 more kids onto land. House was on the receiving side, too. The dozen kids and the adult were all rescued. Cough, cough. The teacher sat on the floor and kept coughing. Just then, she'd thought that she was dead meat. Who would have known that just as her soul was going to heaven, such a strange rescue team appeared? Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were giving CPR to the kids who'd swallowed water. Both of them were quite experienced in this. Chen, look at this girl. She's not waking up. He immediately went over to check. He applied a bit of force on the girl's chest and pushed her down. She spat out water with a whoosh and woke up. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao's figure. Right now, she felt that it was so great to have Chen Zhao by her side. "Sir, thank you for saving us. Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, you can't help. Go take care of the kids that have woken up." Fei Lai stopped her. The teacher was beautiful and completely drenched. She looked extremely mesmerizing. As soon as she'd gotten out of the water, her eyes had been trained on Chen Zhao. This made Fei Lai put her guard up, so she had to guard her property. The teacher went to another room. There, she saw that the kids who'd been threatened with death had now all recovered. They jumped around the huge beasts next to them. These beasts usually gave off a dangerous aura, even in the zoo. But right now, the kids were all around the animals and even climbing onto them. The most terrifying one to the teacher was that incredibly huge bear. This bear was probably heavier than all the kids put together. It looked like a sprawling hill. There was also a red lizard that was also impossibly huge. However, she knew that these beasts had helped with the rescue and had done well too. At least, they'd done better than her. She leaned against the doorframe and looked at the man saving people in the other room. The teacher vaguely remembered the strong and broad chest in the water and the muscular arms hugging her tightly as he swam through the water with one arm. Because the rescue had been timely and lasted less than 5 minutes, the kids weren't in much danger. They only had to force out the water and check if there were accumulated water in their lungs. If water was accumulated in their lungs, it would be more annoying. For others, like choking or occlusive suffocation, Fei Lai could take care of it by themselves. It was Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's first time working together to save people. When all the kids were safe, they hugged each other. The feeling of accomplishment was a strange thing. Even making $10 million wouldn't make him feel as accomplished as saving all these kids. But maybe $100 million. Chapter 674, Barbecue and Beer Before Battle. Chapter 674, Barbecue and Beer Before Battle. It was still raining, and the water level was still rising. At the moment, the water had already reached the stairs to the second floor. There was no way down. Furthermore, the sky was darkening. Before this, they had already called for rescue. However, the entire New York was struck by the disaster. It was unlikely that someone would come to save them. The kids were kept in a room with the animals, where they could continue playing. On the other hand, the few adults gathered in a circle, thinking of a plan. "Chen, we can't stay here. If the water continues to rise, we won't even have a place to stand," Fei Lai said, worried. If it was a few hours ago, they might still be able to evacuate. However, after they had saved all those kids, evacuation was no longer viable. None of them could guarantee that the kids would not be washed away by the torrents. If some of them are washed away, should they save them? If they chose to save, more children would be in danger. Or should they watch the kids drown before them? The few adults were not that cruel. Even Houseman could not do that. Moreover, it was already dark, and the water was rising at an astonishing rate. All their escape routes had been cut off. Once the water reached the second floor, they would not even have a place to stand. Of course, that alone would only make them more tired. But the sea waves were slapping against the mansion. The situation was not looking good. If something happened to the house, Chen Zhao would undoubtedly save Fei Lai first and then grab 2 kids if he could. There was no way he would ignore Fei Lai and save the kids first. Chen Zhao would love to save people, but only if they were within his reach. "I have a solution," Houseman suddenly said. "What?" Everyone looked at him. "I have a yacht at the dock," Houseman said. "It's big enough, and there's food inside." "Where's the dock?" Chen Zhao asked. "That direction, about 2 kilometers," Houseman said. "How do I activate it? A key or password?" "Key, but it's in the yacht." "Mr. Chen, it's completely dark outside. The storm is too strong, and the waves are too rapid. It's 2 kilometers away from the dock. You won't survive outside there." The female teacher looked at Chen Zhao, worried. Fei Lai did not speak, and instead looked at Chen Zhao in silence. "Go if you're confident." "Yup." Chen Zhao changed into his swimming trunks and jumped into the water from the balcony. The teacher rushed to the balcony, but Chen Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Ms. Fei Lai, do you know how dangerous it is for him? Fei Lai stared at the night sky in silence. Ms. Fei Lai, did you hear me? The teacher shouted anxiously. Shut up. He's my man, Fei Lai finally scolded. If I think that he's in danger, I'll stop him before you do. But the teacher was clearly displeased. I know him better than you. Fei Lai was similarly worried, but she would not show it. Of course, Fei Lai also had more confidence in Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao would swim a few kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers, in Mirror Lake every day. He was more resistant to poor weather and strong currents. Of course, the most important reason was that Amon was not far away. 10 minutes, 20, 30. Finally, a beam of light appeared above the water. Chen Zhao was back. The yacht stopped before the house. Fei Lai immediately jumped before Chen Zhao in excitement, hugging him warmly. The teacher remained quiet, her face filled with envy. Suddenly, Fei Lai touched something sticky on Chen Zhao's back. When she withdrew her hand, she realized that it was blood. There was a wound on Chen Zhao's back. Chen, what happened? Accidentally crashed into something, Chen Zhao said. Board the yacht. When the kids all boarded the yacht, Chen Zhao, however, jumped down from it. Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you coming with us? I have something important. Drive the ship out to sea. Amon will be following you. You'll be very safe, Chen Zhao said. The rainstorm would cost New York a few billions. Of course, that was not Chen Zhao's business. Whether it was a few billion or tens of billions, Chen Zhao would not receive a single penny. The problem was that Thing was actually actively looking for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could not avoid it even if he wanted to. Staying with Fei Lai would only place her in a dangerous spot. Therefore, he had to separate from her. Chen, don't take the risk. Let's leave together. Chen Zhao shook his head. Don't worry. I'll go and find you later. Mr. Chen, why are you staying here? The teacher asked, confused. To think about life. In the end, Chen Zhao still watched the yacht disappear on the sea. Then, he began to eat and drink all he could. He had just swum 2 kilometers and had a fight, which was rather exhausting. Water started to seep into the room. The water level had risen again. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard some noise. 4 people broke through the roof and landed in the room. Chen Zhao and the 4 people stared at each other. At the moment, Chen Zhao was holding a piece of roast meat in one hand and a can of beer in the other. Captain, is he? Nope. The star compass is unresponsive. But why would the star compass point at this house just now? Maybe that thing is roaming around here. Are you here to fight? Chen Zhao had no idea who the 4 people were. Were they controlled by that thing? It did not look like the case. No, we lost our way, the leader said. Chen Zhao lifted his head to look at the broken ceiling. They were lost? It was the first time Chen Zhao heard such a refined excuse. The 4 looked at mercenaries. They had steel helmets, camo jackets, and bulletproof vests. They were holding automatic rifles, which seemed to have undergone modifications. I'm hungry too. Give me some food. That's the last piece. Chen Zhao stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed a bit. There's still some beer. Without being over-polite, the 4 grabbed the beer and started drinking. Who are you going to fight? No one. We're really lost. Why are you eating and drinking alone here? Can't you tell that I'm trapped here? When you came, I thought you're here to rescue me. This room will be flooded soon. You should consider climbing to the rooftop. We're not here to save people. Chapter 675, Thoughts Turn Strange After Getting Rained On. Chapter 675, Thoughts Turn Strange After Getting Rained On. By now, the water on the 2nd floor was already past one's knees. Chen Zhao still didn't figure out who these 4 people were. But from their conversations, he figured out their relationships. The man in his 30s with an unshaven face was the leader. His name was Warrencom. The other 2 men and 1 woman were respectively Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna. Hey, Asian. Warrencom looked at Chen Zhao. You really not running? Can you please enlighten me where I can run to? Chen Zhao asked helplessly. Oh yeah, there's nowhere to run to. but this place might get really dangerous later. It's okay, Zhao said. I'm not a good swimmer. I need to eat and drink my fill so I have the strength to swim. Yina studied him. Didn't your swim teacher tell you that you can't drink before swimming? Don't you know? My swimming pool is always filled with beer. I swim in beer every day. You didn't have to pay to bullshit, so Zhao would say whatever he wanted. The dangers won't only be this downpour, Warrencom said. By the way, do you work for the government? Zhao asked curiously. To be honest, he couldn't figure out the background of these 4 people. They were dressed like soldiers, but they seemed to know what would happen next. Some of their equipment seemed like magic tools, too. Take the star compass that they mentioned, for example. Wasn't that the compass that Chinese people used to check the feng shui? We're private forces, Warrencom said. Why isn't it here yet? Zhao thought. Didn't that thing attack him earlier? How come it wasn't coming again? He didn't have anything to talk to with these 4 people. Sitting in the water wasn't comfortable either. Ugh, let's go sit on the roof. Zhao climbed onto the roof, but it was even worse. The rain poured down and the wind blew crazily. As expected, coming to New York for vacation was a complete mistake. Zhao was extremely bored. He held onto the key. Perhaps the rain could help clear his mind. Indeed, he thought of a solution. I'll try my blood. Maybe it's like those story plots where it only responds to blood. He dripped a drop of blood onto the key, but it was useless. As expected, he thought too much. Could it be edible? Zhao stuck his tongue out and licked it. No reaction. He put it in his mouth and chewed. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck close to him. He had a fright. Cough, cough, and he swallowed the key. Oh no, the rain really messed up his brain. What did he even do? Why did he do something that only idiots did? He wanted to spit out the key, but it was already in his stomach. Fuck, how did he do something so stupid? Would the key get eaten away by his stomach acid? Or would it last until he went to a hospital and did surgery on himself? He wasn't really sure what the key was for, but it was definitely important. Oh, drink alcohol. Drink more alcohol. And vomit it out. Zhao took out a lot of alcohol and started pouring it into his mouth. This was just regular alcohol. If it was daydream, then he'd probably be dead before he could even throw up. Right then, the 4 people climbed up too. Wow, you have so many drinks up here. The 4 didn't act mannered and came over to share with Zhao. Where did you hide it? Yeah, where did you get all this alcohol? Your hands were empty when you climbed up here. Did you hide it on the roof? Zhao rolled his eyes. It floated over, and I just fished it out. Ah, I see. Zhao studied the 4. Are you guys going to fight someone? Is it really okay to drink so much? Totally fine, Warrencom said. You know, when I was little, my mom put beer inside my milk bottle. We use liquor to water our fields, Hawkinson said. Each of them was completely shameless when bragging. All of them had great appetites, including Yina. They all finished a can of beer in one breath, crumpled up the can, and tossed it into the water. After drinking a dozen cans, Zhao didn't feel like throwing up, but he got a different feeling. He glanced at Yina. Lady, please look away. I think I need it too, Warrencom said, getting up. The 4 men stood in a row and pissed down the roof. Yina didn't get shy at all. She probably spent too much time with guys. Oh, the 4 men shook and felt much better. Suddenly, a beam of water suddenly exploded before them. Warrencom, Hawkinson, and Hatcher reacted lightning fast. A fancy laser shield rose up before them immediately. Zhao also reacted, but he had nothing to shield with other than his hands. The water pillar was very strong. It hit Zhao square in the chest. He was forced more than 20 meters into the air and landed on the roof with a plop. The roof was smashed through, and he fell into the water inside the house. He didn't really get injured from the crash, but it still hurt to fall from more than 20 meters above. He felt something break inside him when the water hit him. The key? Did it just break inside his stomach? Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. It was like something was brewing inside him. On the roof, Warrencom and the others had uncomfortable expressions. Zhao wasn't their friend, but they were at least drinking buddies. No one thought the attack would be so sudden. They didn't even have a chance to help, and Zhao was already killed. Through the rain, they saw a figure walk on the water. It was a woman. Hair frazzled, she stared at the 4 people on the roof. Cindy. She was here. Warrencom took out a device and scanned Cindy. Identity confirmed. Original name, Cindy. 19 years old, fallen. The target is extremely dangerous, and her magic has mutated. Maybe water elemental. There's water everywhere, Yuna said. If we have to fight a water witch, it'll be so problematic. Change the bullets to penetration bombs, Warrencom said. The 4 changed their bullets and aimed at Cindy. Fire. Red dots shot out of their weapons. When the red dots landed on the water, waves sprayed immediately. But then Cindy suddenly sank into the water. All of the bullets missed the target. The next moment, a huge wave lifted over the sea. The 4 widened their eyes, watching the overwhelming wave crash down at them. Fuck, how can we even fight? Chapter 676, Chen Zhao played to death. Chapter 676, Chen Zhao played to death. Bang! The huge wave swept past, and the entire roof was washed away. The 4 people jumped into the water immediately, opening their shields in the meantime. The wave looked fierce, but it did not hurt them much. The 4 people resurfaced. Fighting in water could really put them at a disadvantage. Cindy stood on the water again and opened her arms. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared beside the 4. They swam with all their might, attempting to escape the force. However, the whirlpool was too strong. They could not resist the attraction at all. Just then, they saw a figure floating toward the center of the whirlpool. It looked like a corpse, but when it floated past Warrencom, he realized that it was Chen Zhao. He discovered that Chen Zhao was still conscious. At least his eyes were open. Warrencom grabbed Chen Zhao. Chen, you're still alive? Yeah? Why would you think I'm dead? Are you injured? Can you not move? No, I'm just saving my energy. So tired. Really want to take a nap. Warrencom did not notice any injuries on Chen Zhao's body. He was surprised at how lucky this Asian was. He had actually survived falling onto the roof from such a great height. Moreover, he was not killed by the huge wave. If you don't want to die, swim now. You'll be dead for sure if you're sucked into the whirlpool. Warrencom was exhausted at the moment. It was strenuous to swim by himself, not to mention pulling Chen Zhao. Suddenly, Warrencom felt his wrist grabbed by Chen Zhao. Then, he was pulled into the water. Let go of me. Chen Zhao grabbed Warrencom and swam toward the house. He was diving underwater instead of swimming on the surface. Suddenly, however, Cindy blocked his path. Chen Zhao stopped and stared at her. Using this opportunity, Warrencom quickly surfaced and panted loudly. He had almost drowned. That bastard. He almost killed me. Suddenly, there was a big splash of water. Chen Zhao was blasted out of the water and flew a dozen meters away. He's dead now, right? Warrencom thought. The fallen were really hard to deal with. Just when he thought that Chen Zhao was dead for certain, Chen Zhao re-emerged and tread in the water. What tough guy. Even that couldn't kill him. Then, the water exploded and Chen Zhao flew into the air again. Just like this, Chen Zhao would be blown into the air every time, but he would be vigorously treading water in the next moment. By then, Warrencom was already on the rooftop of a mansion, looking at Chen Zhao in amusement. Is he made of iron? Can he not die? Just then, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna also reached the rooftop. What's with that guy? That fallen has been attacking just him. Dunno. Are they enemies? Chen Zhao was depressed. He could not even fight back in the water. But Cindy's attacks were really too weak for him. Every blast was like a child tapping him. Chen Zhao resurfaced. Cindy, how about you cast your ultimate? Do you enjoy making fun of me like this? Chen Zhao was very depressed, but Cindy was more depressed. She also wanted to kill Chen Zhao as soon as possible, but she just could not. Chen Zhao's resistance was too high. Having attacked him for so long, she was tired too. Although she had turned into a fallen, her magical power was still limited. She was stronger than before, but that did not mean she had infinite mana. Chen Zhao felt uncomfortable. He felt like something was about to explode in him. It was so close, and yet so far. Just then, Chen Zhao felt his feet sink. Something had seized his legs and was pulling him down. Chen Zhao obviously struggled, but the force was pretty big. Without any support, Chen Zhao could not use most of his strength. Cindy was controlling the water flow. She had learned from her mistake. Even if she were to continue attacking, Chen Zhao might not get hurt. Since she could not kill him directly, she could try drowning him. Fuck, did that thing make her more vicious too? Am I going to die in such a silly way? Warrencom and the other three looked anxious. They saw Chen Zhao struggling in the water. They knew that he was in trouble, but they did not have the courage to jump into the water again. Cindy was too dangerous in the water. They could not fight back at all. Chen Zhao could hold his breath for a long time, but it was still finite. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. The four people saw Chen Zhao struggling for over 10 minutes. Finally, he lay on the surface, motionless. He's finally dead. Nobody can beat her in such an environment. Cindy also heaved a long sigh. She had finally killed this troublesome guy. Although she had fallen, she still had her memories. She knew how terrifying Chen Zhao was. He was far more deadly than the other four. Even now, there was no way she could beat Chen Zhao in a straight fight. Hence, she had not given Chen Zhao any chance to be near her. She had been controlling the water to create trouble for Chen Zhao. From her feeling in the water, she could sense that Chen Zhao's body had already ceased functioning. His heart and blood flow had all stopped. She had spent most of her magical power to kill Chen Zhao with water. It was not hard to imagine how quickly she would die if Chen Zhao had a chance to counterattack. Now, she could finally deal with the four weaklings in peace. Warrencom, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna looked even more troubled. Suddenly, the rain stopped. The four were first stunned. The rain stopped. No, the rain did not stop. Like the scene in Now You See Me Too, all the raindrops were floating in the air. The four people's expressions changed drastically. Warrencom shouted, "Shield!" The four opened their shields at the same time. The next instant, all the raindrops shot toward them. The roof they were on practically became a sieve. There were alarming holes all over the place. The four were still holding on, protected by their shields. However, their shields would not last forever. In addition, the roof would be destroyed very soon. They would be in the water again. Once that happened, they would be in a greater predicament. Suddenly, the limbs of Chen Zhao, who had been lying on water, moved slightly. Chapter 677. Amazing Concept, Terrible Abilities. Chapter 677. Amazing Concept, Terrible Abilities. Cindy turned hurriedly and stared at Chen Zhao's corpse. This also gave Warrencom's group time to breathe. They were all confused why Cindy suddenly stopped attacking. To her, Warrencom's group was nothing. But she had a deep understanding of how terrifying Chen Zhao was. He was her true worry. Finally, Chen Zhao raised his head subtly. I'm just playing dead. Can you not keep staring at me? Everyone was speechless. Do you have to be so into playing dead? Cindy could accept this even less. She drowned Chen Zhao for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't kill him. To be honest, Chen Zhao was confused why he didn't drown to death either. But dying or not wasn't the point. The point was that he discovered he could breathe underwater. This was a surprising and critical discovery. He didn't have to be afraid of drowning anymore. At least, he knew that he definitely couldn't do this before. As for why he suddenly could, it was probably related to eating that key. He'd have to taste the other keys later. But he was still quite disappointed. He thought that the key had some great concept, but in the end, it just gave him some fish ability. It was so stupid. Cindy was furious. She felt like she'd gotten played. Go die. In that instant, the millions of rain droplets shot at Chen Zhao. Pitter-patter. Chen Zhao felt that his skin had thickened a lot. The rain hurt when it hit his skin, but it only hurt. He hurriedly dove into the water, and the rain lost its effect. On the roof, Warrencom and the others were extremely nervous. Chen, Zhao, and Cindy both disappeared from sight. This unsettled them. Boss, can that guy survive? It's hard. The Fallen's water spell is too strong. It's impossible to defeat her here. Warrencom wished that Chen Zhao would win, but logic told him that it was impossible. That Asian doesn't seem to be an average person. He can survive the Fallen's attacks. He's good at taking hits, but it'll only delay his death. Warrencom shook his head. If he didn't get discovered to be playing dead and worked with us to attack the Fallen secretly, there might have been a chance for success. But now that he's been discovered, there's little hope. Underwater, a water current attacked Chen Zhao again, tugging at him. But now, Chen Zhao was able to breathe underwater like fish. Other than controlling his body, the current wasn't very meaningful anymore. He wanted to open his mouth to mock Cindy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, water poured into him. Cough, cough. As expected, he could only breathe with his nose. His mouth couldn't breathe. He'd almost went overboard with showing off again. Cindy realized that Chen Zhao wasn't feeling uncomfortable at all right now. He just went with the flow without struggling. Did he know water spells too? Cindy's expression turned ugly. Her biggest and most powerful weapon was useless against Chen Zhao. Finally, he felt that the water current restraining him weakened. He got ready. It was finally his turn. Pumping in the water, he charged towards Cindy. Cindy was confident that she would be faster than Chen Zhao in the water. Confidence was good, but the thing was, she didn't know enough about Chen Zhao. A ball of dark serum suddenly loomed over her head. Chen Zhao had been tricking Cindy before. He'd put the dark shadow above Cindy's head on the water surface, but Cindy's attention had always been on him. She didn't expect that Chen Zhao's attack would come so suddenly. When the dark shadow enveloped her, everything else would be too late. Chen Zhao grabbed Cindy's neck and dragged her out of the water. Warrencom's group was in disbelief. That guy didn't die. And what was that in his hand? The Fallen. He won? How was that possible? How did he do it? Holding Cindy, Chen Zhao swam to dry land. Oh, being alive is great. Chen Zhao took out a can of beer. Ah, drinking beer after a victory feels so nice. He glanced at Cindy and sprayed beer on her face. Hey, stop playing dead. Cindy opened her eyes. She'd indeed been playing dead. She thought that Chen Zhao would think of their past friendship. As long as he let go, she'd have a chance to escape. But Chen Zhao didn't give her that chance at all. Cindy glared at him. Threaten me. Say something like if I kill you, so-and-so would take revenge for you. Cindy, or you can beg for forgiveness like, Mr. Chen, I was forced to do this. I had no choice. Warrencom. Not that either. I really anticipated this part, though. I might have let you go. Chen Zhao was disappointed. The others looked at him speechlessly. How come this guy couldn't be more serious? Anyway, did you create this storm? Chen Zhao asked. You think I'm that strong? Cindy replied. Right, you're just a little shrimp. I overestimated you. Chen Zhao shook his head. She's yours. Mr. Chen, how about you just kill her? Look, I have a bottom line too. First, she's a little girl. Second, you can say we were acquaintances before. I can't do it, Chen Zhao said. You guys don't look like good people, so you should be able to do this without feeling bad, right? You're the bad guy. And we even wanted to save you at first. Shove a bomb into her mouth. She'll die even if she's made of steel. Fear showed on Cindy's face. When Warrencom's group looked at Chen Zhao, it was like staring at a demon. He said he was a good person and had a bottom line, but his solution was so cruel. Anyway, can the Fallen recover their senses? Chen Zhao asked. Everyone stared at him. Wasn't it too late to ask this critical question? Technically, killing the source of the Fallen can deactivate their Fallen mindset. I see. Looks like you don't have to die, Cindy. Happy? Cindy turned her head without speaking. But bringing her along is like dead weight, Warrencom said. Right? Then let's just kill her. Warrencom was honestly speechless. Was this guy a true demon? If he was a good guy, shouldn't he say, no matter what, I'll help you take care of her? Okay, I was just kidding. Chen Zhao chuckled. Come, open your mouth. Not caring if Cindy was willing or not, He clenched her chin, and the dark serum flowed into her mouth. Chapter 678. I'll leave the task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Chapter 678. I'll leave the task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Zhao let go of Cindy. Immediately, she turned around and jumped into the water. Catch her, Warrencom shouted. But it was too late. Cindy kicked and disappeared in the water. She's fast, Zhao exclaimed, looking at the water. Mr. Chen, why were you so careless? You know her abilities and still released her. If I say that my hand slipped, would you believe me? Everyone looked at Zhao with a, do you think I'm an idiot expression. Fine, none of you would believe me. Even I don't believe myself. Zhao's perfunctory behavior made everyone helpless. Zhao had caught Cindy. After all, if Zhao was not there, they would probably have died by now. Mr. Chen, are you a wizard? You too? Nope, Warrencom said. No, you think I'm stupid? Zhao was very doubtful. We're Knights Templar, Warrencom said in a serious tone. Goodbye. Zhao had an obvious look in his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? We're being serious, Warrencom said. Our mission is to maintain world peace. So you really do think I'm an idiot? Just then, Warrencom took out a badge. This is the badge of our organization. On the badge, there was a shield with a sword sticking out from it. It looked quite nice. Which manufacturer did you get this from? Whether you believe us or not, we have the same goal, Warrencom said. To kill the source of the fallen. Wrong. Actually, I'm not part of this, Zhao suddenly said solemnly. I was dragged into this. In fact, I believe that you're the Knights Templar and that you maintain world peace. Moreover, I truly respect your belief and courage. Come, let's have a beer. I'll leave the important task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Mr. Chen, we need your help. Warrencom looked at Zhao sincerely. You surely have more people than this. To be honest, Zhao was suspicious of it. Their name, the Knights Templar, sounded amazing. It was obviously a powerful organization. Maintaining world peace was a huge topic too. But how would these four weaklings maintain world peace? We're from the North America Division. We're the first to arrive. How about reinforcement? Zhao asked. A few divisions have responded, but they need time for visas. I would imagine a powerful organization like yours shouldn't have a problem with visas. Rolling his eyes was no longer enough to display Zhao's current mood. Are there not any members who can travel visa-free? Yes, there are, but they're not free. Not free or don't want to come. The problem this time is kind of troublesome. How troublesome? It's disaster level, Warrencom said. In the past 100 years, there had only been 2 disaster-level events. This is the 3rd one. How were the last 2 solved? Sacrifices. Tell me how many people have died. A lot. Be precise. The last one was in 1998. Think a few hundred died. How does the current situation compare to that one? It's weaker this time, Warrencom said. Then what do you think are the odds of us winning? We don't have to attack the fallen source now. We could buy time first. At least wait until the rainstorm stops. All right, do you have a plan? Zhao asked. Nope. I feel like we should wait until the larger team arrives. Just you and I can't win the thing. Warrencom sighed, but millions of people are suffering now. As long as the rain doesn't stop, hundreds of lives will be in danger. Why don't you look at the Middle East first? The Knights Templar do not discuss politics. Fine, to be fair, I'm scared too. Let's stop there. Suddenly, Zhao's phone, which he had hidden in his underwear, rang. Everyone was shocked. Zhao took out his phone. Hi, Feilai, I'm fine. I'm having beer and roast meat at the moment. Just sail around the sea for now. It's dangerous in New York. Zhao had originally wanted to fight the fallen source head-on, but he was rather scared after hearing Warrencom's words. He felt that the situation was worse than he had thought. Just then, a few corpses floated toward them from the city. Everyone was dispirited. Zhao wanted to help, but he was not going to kill himself. He did not think he was that great either. Zhao always believed that even if the sky were to collapse, it would hit the tall ones first. But from who knows when, he had become a tall one. By the way, do you have any secret weapon that can damage the fallen source? Like a nuclear bomb? Mr. Chen, Please don't joke at such time. I wasn't joking. You said how troublesome that thing is. If we go there just like this, we're definitely going to die. We're ready to sacrifice ourselves. Really? Yes. Fuck. Why did I have to meet you? Chen, Zhao cursed. Fine, I'll go with you, but only to bury your corpses. Do not think that I'll actually take the risk. Mr. Chen, thank you. Thank me later. Maybe I'll run away before you know it, Chen Zhao said in frustration. Then let's go. Let's go. For world peace. How do we get there? The 5 people stood on the rooftop, looking at the massive flood. Oh, how did you drop from the sky earlier? Let me call the helicopter, Warrencom said. A few minutes later, the helicopter arrived. Your organization really has a complete set of facilities. You can even call a helicopter. We rented the helicopter. Everyone looked awkward. Chen Zhao was speechless too. They had just killed the conversation. The helicopter headed straight to the Witch Society's HQ. Soon, the party arrived above the Witch Society, which was now totally covered in water. Moreover, because the place was lower than its surrounding, the flooding was especially severe. The group wore the parachutes, but there were only 4. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. Where's my parachute? We'll go down first. Then you lower the helicopter and jump down. Fine. Chen Zhao was speechless. The 4 jumped off the helicopter one after another. Suddenly, however, a large tentacle extended from the water and gripped the helicopter, which was tens of meters in the air. Lower, lower, Chen Zhao roared. However, as the helicopter spun wildly, Chen Zhao was thrown out of it at once. Chapter 679, I have a big trick. Chapter 679, I have a big trick. Earlier, the 5 had cheered each other on in the helicopter. How come they just started the mission and already lost someone? Warrencom's group of 4 landed safely. But seeing Chen Zhao fall from a dozen meters in the sky, they felt that he probably met an unfortunate end. Hurry and go see where Chen Zhao fell. Maybe there's still hope. Everyone swam toward Chen Zhao's direction and saw him floating on the surface. Dead? No. Warrencom hurried over. Does this count as dying before I could even go into war? Chen Zhao wanted to cry. No one would feel happy after falling down from such a height. Thankfully, he'd fallen onto water, so he didn't turn into ground meat. Just then, the water under him moved and a tentacle wrapped around him. It raised him in the air and slammed him into the water. He was knocked harshly from the crash. He experienced the feeling of falling out of the helicopter again. Then the tentacle reached toward him again. If Chen Zhao continued to play dead, he would really die. He immediately took out the bronze sword and swung it. Whoosh! The tentacle was cut and sank into the water. Chen Zhao grabbed a large tree and stood on the branch, waving his sword. Fuck, come on. Come if you dare. Then multiple tentacles reached out of the water. Big, small, long, and short ones spread over the water surface of the entire Witch Society. A ball of flesh appeared in the distance. Charlotte and Cindy stood on it. It's you? You're finally here. The ball didn't have a mouth, but everyone heard its voice. You still remember me, right? I've never been so insulted by someone. I will never forget your insult. Wait, can we be fair here? What did I ever insult you? Did you forget? You requested my image to strip. Do you even forget your own words? Warrencom's group stared at Chen Zhao. It felt like he'd been fed dog shit. Bullcrap. When did I ever say that? Whether you admit it or not, it's the truth. By the way, is your surname Cerrone? Cerrone, do you have a relative called Yag Cerrone? Is he mocking me again? The ball asked. Charlotte and Cindy didn't know what to say, but they had to admit that Chen Zhao was very nonchalant. Maybe you aren't clear about the situation yet, or you think that you could defeat me just because you defeated my servant. The ball controlled all of its tentacles, waving them crazily. Now, I will tear you apart. A tentacle descended from the sky, hacking down at Chen Zhao. He raised his sword and cut off the tentacle with a sound. But the tentacle behind him swept at his back. He flew out. As soon as he landed on the water, another tentacle attacked, crashing down. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from above his head. The tentacle that had attacked Chen Zhao was blasted to bits. Chen Zhao emerged from the water. Warrencom nodded. No need to thank me. Thank your ass. Did you want to kill me too? If not for the fact that an internal fight wasn't suitable now, Chen Zhao really wanted to kill Warrencom. Right then, the cut tentacles grew back. Continue. Let me see when you'll use up all your strength. Everyone's expressions changed. Chen Zhao made a face. This is troublesome. My power cannot be combated by a human. I am a god. Chen Zhao looked at the meatball. Are you some cow that escaped from your owner? Human, are you spouting nonsense again? Chen Zhao studied it. I know a guy who likes to raise things like you. Huh. The meatball scoffed. Go die. The meatball seemed to not care, but its attack was harsher than before. It seemed to really want to kill Chen Zhao now. He danced with his sword, and Warrencom's group kept firing their weapons, shooting out bombs. But both Chen Zhao's sword and their weapons had a limited effect on the meatball. Their rate of killing the tentacles couldn't catch up with the recovery rate. Fuck, it's never-ending. Chen Zhao put all his might in every move. Even he would feel tired. Do you guys have a solution? I'm almost out of ammo. I want you to think of a solution, not to give me bad news. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Do you have a solution? Warrencom's group was speechless. What solution could they have? The tentacles were never-ending. One grew out as soon as it was cut. Even an entire army would probably be wiped out, let alone the few of them. Don't you guys have some hidden card or special trick? Chen Zhao yelled in frustration. No, Warrencom answered in annoyance. He had a fight while dealing with Chen Zhao's mind pollution. Chen Zhao was the type of person who wasn't serious even when fighting. None of you? Chen Zhao asked. Nope, you don't, but I do. Chen Zhao said. Everyone grew spirited. Did this guy have some hidden card? If you do, hurry and take it out. We can't keep up for long. Chen Zhao yelled, and suddenly, there was a layer of dark serum on his blade. The blade expanded multiple times, and he spun in circles. All the surrounding tentacles were sliced off instantly. Everyone was shocked. He was so strong. If Chen Zhao could maintain this status, they might be able to win. But the next moment, Chen Zhao withered. So tiring. As expected, I can't unleash these tricks whenever. What? Nothing more? That's it. It only lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds is already really strong. Don't you see how hard I worked? Fuck you, are you joking with us? Warrencom felt like it was a complete mistake to have Chen Zhao come. This guy barely helped but affected his team greatly. As long as he was here, his teammates couldn't focus on fighting. Chen Zhao was breathless now too. That trick had indeed been a big trick for him. I still have more tricks, he said. Stop kidding us. Spare us those useless tricks. I really do. It can definitely determine the victor. I won't believe you anymore. Doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Watch me. Ultimate Mystery Vomit. Chapter 680, Let Me Die for a While. Chapter 680, Let Me Die for a While. Vomit. Everyone's face darkened. You are really playing us, Warrencom roared. Can't you see the current situation? Suddenly, however, Cindy, who was standing atop the ball, began to vomit. She was vomiting dark serum. The dark serum seeped into the air holes on the ball. Then, the ball of flesh started to roll on the ground, slapping Cindy and Charlotte with one of its tentacles. Consumed by pain, the ball rolled wildly in the water. Warrencom, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna were dumbfounded. This works. They realized that Chen Zhao had deliberately let Cindy go earlier. He had been plotting against the fallen source since that time. At this moment, they finally understood Chen Zhao's intention. It was no wonder he had released Cindy that easily. Nonetheless, the mad ball was even more dangerous. Chen Zhao and the rest frantically dodged the tentacles. At the same time, Chen Zhao had to control the dark serum to destroy the balls inside. Suddenly, Chen Zhao was sent flying by a tentacle. Warrencom and the rest watched as Chen Zhao flew into the air. Then, the ball disappeared into the water. It tried to escape. Warrencom and the rest realized that the ball had retracted all its tentacles. They immediately took out their weapons, ready to blast the ball. Suddenly, however, many corpses floated onto the surface. They were all former members of the Witch Society. With open mouths and ferocious looks, they leaped at the group. Bam, bam, boom. The corpses had no abilities except for the terrifying tentacles extending from their mouths. When their bodies were destroyed, there would be a puddle of black blood. Warrencom and the rest finally eliminated all the corpses. However, the ball had already escaped by then. The group felt relieved, as if the world was renewed. Oh, where's Mr. Chen? Let's quickly find him. The four searched for Chen Zhao and discovered that he was floating on the water. Is he dead? No, absolutely not, Warrencom said. He would never die like this. The group approached Chen Zhao and saw him floating with his eyes open. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Let me die for a while. The fallen source has fled. Do you have a solution? Chen Zhao glanced at Warrencom. Do I look like a god? No. So I can't do anything about it. Can't you control the black liquid? Yes, but there's a range limit. Is there nothing you can do? Nope. The rain stopped, and the dark clouds seemed to have dissipated. Everything was finally over. At least it was over for now. To the residents of New York, the sudden disaster was certainly unforgettable. Wounded, Chen Zhao stood up from the dirty water. Warrencom stared at him with a complicated look. The battle had ended with a miraculous victory. Of course, it was nearly impossible for the five of them to kill the fallen source. Nevertheless, they were very satisfied with the outcome. At least they had managed to stop the fallen source. Cindy and Charlotte had disappeared. As for whether they were still alive, Chen Zhao could not care. Hey, Feilai, it's over. The entire New York was submerged in sorrow. The five walked on the streets just like this. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help. On a street where the water had just receded, a man was about to sexually assault a woman. Chen Zhao walked up and kicked the man into the air. Fuck you. I didn't save the world because of people like you. You killed him. Warrencom looked at Chen Zhao. And then? Are you going to arrest me? No, but if this happens again, can you at least keep him alive? Yuna left a piece of clothing for the woman. They could still hear her crying in the distance. The floodwater retreated quickly. The city had many drains and a complete sewer system. In addition, it was beside the sea. As soon as the sewers were cleared, the water level began to drop rapidly. However, nobody knew how many corpses were washed into the sea. Mr. Chen, what's your plan for now? Have a long sleep. Chen Zhao was extremely exhausted and injured. Of course, the same was true for Warrencom and the rest. No, I mean your plan for the future. Chen Zhao turned to look at Warrencom, after which he turned back. Don't ask me to join the Knights Templar. Don't ask me to maintain world peace. I just want to eat, sleep, and die. I'm not that great, and I don't plan to be the savior. Chen Zhao forced Warrencom to swallow the rest of his sentence. Warrencom glanced at him. We've saved millions of people. Can't you feel your blood boiling with passion? I think internal bleeding might be more appropriate. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao returned to the ruined mansion. Warrencom was still following him. Warrencom still wanted to convince him to join them. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had done nothing other than rolling his eyes. He definitely did not want to experience this again. It was too painful. After the fight, Chen Zhao felt like his bones were about to fall apart. From afar, he already saw Feilai standing on the deck of the yacht. As the yacht neared the beach, Feilai jumped down and ran toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao hugged her, while she reached out to touch his head. Are you very tired? Feilai felt sad. She had never seen Chen Zhao so weak before. He had barely managed to lift her. But she could not help. All she could do was to not make the situation worse for him. Feilai glanced at Warrencom and the rest behind Chen Zhao. Why are they? Temporary teammates, Chen Zhao replied causally. Then, he turned to look at Warrencom. Are you not leaving? Mr. Chen, we're leaving now. Let's drink together again next time. The female teacher looked at Chen Zhao, confused. What exactly did he do last night? Why did he not board the yacht? Chen Zhao seemed to possess a mysterious charm, making her want to explore further. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was not planning to make friends with her. Rich guy. Find us a house, Chen Zhao shouted at houseman. Don't ask anything from me. I saved you last night, so you have to pay back. I'm houseman, not rich guy. Houseman was helpless. Chen Zhao had saved him for the second time. Therefore, he was not in any position to request something. Chapter 681. Sleep is Fill. Chapter 681. Sleep is Fill. Fei Lai had never seen Chen Zhao sleep for 2 days in a row. If he didn't turn occasionally, Fei Lai would suspect that he was in a coma. They couldn't go anywhere these 2 days either. If it wasn't for House's arrangement, they might not even have a place to stay. All the hotels were packed. The entirety of New York City was covered in mud. Of course, House's abilities showed now. Even when all of the hotels were packed, he could still get Chen Zhao and Fei Lai into the best hotel. When Chen Zhao woke up, New York had recovered too. New York City was the world's busiest city and had an annual GDP of $1 trillion. When a city like this stopped operating for a day, billions of dollars would be lost. Even though tragedy floated over every corner of the city, things went back to normal in only 2 days. Chen Zhao stretched in bed. Sleeping was the best enjoyment for humans. All of his pain and weakness had disappeared. Fei Lai, how long did I sleep for? Fei Lai brought him breakfast and looked at the time. 51 hours in total. 51 hours? Chen Zhao was shocked. What date is it? The 20th. Is Rufford's race today? He called yesterday, Fei Lai said. The New York leg is canceled. Chen Zhao thought about it and didn't find it unexpected. What about Zola's fashion show? It was held yesterday. In times like this, people would still attend a fashion show. You underestimate the wealthy's resistance toward a disaster. For them, this is just a special experience. Chen Zhao didn't know how to reply. He pulled Fei Lai into his arms and said, Do you dislike rich people? How can I? You're a rich person now, too. Chen Zhao's hand started straying, but Fei Lai stopped him quickly. Wait, what's wrong? You can't today? Cough, cough. Alice coughed awkwardly. Chen Zhao finally realized that there was another person in the room. Alice, how come you're still here? Alice's expression was awkward. Where do you think she should be? Fei Lai rolled her eyes. Chen Zhao had a blank face. What else? The problem is solved, and no one will keep trying to kill her. Shouldn't she disappear from my eyes now? She's just a child. She's 18, right? 16. Okay, 16 is an adult in some states, I think. So, I believe she knows where she should go now. Mr. Chen, I want to join the supernatural organization. Chen Zhao was speechless. Was the supernatural organization something you could join whenever you wanted? Mr. Chen, my teacher Michelle, is known as the Wikipedia of magic. And now, not a bit of that Wikipedia is left, right? Fei Lai pinched Chen Zhao. Why do you have to make it sound so bad? The little girl just lost her family. Couldn't he be nicer? Chen Zhao couldn't help it. He didn't want to hurt Alice, but he really didn't want the supernatural organization to become a trash collection. Right now, the only one who could fight was Gaia. The ratio was already low enough. If he added another failure, then it would lower the average of the group again. Half of the Witch Society's books are recorded in my blood. I can contribute them all to the supernatural organization. Chen Zhao's eyebrow arched. Welcome to the supernatural organization. Fei Lai and Alice were speechless. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Chen, it's me, Louis. Oh, Louis, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Chen Zhao thought about it. Then he suddenly remembered that he might have agreed to help treat Louis's friend. Oh, I remember. Your friend's condition, right? Yes. When are you free? I'm free now, but if I have to give your friend a checkup, then can you lend me your private jet? Fei Lai and Alice were speechless. Just tell me when you want to use the plane. It's ready for you at any time. Sure. Where's your friend? I'll go over now. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Fei Lai, where are we now? Hilda Hotel. This is the Hilda Hotel. Chen Zhao was somewhat shocked. He would never forget the Hilda Hotel or what had happened there. What's wrong? Is this some strange place? Fei Lai didn't know what had happened, but Alice did. She didn't participate in that battle, but it didn't stop her from knowing about it or how Chen Zhao had performed during it. A while later, Louis was here. Chen, have you been living here these days? Yeah, what's wrong? After the rain stopped, I went to your neighborhood to look for you, but you'd already left. No shit. How can anyone still live there? I used all my connections but couldn't find you. You didn't register with the hotel? My friend helped me, Zhao said. It's that urgent. It's urgent for my friend, Louis said. What exactly is wrong with him? It's hard to say. What's hard to say? Are there no symptoms? She keeps saying there's someone in front of her, but the others in her house don't see anyone. Zhao considered it. Hysteria? She says her mind is normal. I suspect that she's seeing ghosts. You have magic inside of you now. Can you see the people that she's seeing? No. Louis shook his head. What about George? Can he see his own people? No. Have you checked a psychologist? Do you think it's hysteria? I hope not, Zhao said helplessly. That's the only condition I can't help with. Whatever it is, please go take a look. Zhao nodded. Louis's friend was rich too. There were a dozen servants just in the garden, but they kept cleaning up the garden. The rainstorm from a few days ago had affected this place too. Louis led Zhao to the front yard. There was a woman sitting under a parasol in the distance with a butler in a black uniform beside her. Norma, Uncle is here. Zhao glanced at Louis. Didn't he say it was a friend? How come it's his niece? Chapter 682, Eyes. Chapter 682, Eyes. Norma stood up, but she did not look at Louis. Uncle, who's the person beside you? My friend. He's a doctor. Uncle, I'm not ill, Norma said, turning her head away. Zhao realized that Norma had not been looking at them. Blind? Zhao looked at Louis in surprise. Feeling Zhao's stare, Louis nodded gently. Ms. Norma, nice to meet you. Hello, sir. Thank you for coming here, but I don't need a doctor. It was clear that Norma was well educated. Zhao realized that Norma's eyes were abnormal. A normal person's pupils are surrounded by the iris sphincter muscle and the iris dilator muscle. The pupil is the dark hole at the center of the eye. The iris sphincter muscle is a circular muscle around the pupil whose function is to narrow the pupil. On the other hand, the iris dilator muscle runs radially to the pupil and can enlarge the pupil. However, Zhao did not notice any sphincter or dilator muscles in Norma's eyes. Her eyes looked like green gems. That was probably why she was blind. Norma, stop being stubborn. Uncle, do you think I'm mentally ill? Chen is not a psychiatrist. He doesn't really smell of medicine. Only a psychiatrist would have such a faint smell. If he's from any other specialty, the smell of medicine would be much stronger, Norma said. What else do you smell apart from medicine? Blood. Have you just done a surgery? Do you know any psychiatrist who performs surgery? You're really not a psychiatrist? I know many specialties, but not psychiatry. If you need a psychiatrist, I actually know a professional one. Fine. Sorry, doctor. Norma asked Louis. Uncle, why did you bring a doctor here? Zhao looked at Norma. She obviously disliked doctors. After recognizing that Zhao was not a psychiatrist, Norma's attitude only bettered slightly. Norma, mister. Chen is here to confirm if you've really been seeing things. Uncle, I don't understand. I know you don't like this, but all I hope is that you can recover. Uncle, I know what I saw. I know what's real and what's fake. Long-term darkness had given her more time to think. It also made her calmer and more rational than the average person. Of course, she had also become more sensitive. That was why she sounded unfriendly when Louis brought Zhao in. Just then, a man walked in from outside. Mr. Louis. Louis glanced at him and nodded slightly. He's my friend, Zhao, the doctor, Louis said. Then, he pointed at the man. Breg, Norma's fiancé. Hello. Zhao shook hands with Breg. Breg, help me to walk Uncle and Mr. Chen out. Sure. Since Norma was chasing them out, there was no reason for them to stay longer. Stay here with Norma. We'll leave ourselves, Louis said. The two left the manor. Louis did not speak on the way. He was also somewhat angry at Norma's attitude. Nevertheless, she was his niece, after all. After boarding the car, Louis finally asked, Chen, is Norma ill? No. Such a rational person cannot be ill, Zhao said. Hysteria usually occurs in people who are lonely or aggressive, not an absolutely rational person, which means she really saw ghosts. Lewis asked again. Chen, Zhao shook his head. I brought an evil spirit with me, but she didn't see it. In fact, Chen Zhao had brought Blackie, who had released an evil spirit just now. But Norma did not see the spirit. You had an evil spirit? I didn't see it either. With your magical power, you can at most see it at night. But I can see George in the day. What do you mean? You've been staying with him all the time. You're already covered in his scent. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You said that Norma can't see spirits, but she did see them. What's happening? I don't get it. She can't see things, but someone can make her see things. What? Someone has been casting illusion spells on her, making her think that she saw people. In fact, she didn't see any spirits or delusions. It's an image created by magic, Chen Zhao said. Watch that braid closely. When I shook his hands, I smelled magical phosphor. It's a common magic material. You mean Braig is a sorcerer and he casts spells on Norma? Dunno. I was just analyzing using logic. Don't ask me why. I don't even know the two of them. Norma's property? But even after they marry, he won't receive any of her property. Lewis muttered to himself, making guesses. When can you lend me your plane? Air. Chen, when are you going back to L.A.? Tomorrow, Chen Zhao said. That's soon. I've been here for a while already. It's time to go back. Lewis clearly did not want Chen Zhao to return so soon. He already believed Chen Zhao's words. According to his speculation, Braig was the most suspicious person. But Lewis had no idea how to solve the problem. Chen, what should I do? Beat him up. If everything goes smoothly, you'll find out about his aim. But you said he's a sorcerer, right? He's probably only strong enough to fight normal people. A gun is enough to deal with him. That's simple. What were you thinking? In the past, Chen Zhao was scared of witches and sorcerers. He felt that they were mysterious beings. But after contacting them for such a long time, he realized that they were only mysterious. They were not necessarily more threatening than a gun. Braig was probably as strong as Wes from the Supernatural Organization. Maybe he knew some spells, but he might be weaker than a gun in combat. Really? Chapter 683, Return. Chapter 683, Return. Lewis wasn't very familiar with the Supernatural Circle. Before, he'd been like Chen Zhao and thought that all of them were super cool. Now, he counted as a member too. If supernatural people really were so almighty, then there wouldn't be so much poverty in the world. Take Sienna as an example. She wasn't a top witch, but she was quite experienced. However, she merely had a stable job now. That was it. They spent another day in New York City and bought some gift for their friends in L.A. Chen, you're having Princess and the others carry so much. If PETA sees, they'll definitely sue you. Let them sue me, Chen Zhao said lazily. Princess carried a backpack while pulling a large suitcase. With a group of animals behind her, the sight was very powerful. Everyone in the lobby retreated after seeing this. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai strolled past and went straight to the airport. Because they went through the special passage, the security check went quickly. The entire process was very smooth. This was the special right for rich people. It showed in all aspects of society. After a 4-hour flight, Chen Zhao's family finally arrived in L.A. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were both exhausted. They were finally home. Alice was also exhausted. She'd left the New York that she'd grown up in and came to this unfamiliar city. On the way home, Fei Lai received Robio's call. Fei Lai, are you back? Don't you know that you've ditched work for a day? Chen Zhao took Fei Lai's phone. Hey, Robio, don't you know that all flights from New York stopped these past days? They only started again today. It's force majeure. Hi, Chen. You're back. We just got off the plane. We brought you a gift too, and we're planning on going to the beach now. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. Robio and Chen Zhao were already very familiar with each other, so he didn't say anything offensive. He called Fei Lai out of his own duties. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai parked the RV on the seaside road, and the family got out. Princess and the others already recovered and ran around energetically. They loved beaches, especially Angel Beach. Everything here was familiar, including the visitors. Mom, look, it's Black Ma and White Ma. I want to go play with them. No, there's a bear over there. But look, there's so many people there. I want to go. These animals were too popular at Angel Beach. Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter were practically celebrities. Chen, Zhao, and Fei Lai went into the Coastal Rescue Team's office, each with bags in their hands. Fei Lai, you're back. Chen, you're here too. The members of the Coastal Rescue Team all came over to greet Chen, Zhao, and Fei Lai. Fei Lai's gifts for her female colleagues were all high-class makeup products worth tens of thousands of dollars. The colleagues accepted the gifts with complicated feelings, both hating and loving Fei Lai. Chen Zhao went into Robio's office and tossed a gift box onto the table. For you. Robio opened the box. It was a $10,000 watch. He accepted the gift with a smile. I heard about New York. How was it? Did you and Fei Lai get hurt? We were okay. We were in the hotel, so it was relatively safe. Thousands of people died from the sudden rainstorm. I really didn't think that something like this could happen in a city like New York. I think the mayor even stepped down from his position. Chen Zhao didn't care, while Robio cared more. I saw on the news that a group of animals and a couple saved a bus of kids. Robio looked at him meaningfully. Fine, I don't get anything out of telling you about this. I know one of the kids, Robio said. I want to thank you for her and her parents. Chen Zhao was surprised. He didn't think that Robio would know one of the kids he'd saved. I think it was my best decision to let Fei Lai take a break. So, would you be faster at giving Fei Lai vacation next time? Don't even think about it. Fei Lai used up all her PTO for this year. She won't have any days off after this. Give the watch back to me. New York's rainstorm didn't only affect this one city. Even a city like L.A. in the Southwest had to readjust to avoid ending up like New York if something similar happened. After all, New York's rainstorm was a supernatural phenomenon. Fei Lai went to the beach, so she didn't plan on going home immediately. She put on her lifeguard clothing and started working. Chen Zhao stayed to chat with the other lifeguards. Offshore area, 150 meters, 2 kids fell in the water. Instantly, a few lifeguards in red uniforms ran out. Fei Lai quickly carried one kid to land. Chen Zhao stood in the office, gazing at Fei Lai. This was the job that Fei Lai did every day. This was also why Chen Zhao never stopped Fei Lai from coming to work. This was her attitude toward life. She had her own pursuit. Just like with doctors, they all started with a heart that wanted to save the world. Later, Chen Zhao changed slowly, becoming power-hungry, greedy, and realistic. But this didn't mean that he had to deny someone else's ideals. It was like someone who'd been molded by society laughing at someone else's naive dream. Just then, a young man walked over to Fei Lai. Hello, miss. How may I help you? She turned toward him, thinking that he needed help. Miss, are you interested in acting in a movie? The man looked at Fei Lai with greed and desire. She was an exquisite woman who was healthy and filled with spirit. I can help you get into many movies and become a big star. The man reached out to pat Fei Lai's shoulder. But she dodged him and stared with furrowed brows. Sorry, I'm not interested. Miss, perhaps you don't know me, but I'm sure you won't reject this card. The man took out a black card. I'm not interested in either you or your card. Chapter 684, Wealth. Chapter 684, Wealth. It was not the first time Fei Lai was harassed like this. There were all kinds of tourists on the beach. Nobody could guarantee that everyone was upright. Miss, my father is the second largest shareholder of PLM Film. With your look, I can definitely turn you into a superstar. Tony stared at Fei Lai, his eyes glowing. Of course, his words could only deceive an inexperienced woman. Even his father could not ensure that someone would become a star. Every year, there were always a dozen blockbusters, half of which had newcomers as their leads. But only a handful would become famous. Nevertheless, Tony's trick had been very successful. In L.A., 90% of women had the dream of becoming a star. He believed that the woman before him would take the bait easily, like those in the past. Sorry, not interested. Fei Lai turned to leave. Wait, Tony grabbed Fei Lai's shoulder. Immediately, Fei Lai was enraged. She bent Tony's wrist, turned around, and kicked his face. Ah, fucking by asterisk. I'm gonna kill you. I'll send you into the dirtiest brothel and make sure you get AIDS. Fei Lai was probably even stronger than the male lifeguards here. Her combo broke Tony's wrist and fractured his nose. Fuck you. Fei Lai gave him the middle finger. Tony collapsed on the ground and screamed wildly, spitting out a few teeth in the meantime. Fei Lai had injured him greatly. Standing on a lifeguard tower, Chen Zhao saw everything. Chen Zhao walked forward and hugged Fei Lai. What happened? Nothing, just a rich man's kid. Fei Lai briefly described the incident. Squinting, Chen Zhao watched as Tony was carried away by his companions. Master, do you want to kill the person who offended Madam? Chen Zhao realized that Black Ma was beside him. He lowered his head and glanced at Black Ma. Is it that obvious? Master, you've never used my power. Your power? Master, have you forgotten? White Ma represents wealth, while I can demand the price. Chen Zhao remembered Black Ma's ability, but he had never asked him to use it. At the start, Chen Zhao had indeed earned some wealth with White Ma's ability, but he had been paying the price with demonic crystals. Therefore, Black Ma had never displayed his ability. What's the use of your ability? I can make a person lose wealth, Black Ma said. Any amount of money? Chen Zhao asked, surprised. He had never tried to understand Black Ma's ability. It's not directly, but rather acts over a duration. The person's wealth doesn't actually disappear. White Ma will give it to someone else. Chen Zhao raised his eyebrows. Which means White Ma, and you can transfer anyone's wealth to another person, like me. No, everyone's wealth and luck are limited. Maybe your limit is to suddenly receive $1 million. Anything more will bring you a disaster. How do you calculate the limit? Chen Zhao asked, disappointed. About 10% of your current wealth. If you receive anything more, you will encounter sudden misfortune, like tripping over. If it's a lot more, you might encounter bigger problems, even losing your friends and relatives. Chen Zhao shivered. Black Ma's ability was too dangerous. It would hurt both his enemy and himself. Forget it. Let's take revenge in another way. Master, we can transfer the wealth to someone who's rich enough, or a few people. Don't you know a lot of rich people? Chen Zhao had an idea. You mean anyone who's at least 10 times as rich as him can take his wealth without risk, right? The less the wealth received, the safer it is. 10% is a safety line, but you can spread it out more. Can you use this ability indefinitely? We can always transfer wealth, but you cannot keep accepting wealth. Why? The first wealth you receive with this method is the purest. After that, your personal wealth will be intertwined with this wealth. The more wealth you receive in this way, the more things you will lose. Is there no way to avoid it? Nope, even White Ma, and I cannot avoid it. Is the first time perfectly safe. As long as there are enough people and they are rich enough, they will be able to take the windfall. Although the possibility of getting rich with their abilities was gone, it was good to have a bonanza anyway. Let's try it out on him. On their way back in the evening, Chen Zhao kept silent. On the other hand, Fei Lai was not affected by the incident in the day. It was not the first time and would not be the last. Chen, are you still mad at what happened? No. Chen Zhao shook his head with a smile. Alice was sitting in the back seat, pretending to be transparent. She watched as Chen Zhao and Fei Lai displayed their affections toward each other. When they reached home, Alice was still shocked by their house. The mansion leaned against Mirror Lake like an unreal piece of artwork. Mirror Lake was like an azure gem. Even the breeze was filled with a sweet scent. Of course, Chen Zhao would not keep a third wheel at home. When he was free, he would send Alice to the Supernatural Organization HQ. Just as they reached home, they had a guest. However, it was an uninvited guest. Talist alighted from his car. He thought that the woman who had injured his son was from an ordinary family. It surprised him that she lived in such a luxurious house. Who are you? Chen Zhao and Fei Lai walked out of the house. Talist continued to enjoy the scenery before him, as though he did not see them. Who is Fei Lai Johnson? The lawyer beside Talist asked. Me. Why? You're involved in personal injury for severely injuring a victim. I'm here to give you the demand letter. Fei Lai's face paled. Chen Zhao hugged her shoulder and then took the letter. After glancing through it, he rolled it into a ball and threw it at the lawyer's face. You demand letter only? Why don't you send me a summons? Also, have I allowed you to enter my territory? Chen Zhao sneered. Just then, Talus turned to look at Chen Zhao. Young man, don't be that impulsive. That won't be good for you. Chapter 685, Trouble Comes Knocking, Framing. Chapter 685, Trouble Comes Knocking, Framing. And who are you? I'm the father. Talus looked at Chen Zhao and said, Your woman hurt my son. You should find out why your son got hit. I know my son, Talus said. I know he's a good boy. Perhaps he did something wrong earlier, but I don't think the woman beside you should have been so violent. You should be glad your son is still alive, or that I wasn't there at the time. That is not a wise answer. You are creating a strong enemy, Talus said. I can make you lose everything you have right now. Your house will have a new owner, and your woman will lay in someone else's arms. Chen Zhao scoffed. I can make threats too. Plus, not only do I say them, I'll make them come true most of the time. Seems like our negotiation has failed. Be prepared to be homeless. Goodbye. Talus chuckled. Are you ready too? Chen Zhao laughed. What? Are you talking about me? Talus looked at him. Since we're fighting a war, you should be prepared to lose. You're saying I'll lose? Talus started laughing. Lad, maybe you don't know who you're facing yet. Since I dare to come here, I'll obviously be prepared. Then, let's just wait and see. Talus was about to get into the car when he felt eyes on him. He stopped and looked back from the front of his car. He saw a black wolf beside Chen Zhao. The wolf kept staring at him. The gaze made him uncomfortable, but he still got into the car. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao with worry. Chen, sorry for giving you trouble. Chen Zhao hugged her shoulders. You didn't give me any trouble. None at all. But it's okay. He's just a conceited old man. Chen Zhao comforted Fei Lai. The world isn't up to him. Fei Lai still felt unsettled. She thought that she'd created big trouble for Chen Zhao. Just then, a few SUVs came over. They all had police sirens on the top. Chen Zhao felt doubtful when a dozen people came out. They all wore suits, but they had police emblems on their chests. Sirs, how may I help you? The bearded man in the front took out his license. Federal Drug Enforcement. We suspect that you're creating and selling drugs here. We must search the premises. Chen Zhao frowned. Did trouble come so quickly? Please show your search warrant. The bearded man's expression darkened. Now, I suspect you're a highly dangerous criminal. Raise your arms, or else I have the right to kill you now. A dozen muzzles pointed at Chen Zhao, and his face darkened. Were they going to act like this? Did that Talus send you guys here? How much did he give you? I don't know what you're talking about. The bearded guy obviously wouldn't admit it. You two go search. Two members entered the house, but the next moment, they screamed and scrambled out. Princess blocked the doorway. Her huge figure was honestly too shocking. The bearded man and his men all pointed their guns at her. But just then, Chen Zhao acted. The bearded man cried out. His arm was broken and his gun fell into Chen Zhao's hands. All the muzzles pointed at him again. The bearded man and his group didn't think that this extra errand would be so troublesome. Cold sweat beating on his forehead, the man said, Put down the gun now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my men will kill you without warning. There was too much evil and darkness in this world. Even people who represented justice could fall as well. Instead of talking about killing me, you should be worried about if you can leave alive. You think you can escape with me as the hostage? You're too naive. The bearded man's broken arm gave him pain, and his breathing quickened. You didn't do your research before coming. That's not a good habit. The sounds of beasts came from around them. Black Ma, White Ma, Abitos, and Snow White started surrounding them. The officers all panicked, including their guns. You still have time to put down your guns. My kids eat people, you know. It would be stranger if they put their guns down now. The more panicked they were, the more tightly they gripped their guns. Chen Zhao took out his phone. West, bring your people here. Now, immediately. Who are you calling? Put the phone down. These men came on this mission without permission, so they were extremely scared. Someone who can take care of you all legally. Chen Zhao ignored the guns pointed at him. They didn't dare to shoot, so they were all nervous. Chen Zhao's eyes were aggressive. He shoved the gun that he'd stolen into the bearded man's mouth. Finally, West brought the people over, but when they arrived, they were shocked by the sight. The cars and their sirens already proved their identities. "President, what's going on?" West asked, looking at them from afar. "I suspect that these people were bought over. They want to frame me. Can I kill them?" West was stunned. He didn't know who these people were, but he was clear about Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was bloodthirsty. These people seriously had the guts to be bribed to give Chen Zhao trouble. "President, wait. Let me make a call," West said. West was on the phone for 3 minutes. Then he hung up and said, "President, it's okay now. You can kill them and no one will mention it." Chen Zhao took the gun out of the bearded man's mouth and forced it against his forehead. "Wait, we can talk." The guy was about to piss his pants. He didn't know who Chen Zhao or the latecomer West were, but judging from their conversation, they seemed to have uncommon identities. "We're willing to be tainted witnesses. We indeed took bribes." The man was sweating profusely. "Everyone, put your guns down. Put them down." Some people still hesitated. They felt that things were going toward an uncontrollable direction. Chapter 686, First Signs. Chapter 686, First Signs. "Do you really want to die here?" the bearded man shouted again. He was in the most dangerous spot. If any conflict were to break out, he would be the first to die. He clearly did not want to die. Now, he was already regretting his decision. Who would have thought that the innocent-looking task would turn out to be so tricky? They only had to enter this Asian's house and place a pack of drugs under his sofa. Everything would then be much simpler. Never had he thought that the sheep was actually a wolf in disguise. Moreover, Chen Zhao's identity was far more complicated than he had imagined. Not everyone was willing to risk their lives for something. Therefore, when the first person dropped his gun, cowardice spread like a disease. Such a confrontation was extremely stressful in the first place. Firing and dropping the gun were only a thought apart. When Chen Zhao returned to the house, he actually saw Fei Lai holding a gun. "Fei Lai, what are you doing?" I thought that. I might be able to help if there's a gunfight." Smiling, Chen Zhao patted Fei Lai's head and took the gun away. "Where did you get that from?" "A gun shop. I have a gun license." "All right, go back to the room with Alice. We still need some time." "Okay." When Chen Zhao walked out again, Gaia was interrogating the intruders. No one in the supernatural organization was more professional than Gaia in interrogation. After a while, she managed to find out literally everything. Gaia passed the recording pen to Chen Zhao, who listened to the confession. "Is this enough to sentence Talus?" "No. If they can't provide any direct evidence, Talus can simply claim that he doesn't know them and he's being framed." While Gaia was not an actual lawyer, she was not unfamiliar with all this. "Which means the confession in the pen is useless." "Not entirely." Gaia shook her head with a smile. "Since we don't have evidence, we can create some." "Ow!" Chen Zhao asked, puzzled. Gaia lifted the bearded man before Chen Zhao. Then, she took the man's phone and threw it before him. "Call Talus and tell him that it's done. Ask him for money." Talus' phone rang, and he picked it up. "Hey, is everything completed?" "Yes, mister." "Talus, I put 10 kilograms of drugs under his sofa. Now he's being brought back to the station. When will I receive the money?" "Don't worry, I'll transfer you right now." After hanging up, Talus said to his assistant, "Transfer $500,000 to this account." "Sir, all the bank cards I have been canceled. I can't make a transfer." "Why?" Talus had kept a few anonymous credit cards with his assistant for unspeakable transactions. Mr. Tony has been using those accounts. He has been spending a lot and not paying in time, so all the accounts are now frozen or restricted, the assistant said. "I just received the news today." What a bastard. Talus knew what his son was like. He had actually caused all the cards to be frozen. Talus gritted his teeth, but he had to pay the money. "Take this card." "Sir, this card has your name on it. Are you going to transfer the money with this?" "Yeah, that person's safe. We have cooperated many times already," Talus said. "One go." "Yes, sir." Talus rubbed his forehead. He was not in a good state. Suddenly, He shivered. Fuck, what have I done? Taylor sprang up from his chair and rushed outside. Quayne, return me my card. Am I too old? I actually used my own card. Whether that person was safe or not, this was too dangerous. Sir, here's your card. Have you made the transfer? Yes. Can you cancel it? Sir, you're a super VIP of the bank. It takes a second to complete a 500,000 transfer. Taylor's face darkened. Now that the transaction was complete, he could not cancel it. Forget it. It's not the first time he worked for me. Just then, the assistant's phone rang. He picked it up. Slowly, his expression turned awkward. What happened? Sir, it's from the hospital. Mr. Tony destroyed a piece of medical equipment and injured other patients and doctors. The hospital is asking for compensation. They're going to sue Mr. Tony. Asshole. He can't even stop making me worried while in the hospital. Pay them a bit more and ask them to withdraw the case. Sir, the hospital is asking for compensation of $12 million. What? Taylor's jaw dropped, his face filled with disbelief. What exactly did he do? He charged into the observation room and smashed an expensive machine. Fuck. Why do I have such a son? Ready the car. I'm going to the hospital. Taylor stomped the ground in anger. It was $12 million. It was not like he could earn many millions in a year. Just then, they heard a housekeeper scream in the forecourt. What's happening? A housekeeper ran toward them. Sir, the garage is on fire. What? Why? It's Mr. Tony's car. He had some flammables in the trunk. They exploded and caused the fire. Taylist almost collapsed on the ground. Go and extinguish the fire now. There were over 20 cars in the garage, including his favorite one. It was a custom-made car from Rolls-Royce. That car alone was almost as expensive as the others combined. If all the cars were destroyed, he would lose $60 million or even more. The housekeepers could not go near the garage at all. They had no choice but to call the fire truck. However, the fire truck could not enter the garage due to the narrow path in the manor. Finally, under the stares of dozens of people, the garage and the cars were turned to scraps. Fuck. Why doesn't that asshole die? Taylist was drowning in pain. Suddenly, a car drove in from outside and a few people alighted. Mr. Taylist, we are from the FBI. This is an arrest warrant. You're suspected of contract killing, frame-up, and attempted murder. We're arresting you. Chapter 687, Brewing. Chapter 687, Brewing. Mr. Taylist, the situation is really bad now. The police has important evidence, including the transfer record, audio recording, and tainted witnesses. Taylor's personal lawyer looked at him. What's going on? The accuser is an Asian man. He called the cops and requested compensation of $1 million. Chen Zhao's face popped up in Taylor's mind. Mr. Taylist, I need to ask you some questions now. Only you and I know about this conversation. No third person will know. Did you send those people or not? Taylist's eyes flickered. He hesitated and still couldn't give a straight answer. Mr. Taylist, this affects the final result in court, the lawyer said. After a pause, Taylist nodded. Yes. What exactly did you do? They're from the drug squad, and they'd worked with me many times before. I had them go to the Asian's house and put a bag of drugs there. If the Asian fought back, they could shoot him directly. Okay, I understand. The lawyer thought for a moment and nodded. The evidence is really bad for you now, Mr. Taylist. You should get ready to settle this outside court before it starts discussions or if the procuratorate gets involved. Taylor's expression grew even uglier, and he clenched his fists. There's no other way? If you can help me win this lawsuit, I can pay you even more money. Don't make me surrender to that Asian. They have the most direct evidence. If the evidence is revealed, Taylor's expression changed. If the evidence was revealed, then his company shares would be affected drastically. Those shareholders would devour him. Help me contact that Asian right now. We can settle it. As long as he cancels the accusation, I can pay him double the amount of money. What if he refuses to compromise? Find someone to take him out, Taylor said through clenched teeth. No, kill the people beside him first. I remember he is a pretty girl. Find some people to go and take a video. Neither Taylist nor the lawyer realized there was a poisonous snake curled up in the shadows of the room. Kate, I have an audio recording and a video here. Can you find a TV channel to broadcast it? Huh? You finally decided to uncover supernatural powers? Zhao rolled his eyes. He knew that Kate was interested in the supernatural world. However, Kate was concerned about Zhao, and she didn't have any evidence, so she never mentioned it. It's not supernatural stuff, but I'm sure you'll be interested. Zhao sent the audio and video to Kate. When she got it, she opened the folder to see some audio recordings and videos. David walked over, putting a hand on Kate's back. Kate, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Huh, Chen sent you a file? Fuck, he's secretly sending you stuff. Does he like you? Kate elbowed David's crotch. You asshole, do you know what you're saying? He's your friend. Fine, I'm just kidding. Kate opened the video. It was Taylor's conversation with the lawyer. After Kate and David finished the video, David lost his temper. What police station is that asshole at? I'm going to go kill him. Sit down. This has nothing to do with you. Ignore it. Kate opened another video. It was the testimony of a bearded man with a police emblem. David was furious. That bastard Chen. Why didn't he notify me as soon as he ran into this problem? Because of last time, David always felt like he owed Zhao. Kate glanced at him. He knows that you'll have this kind of reaction, so he didn't tell you. Otherwise, who knows what you'd do? But I know now. This case has already been set. If you attack this Taylor personally, things will change. You better not do anything stupid. So I can't do anything now? David asked, frustrated. I can do it. Did you forget what my job is? Kate was now the queen of journalists in L.A. She didn't give herself the title. Other journalists had given it to her. The first time that sent her to the headlines was the night she was attacked by the Mexican gang at sea. Apparently, a film company had bought the rights and turned it into a movie that would screen in July. That event made Kate quite famous in her field. It also turned her from a nameless news writer into a famous reporter. But what really shot her to fame was that hotel hostage event. The crime organization had held hundreds of people hostage, and Kate had recorded most of it. This also won her the honor of Newsman of the Year. Almost all media and reporters in L.A. had to be friendly with her. She may not be rich, but she was about as powerful as a politician. In fact, even politicians didn't dare to offend her. Kate immediately took out her phone and called other media people. Hey Juan, give me 10 minutes of your noon news tomorrow. Kate, I'm not in charge of that. Tomorrow's news has already been determined. Fine. Seems like you don't want breaking news. That's okay. What? Wait, you have breaking news again? Okay. I'll let the producer know. After arranging with the TV channel, Kate called a friend at another channel. 1, 2, 3. She also called L.A. Times, her old employer. Even though she wasn't the news editor anymore, her word was probably more powerful than the editor. In addition to the set paper every day, the L.A. Times would also print extra if there was breaking news. When Kate called the executive, he agreed quickly. Thousands of bombs exploding at the same time was incomparable to all of them exploding at the same time. While Kate was preparing, Zhao was also carrying out his plan. Johnny, come to my house tomorrow afternoon. Come no matter what else you have going on. Can you tell me why? Wine tasting. Chapter 688. Then, Zhao informed Del, Rasfa, Steven, and Zola. These 5 were the richest people Zhao knew in Los Angeles. They were also the people he could invite the most. Zhao's attitude was tough. It was also his first time using such a tone. At noon that day, Risfar brought his family over. Risfar gave Zhao a hug. Just then, White Ma came over. He also gave Risfar a hug. Risfar was overjoyed. Huh? Risfar laughed. Chen, did you see that? It's the first time Black Ma gave me such a warm hug. Zhao rolled his eyes. Look at how happy you are. Did you see your laugher? It must be very sad right now. Laura also walked over and kissed Zhao's cheek. There are many types of kisses with different meanings. For example, blessing, farewell, or comfort. It was also suitable for kissing. Of course, Zhao and Laura's face-to-face etiquette was something that only close friends or relatives would do. Chen, do you remember the first time Laura kissed you? You almost fell to the ground in fear. Risfar mocked Chen Zhao. Of course, Risfar could understand. After all, Chen Zhao was born and raised in China. He wasn't familiar with Western etiquette. Vera and Ronnie had already charged in and started torturing the family pets. Laura could only smile apologetically. Chen Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. With their lethality, even a little bit of torment might not be enough to make the princess feel any pain. Not long after, Del arrived. Of course, Fisher had also come. The three demon kings were gathered. White Ma pounced at Del again and gave him a hug. This made Del very happy. Then, Stephen, Rasfa, and Zola came too. Chen Zhao introduced them to each other. The wine tasting officially began. In order to gather them together today, Chen Zhao had specially mixed a few different flavors of wine. Fuck, Chen, are you really a doctor? I think you should go make wine. You can definitely become the best winemaker on this planet, Rasfa exclaimed. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't think that he was that amazing. He only had the advantage of environment, materials, and time. This was something no other winemaker could compare to. Other than that, Chen Zhao wasn't much stronger than them. When I get back, I'll smash all the wine in the cellar. Risfar drank a mouthful of wine greedily. I also feel that there's no need for my wine cellar to exist. White Ma had given each of them someone else's wealth. Actually, in terms of personal wealth alone, Risfar could probably afford it. However, this was not safe. If he had too much wealth, there would be unpredictable consequences. This wasn't what Chen Zhao wanted, so he invited everyone here. This wine tasting event was just an excuse. Before leaving, Chen Zhao gave each of them a bottle of wine. Chen Zhao hugged and said goodbye to everyone. Chen, when's your next wine tasting? When Steven's movie is a hit. Fuck, you just don't want to. Steven had gotten over it these past few days. He had already accepted his failure. Or rather, he had learned to admit it. After all, this matter was unavoidable. Not necessarily. Chen Zhao chuckled. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I still believe that you're the best director in the world. I'll try to make the next successful movie, Steven said. Then I'll let you hold the wine tasting. Chen Zhao sent them off one by one. Zola and Rasfa sat in the car. Rasfa's phone suddenly rang. Rasfa's assistant said hurriedly, Mr. Rasfa, where are you now? Please return to the company immediately and host the temporary board meeting. Huh? What's going on? Who started the board meeting? Why don't I know? Rasfa felt uncomfortable. After all, he was the biggest shareholder of PLM, but he didn't know about the board meeting at all. Was it that asterisk shoal tailist who started it? If he was the one who started it, then it was most likely directed at him. It's the unanimous decision of the shareholders. Your phone was turned off earlier, so we couldn't contact you. What's going on? Look at today's news. Rasfa said to Zola, Zola, take out your phone and look at today's news. Here's a piece of news. According to reliable sources, PLM's second biggest shareholder, Tailist, is suspected of murder for hire, malicious framing, and attempted murder. He's currently in police custody, and his bail is as high as $150 million. Both Rasfa and Zola were shocked. Shock was written all over their faces. Tailist was Rasfa's biggest enemy in PLM. The two have been fighting openly and secretly for decades. This is a video, the host continued. It's been verified by experts. It hasn't been edited or modified. The conversation between Tailist and the lawyer, as well as their conversation, was recorded. Rasfa and Zola kept watching the video. Then the second video came. It was a bearded man's confession. The same thought popped up in both of their minds. Tailist was done for. Dad, who exactly did Tailist offend? In this video, Tailist said that his enemy is an Asian. It can't be Chen, right? Rasfa said uncertainly. I'll go investigate right now, Zola said. I'll go to the company for a board meeting first, Rasfa said. What if it's really Chen? Of course we'll be on Chen's side. Of course. No, Zola said. Both of us owe Chen so many favors. Shouldn't we do it better? That's right, Chen said. What do you want to do? If Tailist wants to get out, he'll have to pay a sky-high bail. He definitely doesn't have that much cash right now, so he'll have to gather cash. What does he have to do? Sell his shares? Yes. We'll think of a way to lower the company's stock price. Then we'll use this incident to make the stock price fluctuate for a short period of time. Then we'll buy Talist's shares. Rasfa chuckled. Zola was indeed his daughter. That's not all. After he's bailed out, we'll create public opinion and force him to flee America. Chapter 689. Chen, I just saw the news. Don't worry. I'll get revenge for you. Risvar had just seen the news. Johnny, I don't need your help. You saw it too. I can do it myself. If you told me this beforehand, I could send him to the gallows, Risvar said. Now, I can only make him go bankrupt. What are you going to do? Chen Zhao was surprised. Was this Black Ma and White Ma's ability? It's simple. I've investigated his businesses. There are a few large companies. I just need to buy his companies and mess up the accounts. Then, I can sue him for fraud and ask for compensation. Risvar made it sound very simple, as though it was a piece of cake for him. However, Chen Zhao felt that it wasn't simple at all. Chen Zhao couldn't understand the games of the rich at all. Of course, we'll split the profits, Risvar said. Just treat it as that bastard's compensation to you and fail I. Johnny, I don't want a single cent, Chen Zhao said. What's yours is yours, Chen Zhao said. I just want him to go bankrupt. I don't need anything else. After Stephen left Chen Zhao's house, he went straight to his studio. Although he admitted defeat verbally, he still hoped to try harder. Not for anything else, but for what Chen Zhao had said to him. Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I still believe that you're the most outstanding director in the world. To Stephen, this sentence was a huge morale booster. Just then, Stephen's phone rang. Stephen, did you know? Your friend seems to be in trouble, Halifa Oliver said into the phone. My friend? You mean Chen? What trouble is he in? He seems to have solved it himself, Halifa Oliver said. Halifa Oliver said, it's PLM's second largest shareholder and publicity director, Talist. He sent Talist to prison. To be honest, I admire your little friend. He actually has direct evidence. If Talist is sent to court this time, he might be locked up for 10 years. What exactly happened? It's like this. Halifa told him what she knew. Most of it was from the news, but she also did some research on her own. Therefore, they knew more than ordinary people. A murderous look appeared on Stephen's face. However, after the anger, he felt discouraged, because he found himself unable to do anything. Oliver, I need you to help me. Oh, how do you want me to help you? A few years ago, I heard that Talist was doing some illegal business. If you have channels, help me investigate it. And then, I want Talist to spend the rest of his life picking soap in prison. You and that Chinese guy are just friends, right? No, we're not ordinary friends. Then why should I help you? If you help me this time, I can promise you one thing. Any condition? Yes, I will agree to any condition as long as I can do it. That's what you said. Fuck. How did this happen? How did this happen? Talist was furious. He pointed at the lawyer. Was it you? Was it you? Mr. Talist, now that I've lost my law license, do you think I have to let go of your millions of dollars and let myself fall into a maelstrom? I'm just here to inform you that I'm no longer your lawyer. I don't need you. Fuck off. Talist roared, unable to contain his anger. Talist, I've worked for you for so many years. I think it's best for you to plead guilty now and get the forgiveness of the jury and the victim to reduce your sentence. I won't listen to you. I won't go to prison. Talist's face was hideous. Fuck off, far away. I'm a billionaire. The lawyer shook his head and did not say anything else. Although his lawyer's license had been revoked, as a bystander, he could see things more clearly than in the past. This incident was like a whirlpool that kept pulling Talist into the abyss. However, as an insider, Talist was like a drowning person. He kept struggling, seizing every opportunity to escape the whirlpool. In reality, the more he struggled, the deeper he would sink, until he was beyond redemption. The entire Hollywood, no, the entire United States was shocked. That was because this incident was simply too vile. Everyone in America was scolding Talist. There were even people in Los Angeles who asked for Talist to be severely punished. If it was just a previous crime, it might not have caused such a huge uproar. What really pushed Talist into the abyss was the video of his conversation with the lawyer. That was a crime that could not be denied. Not only did Talist not repent, he even wanted to silence the witness and hurt the victim again. Talist had already been nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the shame of America. Talist spent a few days in detention, though it was a single cell. Although it was a single cell, it was hell for him. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. He had to get out. This wasn't a place he should be. But it wasn't easy to gather bail money. Because the impact of this incident was too great, coupled with his wealth, his bail was shockingly high. A bail of $150 million was the third highest in history. Of course, Talist was not happy about this record at all. Even he could not fork out the money directly. He could only sell PLM shares at a low price to gather the bail money. But because of his influence, PLM's stock price did not recover. In just a few days, it fell by 30%. Moreover, with the public's opinion, PLM's stock price continued to plummet, falling by 10% every day. Talist felt that if he did not sell the shares now, they might rot in his hands. In the past, there was no way Talist wouldn't be able to tell that something was wrong. But now, Talist had lost his mind long ago. He just wanted to get out of the detention center as soon as possible. He did not want to sleep on a bed harder than a rock or eat food more disgusting than pig's feed. Chapter 690. The Big Six in Hollywood, like PLM, had a very solid structure and foundation. It was rare for the share price to fluctuate greatly. If a super blockbuster was released and became a hit, the share price wouldn't rise more than 5%. Of course, 5% was considered a huge fluctuation in the stock market. It was almost impossible for a shareholder's scandal to cause the share price to plummet by more than 50%. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone was manipulating things from behind the scenes. But Talist, who was usually a smart person, seemed to be possessed at the moment. He actually didn't see the problem. Someone was clearly taking advantage of the situation, but he didn't realize it. As the second largest shareholder of PLM, Talist owned 15% of the company's shares. As the biggest shareholder, Rasfa only held 24% of the shares. The shareholder structure of a company like PLM was very complicated. There could be more than 100 shareholders. Those with more than 1% of the shares were considered major shareholders and had the right to attend shareholder meetings. PLM's market value used to be $12 billion, but the share price fell by 50% in just a few days. At this rate, the wealth of all PLM shareholders would disappear by $6 billion. Talist told his assistant to sell all the shares. Keeping them would only cause the share price to fall even more. Rasfa finally made a move and bought all Talist's shares. At the same time, he established his identity as the largest shareholder of PLM. $900 million was transferred into Talist's bank account. Talist also signed the share transfer contract in the detention center. While Talist waited patiently for his assistant to bail him out, he suddenly received news. He received news that his assistant, who had served him for 12 years, had disappeared. At the same time, the money in his bank account was transferred to dozens of anonymous bank cards. Even Talist was dumbfounded by the series of dazzling moves. Talist didn't expect that he would be betrayed by his most trusted subordinate. His assistant knew him too well. He knew the password to Talist's bank card. He also knew the safety pin of his bank card. The so-called safety pin referred to the limit of a single transfer. If it exceeded a certain amount, the safety pin would be triggered. The bank would immediately monitor where the money went and freeze the card if there was any danger. But as long as it didn't exceed the safety pin, the bank would think it was normal. Moreover, Talist was in the detention center now and didn't know what was going on outside. If Talist could see his phone now, he would definitely see countless transfer messages. His assistant didn't leave him a single cent. He took the money and disappeared completely. Talist was still in the detention center now. His mind was blank. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill that bastard. That bastard who betrayed me. Talist roared crazily. Huh, that assistant is really capable. What's his name? Rasfa laughed so hard that tears came out his eyes. When one was unlucky, even water could fill the gaps between one's teeth. I think he's Quillian, Zola said with a smile. Right, Talist said with a smile. It's already starting to recover. We just need to throw out a few more good news and the news of Talist being kicked out of the board of directors. The company's stock price will soon return to normal. Talist has been smart his whole life. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own assistant. I really don't know what to say about him. All right, we don't have to continue with our plans. I heard that Talist has started selling his other businesses. Oh, is someone buying them? Yes, we've seen him too. He's Risfar, the one we met at Chen's place. Him? Whose side is he on? Rasfa asked. He's buying properties that have problems with Talist management. What does that mean? What else could it mean? After buying those companies, he messed up the accounts and then got Talist to compensate. What can Talist compensate with now? He can only compensate him with his remaining businesses. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. He can even think of such a dirty move. Talist was like a drowning man. He sold his businesses like crazy to raise money. It didn't matter. He had a lot of assets and still had a chance to make a comeback. As soon as he got out of prison, he would catch his enemies and traitors and throw them into the sea. Talist, someone wants to see you. The guard walked in and informed Talist. Talist combed his slightly messy hair and walked out of the cell with his head held high. Seeing the person sitting at the table outside, Talist immediately walked up with a smile. This wasn't the first time this person had come. Every time, he came to discuss and buy his businesses. Talist had learned his lesson. He wouldn't let anyone else handle his businesses. If he wanted to buy the property, he could do it himself. Hi, Mr. Fankla. You're interested in my company again? You know that they're all high-quality businesses. If I didn't need money urgently, I wouldn't sell them. However, Fan Kula's expression was cold. Mr. Talist, I'm now officially filing a complaint against you. Your company's actual situation is completely inconsistent with the contract. I'm asking you to compensate me. Of course, you can refuse, but I'll apply to the court for enforcement. I'll freeze and auction your company as compensation. What? Wait, Mr. Fankla, did you make a mistake? I didn't. You can look at the accounts. Talist picked up the books and flipped through them. The more he read, the more shocked he became. According to the records, it meant that he had made up his assets and inflated the market price. He was suspected of fraud. Mr. Talist, you can either compensate me $110 million now, or I'll apply to the court directly. But by then, your bail will be much higher. Talist was on the verge of collapsing. He had almost gathered enough bail. Did he have to compensate so much? It's fake. It's impossible. Talist vomited blood in anger. Why did he always encounter such unlucky things? Why was this happening? It was as if the whole world was against him. Chapter 691. After Fan Kula came out of the police station, he took out his phone. Boss, he already signed it. Investigate how many assets he has left. Boss, according to my investigation, he and his son have less than $1 million. That much? Risfar was surprised. Talist had nearly $3 billion. In just a few days, he was only left with $1 million. How is that a lot? If Talist's brain was normal and rational, he wouldn't go bankrupt. He wouldn't go bankrupt either. For example, his PLM shares had directly reduced the market price by half. Another example was the $900 million that his assistant had cheated out of him. Based on the current supervision of the banks, under normal circumstances, even if the owner of the money was in prison, he wouldn't be able to move the money. But this was what had happened. Talist looked like he was possessed by bad luck. Think of something else. I promised my brother that I'll make Talist bankrupt. Do you know what that means? It means that I won't have a single cent left. Fine, I'll think of something. Fan Kula was helpless. After a few days, the incident's popularity gradually died down. However, at that moment, another piece of explosive news appeared. Talist was suspected of producing and selling drugs. This news wasn't just for publicity. It also listed a lot of evidence. Talist had started his business selling drugs. It hadn't stopped all these years. Moreover, even a witness had come out. The fire that hadn't completely extinguished was ignited again. Stephen looked at the news. He took out his phone and called Halifa Oliver. Oliver, thank you. Remember your promise. I'll remember, Stephen answered honestly. As expected, Talist once again became the target of criticism in America. Especially in Los Angeles, there were hundreds of people marching every day. They wanted the government to sentence Talist to death. Chen Zhao received a call. Mr. Chen, I'm Mr. Talist's lawyer. Chen Zhao was quite surprised. Ever since he crippled a lawyer, someone was actually willing to be Taylor's lawyer. Oh, and then Mr. Taylor is willing to compensate you $1 million. He hopes you can drop the charges. Do you think that's possible? The lawyer was also having a headache. He hadn't volunteered to be Taylor's lawyer. He was appointed by the court to give it to Taylor. Even if he was God, it was impossible for him to overturn this ironclad case. It was one thing to lose a lawsuit. Most importantly, the risk of being Taylor's was too high. It seemed that anyone who became Taylor's lawyer would be public enemy number one. Even his wife started shivering when she found out that he had become Taylor's lawyer. The lawyer had never felt so stifled before. He just wanted to get this lawsuit over with. No matter what, he just wanted it to end as soon as possible. Fortunately, Taylor had basically given up struggling. However, Taylor didn't want to die. His current crime could very well land him on the gallows. There are very, very few people on death row in California each year. However, the Taylor incident this time was too big of a deal. It seemed that the people were waiting for the judiciary to give them an explanation. It was very likely that he would get a share of the death penalty this year. In the United States, the process of a death penalty trial was extremely complicated. The whole process could take years. However, Taylor really didn't have the courage to gamble. He knew that he couldn't get out, but he still didn't want to die. He didn't want to hear that he was going to be executed. So, he just wanted Chen Zhao to drop the charges. That way, his crime would be lighter. Perhaps he could avoid the death penalty. After hanging up, Chen Zhao stood up and stretched. Looks like I should go see him. Chen Zhao went to the detention center. Taylor really came to see him. In just 10 days, Taylor seemed to have aged 20 years. In just 10 days, Taylor seemed to have aged 20 years. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't care about Taylor. He wasn't here to comfort Taylor. Taylor looked at Chen Zhao with a complicated gaze. He hated Chen Zhao. It was unavoidable, but he still wanted to beg Chen Zhao. He seemed to be dreaming that Chen Zhao would let him go because he was pitiful. Mr. Taylor, look, do you remember what I told you last time? With a bright smile, Chen Zhao looked at Taylor. As long as it's a war, it's possible to lose. Mr. Chen, you win. You see, I'm not young anymore. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Please let me go this time. I promise. I will never appear in front of you again. Sorry, I can't agree. Why do you think I worked so hard? Grinning, Chen Zhao looked at Taylor. I spent a lot of effort to make you go bankrupt. You? Taylor froze. He'd never connected Chen Zhao to his shrinking assets. He knew the whole story. He didn't believe that Chen Zhao had anything to do with it. Remember the black wolf that stared at you that day? Chen Zhao grinned. It devoured your wealth. You. Taylor stood up abruptly. His body started trembling. Every night, he would have the same dream. A black wolf was gnawing away at his flesh. Furthermore, each dream was connected to each other. Every time he dreamt, he could see the flesh and blood on his body diminishing. Hell isn't far from you. Seeing Taylor fall to the ground, the guards hurried over to check and save him. Chen Zhao stood up and left with a smile. Just then, his phone rang. Hey, Chen, let's go watch a movie tonight. What movie? Of course, it's Mr. Stevens' Sea Patrol. Don't tell me you forgot that today is July 1st, Friday. Huh? Stevens' movie is playing today? Yeah. I'll go buy the tickets now. After Failai got off work, she went straight to the cinema. The two watched the movie hand in hand. Chen Zhao wasn't a film critic, but he enjoyed watching it with great interest. Chen, do you think it's good? However, Chen Zhao was still a bit unhappy that his supporting character died in the arms of Failai's actor. The plot was far from what he'd expected to, but as Steven's friend, he had to go against his conscience even if it was a bad movie. Plus, he didn't think it was bad. Of course it's good. Look at how touching the last scene is. I'm crying. What a bad movie. I can't believe Steven would make such a bad movie. I'm so disappointed. An audience member cursed behind Chen Zhao's back. Chapter 692. Are you blind? That's a bad movie. You can even say it's the worst movie of the year. It's really good. I think you're just nitpicking. Idiot. Fuck. Chen Zhao swung his fist. The person was hit. Immediately, he charged over and started a fight with Chen Zhao. Failai covered her face and watched speechlessly as Chen Zhao wrestled with a stranger. Then the theater called the police. Chen Zhao, Failai, and the audience member were sent to the police station. Then Chen Zhao paid $100 and settled. Chen Zhao didn't say anything on the way. It was just embarrassing, really embarrassing. He got into a fight with a stranger for no reason. Even if you want to support Steven, you shouldn't do it like this. Fine. What else can I do? I'm going to book 10 shows tomorrow. Oh, right. I forgot. When they got home, Fei saw that Chen Zhao still hadn't gone to sleep. Instead, he kept typing on his computer. What are you doing? I'm on Rotten Tomatoes. I saw someone bad-mouthing Steven's movie. Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rarely saw Chen Zhao so serious about something. Time to sleep. Wait. I'm going to scold him until he cries. Fei scooted over and saw Chen Zhao type a line. Kid, give me your address if you dare. I'll beat you to death. Chen, have the underlings watch Rotten Tomatoes for you. They have more people. It'll be more efficient than you alone. All right. Chen Zhao immediately jumped off the bed with his computer. Chen Zhao called the underlings over. Keep an eye on it. If anyone says bad things about the movie, scold them back. Just then, Steven called. Chen, are you asleep? No. Steven, I watched your movie today. It's really good. I'm sure the box office will explode. Trust me. Steven smiled bitterly. Did you like it? Very, very much, Chen Zhao answered seriously. I'm going to watch it again tomorrow. No need. I'll give you the source file. You can watch it as many times as you want. Steven sent the file to Chen Zhao. Generally speaking, if the source files of a movie were to be leaked, it would greatly affect the box office. No matter how close they were, it was impossible for them to send the source files to each other. But Steven had obviously given up. Of course, he also believed that Chen Zhao wouldn't give the source files to others. This was his trust in Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was speechless. Then, Steven hung up. Chen Zhao glanced at the underlings beside him. Watch the movie and find the essence of it. That way, your cursing back will be more realistic. After midnight, Steven still didn't leave the studio. Steven hadn't left the office all day. Steven rubbed his forehead. Yu Wenhui's eyes flickered as she approached Steven. Mr. Steven, the box office for Friday is out. How much is the box office? Yu Wenhui was speechless for a long time. Tell me, I can handle it. I've already mentally prepared myself. 45 million US dollars for the first game and 8 million US dollars for Friday. Steven's heart sank, even though he was mentally prepared. However, this number was still lower than he had imagined. So low? Are you sure? No, I've already verified it 3 times, Yu Wenhui answered. What's the rating on Rotten Tomatoes? Rotten Tomatoes only has a 5 rating. Okay, I got it. It's late. You can go back now. Steven's voice was very low. Steven felt all his strength leave him. When Yu Wenhui left the office, she heard the sound of something being smashed. That voice made her tremble with fear. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Steven vented his anger on the computer, the bookshelf, the mug. Everything became the target of his anger. After more than 10 minutes, Steven finally got tired and stopped. Then he started to tidy up the messy office. Steven is a man of strong self-esteem. One could say that he was someone who cared about his face. No matter how heavy his heart was, he wouldn't let others see it. Steven squatted down and picked up the broken pieces on the floor. Just then, something slipped out of Steven's shirt pocket. Ding, huh? Steven remembered that it was the lucky coin Chen Zhao had given him. Steven reached out to pick it up and accidentally touched the broken pieces. Steven's hand shrank back. It was already bleeding. A thought suddenly appeared in Steven's mind. He reached out to pick up the lucky coin, and then for some reason, he smeared the blood on it. But the next moment, Steven found it funny. At the moment, in an ordinary house, a fat man was typing away at the computer. Graham, it's time to sleep, Graham's mother called. Mom, wait a little longer. I'll sleep soon. Don't be too late. Graham continued typing crazily. There's nothing to say. Steven's new movie, Sea of Wrath, is a complete failure. As soon as he posted, there was a reply. That only means you're an idiot. You don't understand movies at all. I don't understand Sea of Wrath. That kind of crappy movie doesn't need brains at all. You're the one who's brainless. The movie structure is clever. First, 4 bank robbers appear. Actually, The camera is hinting that one of them is in the bank too. It's the bank manager who got shot. Where's the hint? The bank manager has a total of 3 minutes. 30 seconds are spent on the phone. It looks like he's calling his wife, but he's actually saying something like, "I'm fine." That's the first sentence. It's actually hinting that the robbers can start moving. The second sentence is, "I'll be home 5." It's actually saying that there are 5 security guards in the bank, and Graham looked at the reply and started recalling the movie he'd watched today. Vaguely, it did seem to be like what the post said, but Graham couldn't remember it clearly. If it was really like what the post said, he had to watch the movie again tomorrow. Graham immediately booked tickets for tomorrow's movie online. Because of the post, Graham couldn't sleep for the entire night. The movie kept replaying in his mind. Early in the morning, Graham went to the cinema. I want to see if I'm wrong or if that person is just spouting nonsense. Chapter 693. Cam watched the opening of the movie. As expected, the scene in the movie was connected to the content of the post last night. Cam's mind became clearer and clearer. Oh my God, it was really like what the post said. It wasn't that the movie was bad. It was that he didn't understand the movie at all. Moreover, every detail of the movie was closely connected. Every scene, even every close-up, actually had a hidden meaning. However, after watching it again, Cam realized that there were still many things that he didn't understand. No, I have to watch it again. Cam watched it again, but he still didn't understand. There were a few more people in the audience this time, and when the audience left, Cam heard someone say that the movie was bad, and he instantly became angry. You don't understand the movie at all. What? You said that I don't understand the movie? Don't you know that I'm a professional film critic? You're a film critic? Come, let me tell you the real mystery of the movie. There are also a few onlookers surrounding Cam and the film critic listening to Cam's explanation. For example, that killer whale actually mutated because the Mexicans randomly dumped toxic waste. On the surface, it doesn't seem to explain the killer whale's origin at all, but in fact, there are hints. The film critic was stunned by Cam's words. Seeing that Cam stopped, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Continue. I only understand this much now. I want to watch it again. Then I'll watch it again. Let's watch it together. I want to see what details I missed. The surrounding audience also expressed that they wanted to watch the movie again. After watching it once, these people actually weren't satisfied. No, I found more things again. The more I understand, the more secrets I find in this movie. I suddenly realized that the main character is actually the villain. Huh, why do you think so? Some hidden details. I don't know if I saw it wrong. The few of them gathered together and began to discuss crazily one after another. Look, someone is saying that the movie is bad. Fuck these idiots. Don't they use their brains to watch movies? Graham yelled, No, I can't let them slander Director Steven's masterpiece. This is Director Steven's masterpiece, his painstaking work. No one is allowed to insult this masterpiece. Graham had apparently forgotten that he had been one of them last night. That's right. We can't let them tarnish such a masterpiece. The film critic nodded. I suddenly realized that I haven't seen enough. I still want to savor it carefully to see if there are any details that I have missed. Me too. It's so enjoyable. This movie is so wonderful. At first, I thought it was a bad movie, but it turned out to be a masterpiece. Then, I thought it was a gunfight movie, but when I watched it for the second time, I realized it was a police movie, and when I watched it again, I realized it was a suspense movie. On the fourth time, I realized it was an environmental movie, and on the fifth time, I realized it was actually a human exploration. When I watched it again, I realized it was a sci-fi movie. Graham wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had overworked his brain. From morning to afternoon, he watched it 5 or 6 times in a row. He opened his Rotten Tomatoes account and found that someone had replied to his post. I just watched Sea of Fury a few times. I realized that what the original poster said was true. It really is a masterpiece. Is it really that good? It's a very magical movie. Every time I watch it, it's a new experience. Those who don't have enough brains recommend not watching it. That's right. I agree with the original poster. I watched it 3 times today, and I realized that every time I watched it, it was like exploring a new field. It's hard to believe that there is so much hidden information in a movie that is less than 120 minutes long. Director Steven is indeed Director Steven. I think this is his masterpiece. No, I have to watch it again. Graham had completely transformed from a troll to a fan of Steven, and he was the craziest kind. As long as he saw someone bad-mouthing Sea of Fury on the website, he would rush up like a fanatic. Then he would tell them about his experience and some of the details that he had understood. Is it really that good? I watched it too. I didn't feel anything at all. Idiots can't tell. It's normal. Even if you watch it 100 times, you still won't understand. I'm going to watch it again right now. I don't believe that there are so many hidden elements in this movie. 2 hours later, the person replied again. Oh my God, I realized that I'm really an idiot. I actually didn't see the hidden secret. I apologize to Director Steven for my slip of the tongue. Jimu, are you guys still posting comments? Master, we've already scolded a lot of people and made them change their minds. Oh, really? Let me see. Zhao picked up his computer and browsed through their comments. Then, he looked back at Jean and Mu. Is this movie really that magical? Could it be that I'm too stupid to discover Steven's secret? Even Zhao was dumbfounded. Whatever, he would watch it later. Hey, the movie's rating increased a lot. It was 5. 5 yesterday, but now it's 7. 5. Just then, Zhao's phone rang. It was right. Hey, Chen, what are you doing? Nothing. Right, what are you doing? I'm bored. I want to find someone to watch a movie with me. I want to watch Angry Sea Police. Today, my student recommended this movie to me like crazy. I watched it and realized that I didn't understand it at all. Or was it really that magical? Did he not understand it at all? Then why do you want me to watch it with you? Because I realized that it's actually a horror movie. The hidden information in it gives me goosebumps. Zhao didn't know what expression he should have now. Horror movie? Where did this come from? This is obviously a medium-sized popcorn movie. Okay? There is no horror element at all. Well, if the scene of blood splattering during a gunfight between the police and the robbers was considered terrifying. Are you serious? Chen, you told me that you know Director Steven, right? Ask him how much information is hidden in this movie. I can't even eat right now. I want to dig out all the secrets in this movie. Chapter 694. Mr. Steven. Mr. Steven, good news, good news. Yu Wenhui shouted in surprise as she rushed into Steven's office. Steven frowned. He wasn't in a good state of mind. He hadn't slept at all last night. This morning, he saw a few pieces of news criticizing him. Not only was he in a bad state, but he was also in a bad mood. What is it? Steven sounded a little angry. The rating on Rotten Tomatoes is up. It's 8. 1 now. Huh? Why is it so high? Steven asked in surprise. Impossible. He estimated that it would only be 6. 0 at most. He wasn't shooting an indie film. How could it be 8? 1? Did Rotten Tomatoes make a mistake? Or was Yu Wenhui bullshitting him? Based on yesterday's reviews, the score would only go down in a straight line, not up. It's true. Take a look yourself if you don't believe me. Steven opened Rotten Tomatoes and clicked on his movies page. It was even higher than what Yu Wenhui had said. What was going on? Did someone give him a good review? Steven scrolled down the comments. They were all the same. Director Steven, please accept my apology. Steven continued flipping through the pages and finally found a serious comment. Then, he clicked on the comment. Then, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Was this commenter thinking too much? Were there so many elements in his movie? Were there so many dark lines, bright lines, and hidden plots? Just then, Steven received a call from Rasfa. Steven, you're amazing. You're amazing. How did you do it? What? Rasfa, what are you talking about? I'm talking about your movie. It's amazing, really amazing, Rasfa said excitedly. Rasfa said excitedly. I've watched it 6 times, but it's still not enough. There are too many things hidden in this movie. Tell me, how many things are hidden in it? Guess it's boring if you say that. It's even more boring if I say it. If you want to know, watch and think for yourself. Okay. I'll keep watching, Rasfa said helplessly. Rasfa said helplessly. Oh, by the way, according to the data from the cinemas, the box office on Saturday has already reached $65 million as of 7 p.m. Huh, so high. For the entire day yesterday, including the foreplay, he only earned a little more than $10 million US, right? The box office had reached $65 million US by 7 p.m. today. You're not lying to me. right? That's because yesterday's people didn't understand it. Tomorrow, I'll contact a few cinemas and see if we can add more cinemas. After hanging up the phone, Steven sat down on the chair. His mind was in a state of complete emptiness. How could this be? Why did the evaluation of him change so drastically overnight? How did a lousy movie become a masterpiece overnight? The box office had skyrocketed several times. Could it be that he had accidentally filmed it and then edited it in? That was impossible. It might be possible if there were one or two. However, the entire movie was more than 100 minutes long. How could he arrange so much content? On Saturday, Yu Wenhui rushed into Steven's office again. Mr. Steven, today's box office is out. It's $86 million in 24 hours. Steven felt suffocated. $86 million. Even if it was a beyond grade A production, the box office on Friday would probably be around this level. Of course, some movies might be able to break 100 million US dollars. However, Sea Patrol was only a low-budget movie, yet it had reached the box office level of a beyond grade A production. On the third day, Sunday, the box office broke 100 million US dollars, reaching 101 million US dollars. The three-day box office on the weekend accumulated to 198.5 million US dollars. It ranked fifth in the history of the three-day box office on the first weekend. The top four were all beyond grade A productions without exception. The filming cost alone was more than 200 million US dollars, and the other promotional costs added up to a monster-level investment of 300 to 400 million US dollars. But now, Angry Sea Sheriff had created its own miracle with 50 million US dollars. The direction of the media had also completely changed. The media that had previously criticized Steven all changed their tone and began to praise him. After 3 days of excitement, Steven's box office on Monday was out. 99 million USD. This was a real-world record. The first-day box office record was 99 million USD. While Sea Cop had a good box office and reputation, the other films were in trouble. Who would have thought that Sea Patrol, which was supposed to be a flop, would reveal its sharp fangs without any warning? Like a monster, it began to rampage through the box office. It was completely out of the norm. Usually, the box office would be halved after the first day. However, Sea Patrol did not follow the norm at all. Everyone seemed to have foreseen the birth of a box office miracle. But now, Steven suddenly calmed down. While the outside world was full of praises for him, Steven was extremely calm. He knew what he had done. He also did not think that his movie could really take on so many praises. Steven kept playing with the gold coin in his hand. It was the lucky coin that Chen Zhao had given him. He had been thinking about this question. Everything seemed to have started from this gold coin. Maybe he guessed wrong, or maybe it was just a beautiful coincidence. Mr. Steven, it's late. Yu Wenhui knocked on Steven's office door. You could go back first. Steven waved his hand. Then, I'll go first. Yu Wenhui closed the door. She knew that Steven had slept very little these days. The first night was because of the box office failure. The next few days were because of the explosion of the box office. He was so excited that he could not sleep. Steven sat in his office for more than an hour. He did not do anything. Finally, he picked up his phone. Hey, Chen. Fuck, do you know what time it is? Sorry. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No, Chen. I used the coin. Oh, you only used it on Saturday? Steven was even more certain that it was really the coin's effect. Chen, can you tell me what happened? You're very strong. Chen Zhao answered confused. What? I'm going to sleep. Fuck. If you hang up, I'll go to your house right now. Chapter 695. For Steven, this was probably the most difficult night of his life. Early in the morning, Steven rushed to Chen Zhao's house. Hey, Steven, congratulations on your movie success. Fei Lai saw Steven walk in. Chen's still sleeping. There's breakfast in the dining room. I think you need it. After breakfast, drag Chen down. I'm going to work now. Thank you. Steven maintained a polite smile and nodded, watching Fei Lai go to work. Okay, he was indeed hungry. Chen Zhao's breakfast had always been delicious. The couple's cooking had always been good. Both Chen Zhao and Fei Lai seemed to be able to enjoy themselves every time they came. Splash, fuck, Steven. I'm going to kill you. Steven tossed the bucket in his hand and turned to run. But Chen Zhao grabbed him and pulled him out of the balcony. Chen, wait, what are you doing? This is the 3rd floor. Chen Zhao didn't care. Hugging Steven, he jumped out. Chen, I'm sorry. Wait. Splash. Steven almost peed his pants. But when he entered the water, he could clearly feel Chen Zhao's palm protecting his head. He knew that Chen Zhao wouldn't really hurt him, but he was still furious. If he could beat Chen Zhao, he really wanted to push Chen Zhao into the water. Chen, tell me what happened, okay? I told you, Chen Zhao said calmly. It's all your hard work and a bit of luck. Before coming, Steven had already guessed that Chen Zhao wouldn't say anything. Or rather, he'd used such an ambiguous answer. It was as if he hadn't said anything. Chen, I won't hesitate if you have any requests in the future. What if I wanted to change your sexual orientation? Fuck, are you? Steven almost peed his pants. Chen Zhao gave him the middle finger. Steven continued, Oh, you said you'd have a wine tasting after my movie success. Wait until I brew some more. You guys drank it all last time. Fine, give me a number. I don't know. Depends on my mood. Are you going back on your word? Your movie has only been released for a few days. Why don't you hold a celebration party after it's released? To be honest, I've never been to a celebration party before. That's good. You must come to the celebration feast. The box office of Angry Sea Police was like a monster going on a rampage. The box office earnings were astronomical every day. 85 million on Tuesday, 73 million on Wednesday, and 69 million on Thursday. On Friday, it rebounded to 80 million, and on Saturday and Sunday, it broke 100 million again. Everyone in Hollywood stared at the box office in shock. This kind of adverse growth in the box office once again broke the next week's box office record. The box office in North America exceeded $800 million, and this was only the 2nd week of the movie's release. On the other hand, the movie released at the same time as Sea of Fury Detective was a disaster. The popularity of Sea Sheriff meant that other movies at the same time were sharing the profits. Even if it was an anime that was released on Friday, it was of a completely different genre and audience, so it was inevitable that it would be affected. For Sea Detective, of course, the situation was good, but for other movies, it was a disaster. Because of the influence of Sea Sheriff, PLM's Stock soared too. Not only did it return to a high level, but it even broke the previous record. The current North American box office record was $936 million for Star Wars. No one doubted that this record would be broken by Sea of Fury. In fact, on the 3rd day of the 3rd week of Sea Detective, the box office broke the North American box office record. The 3rd week's box office was half compared to the $600 million in the 2nd week. But even so, $300 million was enough to shut everyone's mouth. At this time, everyone in and out of the industry was guessing where this so-called masterpiece of masterpieces would end. 1. $5 billion or $2 billion. This week, it was released in other regions one after another. Although it was not as popular as in North America, it was still very popular. And the rating of Sea of Fury on Rotten Tomatoes had reached an unprecedented 9. No matter in terms of box office or rating, it was already the new king. These 2 weeks, Rasfa's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. His net worth had also skyrocketed with the release of the movie. Of course, the skyrocketing stock prices were only virtual assets to him. They were all immovable assets and could not be converted into cash. But the share of the box office still made him very rich. Also, the company's management and board of directors had unanimously approved the project for the 2nd movie. According to the normal share of the box office, the investment budget of $50 million would need about $150 million to recoup the cost. However, Steven's movie had exceeded their expectations by far. Even the company's opponents did not dare to talk about changing the director at this time. They even suggested that Steven could shoot the movie however he wanted. There was no upper limit to the budget, and the company would not interfere with the shooting and editing rights. Even the roles were up to Steven. Of course, Steven had to be careful now. He would not agree so quickly. The movie's release made Steven's career reach new heights again. Now, the 6 major film companies were all throwing olive branches to him. They were treated well, even better than PLM. Steven would not take on a movie casually. The first thing was the script. Steven, tell me, what do you want to do for the second movie? Rasfa knew that the first movie had been deified. The second one had to be Steven. Other directors did not have this ability. They could not even make half of it. Although the first Sea Police had not been released yet, it was already regarded as a Bible by all directors. The text-like layout and jaw-dropping structure were probably something most directors could not study in their entire lives. Fuck, Steven said. You don't even have a script now. How can I sign it? I built up my reputation with so much difficulty. I don't want it to be ruined by the second movie. As for the script, all the screenwriters in the company are working on it. I believe the first draft will be out soon. Let's not talk about the second movie first. Have you decided on the director for Animal Supermarket? Do you want to take it? No problem. I'll tell the board of directors now. No, didn't Chen tell you? He did. Chen told me once. He said that James is a good choice, but Chen is an outsider after all. I haven't decided yet. I think James is good too, Steven said. You really think James is good? If Chen says so, then he must be good. Even though we're friends with Chen, this is still a work-related matter. Chapter 696. James, the project for Animal Supermarket is done. You'll be the director from now on. Hearing Steven's words, James was overjoyed. Ah, thank you, Mr. Steven. James had been admiring Steven for the past few days. He thought that he'd learned enough, but now he realized that the gap between him and Steven was too huge. He'd been with Steven the whole time, but he couldn't tell that Steven had hidden tricks in a movie. The truth also proved that Steven was unparalleled in strength. Don't thank me. Thank Chen, Steven said. Chen fought for this opportunity for you. Yes, I'll thank Chen personally. This was his first time as the main director. He'd obviously pay extra attention and be serious. As a commercial director, the box office was still the deciding factor. Steven didn't need to say much. James was still his assistant. Zhao was also Steven and Rasfa's friend, so James didn't dare to underestimate him. Of course, he was also one of the contributors to Sea Detective, but his presence was also the lowest. After all, people would only remember Steven. Steven was the biggest star of the movie. No matter if it was the male or female lead, none of them could outshine Steven. Speaking of which, almost all the main characters in the movie had hit the jackpot, especially Yafen. She'd gone from a C-list actress to a box office record holder. To be honest, even Yafen didn't expect it. She still remembered that Zhao was the one who'd recommended her. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have become the female lead in Steven's movie. Over the past few days, she'd also entered the ranks of A-list actresses. She didn't need too many movies. Just this one was enough. When a movie had first been released, she'd been criticized badly. They said that she'd ruined Steven's movie, but for some reason, they said that her acting had a deeper meaning. Actually, she didn't know what she'd acted either. But in just one night, she had become an actress with great potential. What happened to being a vase? Right now, Zhao was swallowing a key. What's wrong? What's wrong? As soon as Zhao swallowed the key, he'd feel nauseous and immediately spit it out. Could he only swallow the key for the first time? Do I have to think of another way to get the other keys? Zhao had a headache. Swallowing the key was the weirdest way he could think of. The result was really effective. Could it be that the other keys also had to be obtained in such a strange way? However, Zhao had always been suspicious. What was the use of the first key? First of all, after using the first key, his body's resistance to damage had increased significantly. Secondly, he could breathe underwater. However, he had no idea what to do when he was alone. Zhao suddenly remembered. Eris was now equivalent to half of the Witch Society's library. Perhaps she had more memories of the key. Zhao drove directly to the headquarters of the supernatural organization. However, when he arrived at the headquarters, he realized that everyone was gone. Only Aduz was guarding the door. Aduz, where did they go? Guild leader, they've gone hunting with Gaia. Hunting? What the hell? Did the supernatural organization have any activities that he didn't know about? It's Mr. West's rule. In order to train everyone's combat ability, everyone has to have a certain number of missions and mission success rates every month. Every time they go out on missions, Gaia's success rate is the highest, so they like to hunt with Gaia. Wasn't this just finding a big shot to suck up to? Of course, Gaia's combat ability was great. She was a battle maniac. Chen Zhao had met her when she'd beaten him up. As for the others, Chen Zhao knew them well. If something happened, they'd retreat regardless of whether they could handle it or not. This was their habit. If they were always by Gaia's side, when would they be able to take charge? If they encountered danger, either Gaia or Chen Zhao would do it. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't want this to happen. After all, he was here to be the guild leader, not a fighter. An hour later, everyone returned. Gaia was still injured, but the others were unharmed. "Hey, Chen, you actually came to the headquarters today," Gaia greeted Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Gaia's injuries. "What did you encounter?" "Guild leader, we encountered a very powerful magical creature," Wes said quickly. "And then, we fought it together." Wes' voice became softer as he looked at Gaia. Chen Zhao looked at Gaia. "Is what he said true? Do they really help?" "Yes, they help a lot." Gaia was integrating into the group now, so she didn't want to be ostracized. "Oh, how's your preparation for that thing?" The thing Chen Zhao was referring to was the treasure hunt at sea. Gaia thought for a moment and said, "Chen, I still want to become stronger." "Oh, you don't have confidence in yourself?" "I've been following them for the past few days. I realized that even normal situations are too late for me. For example, the magical creature we encountered today. I tried my best, but still couldn't defeat it. So I don't know if we'll encounter more trouble at sea. I don't want to be a burden. If I'm just a burden, I'd rather not go." Actually, it wasn't that the other members were sucking up to him. It was just that Gaia had to go every time and take the initiative to fight. "Sure, I'll wait for you." Chen Zhao nodded. Gaia's words made sense. They would most likely encounter supernatural powers during this treasure hunt. So, Chen Zhao felt that Gaia indeed had to become stronger. Regardless of whether they could find the treasure, at least they wouldn't lose their lives. "Alice, do you have any key-related magic books in your brain?" "Search for key." Chen Zhao looked at Alice. "Is this a search engine?" "Search results. We found 1,300 pieces of information related to the key," Alice replied. "What about key-related magic books?" "Search results. Key. Magic books. Search results. 326 books related to keys have been found. Get them all out. I need some information." Alice screamed. "Guild leader, are you going to kill me?" "Why?" Chapter 697. Chen Zhao thought about it. "I can't bear to." "Why?" Alice cried sadly and hopelessly. "Forget it. Let's take it slow. Give me a book first." Alice cut off another lock of hair. Just like last time, she lit it before Chen Zhao. Then, a magic book appeared from the ashes. The members of the association had all seen Alice spell. Alice was very weak in battle, but she was very important to the association. Chen Zhao looked at the small magic book with disdain. The more body parts Alice cut off, the more important the magic book would be. Most of the books couldn't be taken out now. If Alice had to summon a magic book, she might have to be sacrificed. Alice looked at Chen Zhao timidly, and then covered her hair lovingly. She was afraid that Chen Zhao wouldn't be satisfied with the summoned book and would cut off more of her hair. "What are you looking at? Do I look like such a cruel person?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He took the magic book and waved his hand. "Kneel down." As if she'd been pardoned, Alice retreated timidly. Chen Zhao flipped through the book and found records about the key. This magic book is a diary. Chen Zhao was very lucky. There was such a message in the magic book. "Weian, I saw Amy again. She stole my golden key. She also figured out how to use it before me. She started to change. She could sense more elements. Her adaptability to the environment became abnormally strong. Even though I defeated her once again and threw her into the abyss, it was impossible for me to defeat her. I thought I killed her, but 15 years later, she climbed out of the abyss again. She became someone I didn't know. Her eyes were blind, but her sense of smell and hearing became extremely sharp. She found me. I don't know how she survived in that dark abyss, but know it must have something to do with the golden key. She became stronger than before, but she was still no match for me. Because in the past 15 years, I have also found a key, a silver key. I also figured out how to use it. This time, I killed her and took the golden key from her again." Chen Zhao finished reading the short autobiography. All of the content was from Wei An's point of view. In his autobiography, he also mentioned the person who once owned and used the golden key, AI Me. After using the golden key, AI Me gained a strong ability to adapt to the environment. Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The real use of the golden key was not as he had initially thought, which was that it could only allow him to breathe underwater. Instead, it was the ability to adapt to the environment. In different environments, the body would instinctively produce certain characteristics to adapt to the changes brought about by the environment. There was also the ability to sense elements. Elements were spiritual energy. In other words, he could sense more spirit chi. This was good news. He could speed up his cultivation. However, the golden key did not make a person unkillable. It only improved certain aspects. Moreover, if one was confined in some special and extreme environment for a long period of time, one's body would undergo even more extreme mutations. Chen Zhao felt that this might be the true use of the golden key. However, he was still a little hesitant. Perhaps the records were not complete. Perhaps even the author, Wei An, had not discovered the use of the golden key. He had only discovered it from AI Me. He did not completely understand the use of the golden key. At the same time, in the autobiography, Wei An also said that he had also obtained a key, a silver key. The silver key also had different abilities. However, the records stopped there. This was the only record in the entire book. There were no more records about the key. It was not that he had gained nothing, but it was limited. Chen Zhao wanted to ask Alice for another magic book. However, Alice would hide far away when she saw him. Looking at Alice's hair of different lengths, Chen Zhao was too embarrassed to ask her for more. Forget it. He would ask her for a magic book when her hair grew longer. Alice, don't run. I don't want your hair. Hearing that, Alice heaved a sigh of relief. President, what's wrong? Keep this bottle of hair tonic. Take good care of your hair. What do you mean? After all that talk, you still want my hair. Alice was so anxious that she was about to cry. If not for the fact that I can't beat you, I really want to die with you. Counseling Center. Hello, ladies. It's your turn. Which one of you wants to go in first? The nurse walked up to Charlotte and Cindy. We'll go in together. We both have the same problem, Charlotte answered. Ladies, according to our rules, our attending doctor can only accept counseling and treatment for one person at a time. Charlotte only glanced at the nurse coldly. The nurse's research suddenly lost its color. Let's go in, Charlotte said to Cindy beside her. Margaret was waiting for the next patient to come in, but when the door opened, she realized that two people had come in. Ladies, is there anything I can help you with? Margaret didn't understand why her assistant would let them in. However, since she was already in, she quickly adjusted her attitude. She did not shut the two out. Instead, she had an attitude of, since they were already here. Doctor, there's a voice in our heads that keeps going back and forth. Is there any way to make it disappear? Or do you have some medicine that can make us fall asleep quickly? Charlotte and Cindy's mental state was very bad. It seemed like they had not slept for a long time. Are you talking about auditory hallucinations? No, it's not. It's a real voice. Margaret did not mind. Every patient who suffered from auditory hallucinations believed that what they heard was real. You have the same symptoms? Yes. We're troubled by that voice. It keeps calling us. May I ask what your job is? Witches, Cindy replied. Air, you're joking. Charlotte chuckled. Our working environment is rather complicated, so we're tortured by the noise for a long time. We need medicine that can calm us down. Chapter 698. Mr. Stephen, what's your next plan? Plan. I'm waiting for my share of the box office to arrive. Then I'll go to Mara's supermarket in Sacramento and buy their bottle of Daydream worth $100 million. There was an uproar. Everyone stared at Stephen in disbelief. Some people did not know what Daydream was. Someone next to them immediately explained. In fact, when Mara's supermarket launched the $100 million bottle of Daydream, it caused quite a stir. But the news left as quickly as it came. It did not cause too much of a stir. Most people thought that this was a publicity tactic by Mara's supermarket to please the public. No one really believed in the so-called $100 million wine. No one would really buy it. But now, Stephen was the most famous director in Hollywood. Even some legendary directors, who had been deified, were now saying that they wanted to buy the $100 million bottle of wine. It was definitely explosive news. Mr. Steven, do you really believe that Mara's supermarket can have a $100 million wine? Most of the people were skeptical about this. For most of the reporters, $1 million or even $100,000 wine was unimaginable. After all, they would never be able to taste their salaries. As for the $100 million wine, it was even more ridiculous in their eyes. Mr. Steven, how much of the box office revenue will you get this time? This was also what people were curious about. As a legendary director, how much could he get from the box office? Actually, my share of the box office is not much, just 5%, Steven said with a smile. Unlike most directors, he wouldn't avoid talking about his salary. No one would think that he was asking too much if he said any price. Besides, Steven's salary was not high in this movie. A 5% share of the box office would be a joke to most film companies. Almost every first-rate director was entitled to such a share of the box office. Compared to Steven's performance and ability in his own movies, a 5% share of the box office was definitely worth it. Steven had stated his salary publicly to put pressure on PLM films. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and give me your share of the box office earnings. Although Steven and Rasfa were good friends, in terms of profit, Rasfa was a true capitalist, a vampire. Most of the time, film companies would deliberately delay or even skimp on remuneration, relying on their size and status. In particular, the bigger the company, the more sinister their methods were. For a director of Steven's caliber, the 6 major Hollywood studios wouldn't dare to skimp on his salary. If it had been some other small directors, they would have dragged it on as long as they could and deducted as much as they could. These small-time directors were often angry, but they did not dare to say anything. However, I've been drooling over that bottle of Daydream for a long time, Steven said seriously, because I know where that bottle of wine came from. Unfortunately, I can't get it, so I just hope that I can save enough money to buy that bottle of wine. Steven actually didn't plan on buying the bottle. He was returning the favor by promoting Chen Zhao in Mara's supermarket. After all, Chen Zhao had done him a great favor this time. He naturally hoped that he could help Chen Zhao as well. Now that Steven was in the limelight, his words often represented the truth. The reporters were all stunned. Was that bottle of wine really worth $100 million? Was there some secret that they didn't know? After the interview, all the major media outlets rushed to report it. $100 million wine, a wine even the best director in the world can't drink, the origin of Daydream, the mysterious Daydream. All of a sudden, Mara's supermarket was filled with people. Everyone wanted to see what the bottle of wine that was worth $100 million looked like. However, Daydream was placed in a glass enclosure. There was a 5-meter-wide fence around it, and 4 security guards stood at the 4 corners. No one could approach the bottle casually. They could only look at it from afar. Winnip couldn't believe that the great director, Steven, would personally support her supermarket. When he was interviewed by the media, he even mentioned her supermarket's name. Winnip didn't seem to have given Steven any advertising fees, right? Last time when Daydream was born, there was some news. But most of the news was bought by Winnip herself. Thus, her influence was very limited. In just 2 days, the popularity died down. But this time it was different. Steven personally mentioned Mara's supermarket and Daydream. Now, everyone in America was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to see the expensive wine. Steven's influence was definitely not limited to just the entertainment industry. His influence had seeped into every level. Any one of his words would have a huge impact. This also brought a lot of traffic to Mara's supermarket, even though most of them just wanted to see Daydream. But the most important thing for a supermarket was the traffic. This was a real benefit. The supermarket's sales even multiplied. There were even people who flew thousands of miles from other places to Sacramento just to have a look at the sky-high prices of wine. As a result, Mara's supermarket's brand value increased greatly. It even became a famous attraction in Sacramento. Hello, Ms. Winnip. Hello, Mr. Alton. Winnip hadn't expected the mayor of Sacramento, Alton, to come to her. Ms. Winnip, I have something to discuss with you. Please go ahead. You know that Sacramento has always been in a very awkward position. Although it's the state capital of California, In terms of resources and location, it can't compare to San Francisco or Los Angeles. The tourism industry has never had a chance to develop, so I want to discuss with you about Sacramento's tourism industry. What does this have to do with me? Winnip asked. Although he was the mayor, Winnip wasn't afraid of him at all. Her Mara supermarket was a huge taxpayer in Sacramento. At the same time, the supermarket solved the employment problem of thousands of people. Thus, even the mayor had to be polite to her. I want to use your supermarket's wine and daydream as a tourism theme and hold an exhibition. Chapter 699. Capitalists, of course, pursued profit. It was the same for Winnip. They used daydream as the theme to attract tourists. Even Alton didn't have a right. He had to get Winnip's approval. Second was the exhibition. Daydream had to be loaned out even more. Without Winnip's approval, Alton couldn't do anything. But now, Daydream's name was not only in the United States, but also internationally. After all, it was personally praised by the great director, Steven. Daydream was also very famous now. With Steven's help and the fame of the sky-high price wine, it was hard not to be famous. Alton had also noticed this point. During this period of time, During this time, the number of tourists in Sacramento had increased by 1,400%. This was a very obvious sign. Of course, it was mainly because there weren't many tourists in Sacramento to begin with. The base was too small, so the sudden increase of tourists by 1,400% didn't change much. As the mayor of Sacramento, Alton had to show some results if he wanted to be reelected. But Sacramento had always been in an awkward position culturally, politically, and economically. Its culture wasn't as good as Hollywood and Los Angeles, and its economy was several times worse than San Francisco and Los Angeles. And politically, although it was the capital of California, most people didn't know. Everyone even thought that San Francisco was the capital of California. This was very awkward. The city government had always wanted to show Sacramento's position, but the effect was very poor. There was no effect at all. It was different now. Sacramento actually had a famous sky-high price wine. So, Alton wanted to use this sky-high price wine to show Sacramento's position. But this required Winnip's cooperation and help. Otherwise, this plan would just be empty talk. From now on, all tourists who come to Sacramento will know about Mara Supermarket. Of course, Alton didn't just come with a glib tongue. This time, he came with a detailed plan. There will also be obvious signs so that tourists who want to shop will choose Mara Supermarket as their first choice. Winnip glanced at Alton. It was indeed a good condition, but this wasn't enough. Winnip said firmly, Mara Supermarket plans to open a third branch in Sacramento. I want the empty space at White Coral Street. Since the old building had just been demolished, the vacant land in White Coral Street was still in the hands of the government. However, a few rich people and real estate developers had already set their sights on that piece of land. Winnip wasn't poor, but she wasn't as rich as a real estate developer. Therefore, if they wanted to fight for that piece of land, they could only get the support of the city government. That's not for me to decide. That piece of land is going to be auctioned. Although Alton was the mayor, he was not a tyrant who could give the land to whoever he wanted. But if you can provide me with an evaluation report, I might be able to do something about it, Altus said. The so-called politics was about constant compromises in exchange for benefits. Normally, if the government owned a piece of land, the highest bidder would get it. However, if another enterprise or company could create more jobs, pay more taxes, or significantly help the local area or the entire city, then the city government could sell the land to the other party at a low price. How confident are you? 60%. No, 70%, Alton said. Let me think about it, Winnip said. Actually, she also wanted to discuss with Zhao. Daydream wasn't actually her personal property. According to their initial verbal agreement, Daydream would be lent to Winnip. Winnip would use it to increase the supermarket's reputation and customer flow. Zhao would try his luck to see if anyone was willing to buy the wine. Now that Winnip wanted to use it as a city symbol, it would definitely exceed the scope of their initial agreement. Therefore, Winnip had to discuss it with Zhao. Hey Chen, are you busy? Winnip called Zhao. Yes, I'm busy. What's up? At the moment, Chen Zhao was lying on the internal alchemy, slacking off. He'd planned to cultivate for a while, but after less than half an hour, he started to slack off again. I have a plan. Oh, what plan? Recently, there's been an obvious increase in tourists in Sacramento. Most of them are here for Daydream. So, I want to make Daydream an even more famous and well-known brand. Isn't Daydream famous enough now? Daydream does have a lot of fame now, but it's not enough, far from enough. Daydream is only popular now. Once it's over, it'll be much less famous. Then what should we do? If Daydream is connected to Sacramento, it'll be like the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, the pyramids in Egypt, or the Statue of Liberty in New York. Daydream is just a wine. It's a consumable. Can it bear such a big reputation? If someone buys it, how can it bear the reputation? If someone buys one bottle, put another one on it, Winip said. Also, the more famous it is, the more potential buyers there will be. Okay, if you think this plan works, then I'll listen to you. It's not bad for me anyway. Chen Zhao's ultimate goal was to make money. If he could achieve a win-win situation while making money, he didn't mind letting Winip benefit too. Daydream. Matilla's eyes lit up as he watched the news on the TV. He looked at the sky-high wine that the security guards were staring at. Matilla was the richest man in Sacramento. Everything he enjoyed was the best, including wine. But now, there was actually a bottle of wine in this city that he couldn't get. $100 million for Daydream was also a sky-high price that he couldn't afford. But this didn't mean that he'd give up. In his early years, he'd made his fortune by smuggling firearms. Therefore, he had connections with some international armed forces. The price of hiring an international mercenary group was only a few million US. If he could get the wine for a few million, why would he pay $100 million? He was a capitalist. His principle had always been to get the most benefit with the least cost. Chapter 700. Chen Zhao could clearly feel the increase in his magic power, even if he was slacking off like this. This was mainly reflected in his increased cultivation speed. In the past, it would take him more than 10 minutes to finish one breath. But now, he could do it in a few minutes. This was the benefit that the golden key had given him. He was more sensitive to spiritual qi. However, there was no standard for magic power. Even if there were levels, they were set by Chen Zhao himself. There were 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E, but Chen Zhao's magic power had long surpassed the levels he had set. Chen Zhao didn't know how strong his magic power was now. If he didn't have a reference, it would be very difficult to know what level he was at. There were people stronger than Chen Zhao. For example, Beelzebub Zophi in Hell, or Old Turtle in the River Map. They were all stronger than Chen Zhao, but they couldn't be used as reference. They were too strong. Chen Zhao would be asking for trouble if he compared himself to them. It was like comparing one person's height with another. However, if one wanted to compare one's height with a towering tree or even a mountain, it would be like comparing one's height with another. Such a comparison was meaningless. Master, Mr. James is calling. Just then, the butler's loudspeaker informed Chen Zhao that he had an incoming call. Chen Zhao swam back to shore and had the butler call James back. Hey James, what's up? Chen, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for helping me ask Mr. Rasfa. I'm now the director of Animal Supermarket. You're welcome. I only said it once. Chen Zhao didn't expect James to really be the director of Animal Supermarket. Chen Zhao had almost forgotten about this. He'd thought that his words wouldn't be of much use. After all, he was an absolute amateur in this area. If it was just an unimportant role, he might be able to help. But this was the director. His words probably wouldn't be of much use. Mr. Chen, are you interested in playing a role? Any role is fine. James paused and added, maybe not if it's the main character. I don't have that much power. James was still a newcomer, even though he wasn't young anymore. But in the directing circle, he was indeed a newcomer. Is there anyone who died a horrible death? I want to play someone who died a horrible death, but it shouldn't take more than a minute. If it takes more than a minute, it might take a long time to film. Yes, James didn't even need to think. What was so difficult about that? If Chen Zhao had asked for a second or third man, it would probably take a while. But a minute of footage was not a problem at all. They just had to modify the script a little, or they just had to add a new character. If you're free, you can come over and pick a character. When the crew and I are auditioning here today, you can come over if you have time. I'm bored now. Give me the address. Just then, Steven's call came. Steven's tone had been much more relaxed recently. It was completely different from the previous few months of oppression. He would call Zhao every other day to harass him. Chen, what are you doing? I'm going to James's crew. I heard he's auditioning for actors. Are you going to star in a James movie? Last time, I asked you to be a guest star in my movie, and you rejected me. Why are you acting in a James movie now? Am I not as close to you as I am to James? Fuck. Why are you being jealous? I'm just killing time. Maybe I'll change my mind when the actual shooting starts. Then I'll go join in the fun. Steven was clearly bored out of his mind recently. He had never acted in a movie before. When Zhao arrived at James's crew, he realized that it was already filled with people. In any case, they were all unfamiliar faces, men, women, old, young, and even children. Just as Zhao was about to walk in, someone stopped him. Buddy, line up, okay? The fat guy pulled Zhao back. I know the director. Fuck, I know the director too. Go line up. The guy's coarse voice made everyone look at Zhao. Don't embarrass Asians. Zhao touched his face. Was my face big enough to represent all of Asia? Fine, I'll line up then. Buddy, that's right. I heard that this director is Mr. Steven's personal assistant director. The fat guy patted Zhao's shoulder. Anything that had anything to do with Steven would become a hot topic. Even Steven's assistant director was now in high demand. Even though James was still a newcomer in the directing circle, he was still very popular with Steven's assistant director title. These people might not know James, but most of them were here for Steven. They felt that they might meet Steven and be chosen at first sight. Of course, even if they knew that the possibility was very slim. Buddy, which role are you here to audition for? The fat guy asked. Usually, when a crew announced auditions, they would also release some scripts, lines, and roles. Then, the actors would choose their own roles and prepare. Zhao shook his head. I don't know. We'll see. You can't do this. It's not professional at all. I'm just here to play. You can't do this either. Since you've decided, you have to be serious and do your best. Zhao looked at the fat guy speechlessly. As long as you're happy. More and more people came for the auditions. There were already 40 to 50 people outside. Zhao had to admit that Steven's name was really useful. Just then, someone walked out and pointed at the first 20 people in the line. Come with me. Let's go. It's our turn. The fat guy patted Zhao's shoulder. The auditions now were all for small roles, so they weren't auditioning one by one. They were basically piled up in a large tent and let the director and the audition director take a look first. Then the unsuitable ones would be picked out, and the suitable ones would enter the audition. Zhao and the fat guy were quite lucky. They passed the first round easily. Of course, the so-called easily meant that the audition director took a look at them. The passing rate was 50%. Zhao and the remaining dozen people entered the tent. James and a few other role directors and audition directors sat on the side. Chapter 701. Zhao glanced at the fatty. Why did he feel like the guy was even more nervous than him? Do you need a tissue? Zhao took out a tissue. Sure, it's a bit hot today. The fatty wiped his sweat. Zhao stuffed the entire pack of tissues into his hands. Come up, the casting director called, pointing at the fatty. The fatty secretly mustered his courage and walked up the stage. Then he bowed to James and the others. Hello, director. I'm Guilu, 30 years old. I'm auditioning for a supermarket cashier role. As he spoke, the plump Guilu began to perform without any physical objects. Just like that, Guilu expressionlessly did the cashier's actions. He scanned the code, took the money, and gave the change. Okay, this one works. James nodded. The other two casting directors nodded as well. Hearing James' words, Guilu perked up. After bowing, he ran back to his seat excitedly. How is it? Isn't it easy? Joy had to be shared with someone. Guilu was sharing his joy with Zhao right now. There are 5 supermarket cashier roles, Guilu said in a low voice. You can learn from me later. You can definitely do it. In fact, The actors who followed Gu AI onto the stage also imitated him after seeing Gu AI's performance. That asterisk shoal, Guailu said angrily. He actually copied my method. I didn't agree. He's plagiarizing. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. How could someone plagiarize something like this? I curse that he can't pass. Guailu's curse seemed to be working. One of the casting directors shook his head. He's not creative at all. This one won't do. Next. Seeing that the actor didn't pass, Guailu clenched his fists tightly. I told you, this kind of uncreative, plagiarizing asterisk shoal can't become a real actor. Chen Zhao glanced at Guailu. You told me to copy you earlier. But then Guailu looked at Chen Zhao with a worried expression. This is troublesome. My method just now isn't working. You have to think of something yourself. Don't worry. I'll definitely pass. Chen Zhao patted Guailu's shoulder. This fatty wasn't bad. This was the first time they had met, and he actually knew how to care about her. It's not that easy. This is a movie with a medium investment. Every character is very important, Guailu said. Even if it's a minor character, if they can't display their own characteristics, they will still be eliminated. Chen Zhao still had that nonchalant attitude. Guailu continued to teach Chen Zhao. You need to put away your sloppy attitude. If you want to be an actor, you need to take your job seriously. Guailu continued. Do you know Vincent? Who? Vincent? Chen Zhao was stunned. Was this guy famous now? 2 days ago, Vincent had called him to thank him. Although Vincent only played a role in director Steven's movie for less than 5 minutes, he brought the role to life. Just this role alone contained too much information. It also made Vincent a popular star. Before this, he was just a taxi driver. It was because of his love for movies and his seriousness towards the role that director Steven took a liking to him and eventually became a successful actor. Was Vincent really that popular now? Chen Zhao didn't know much about Hollywood and didn't usually watch entertainment news. In fact, Vincent only had a certain level of fame now. As for how popular he was, that was an exaggeration. However, among the extras, Vincent was a very inspirational presence. Vincent's rise to fame was rather short. Secondly, the media had exaggerated it. They had made Vincent's rise to fame into an inspirational story. Of course, it could also be CAA's advertising strategy. Following that, a few more actors were eliminated. When Guailu looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes were filled with worry. Buddy, be careful. Looks like this audition is stricter than expected. Just then, a short-haired man sitting next to Chen Zhao glanced at him in disdain. This guy isn't an actor at all. He definitely won't have a chance. Chen Zhao glanced at the short-haired man and ignored him. What, you don't believe me? I don't think he even knows his lines or how many roles there are. Don't talk there. The worker next to him scolded. You're next. The short-haired man stood up and adjusted his collar, looking very confident. Director James, hello. I'm auditioning for a supermarket security guard. Guailu watched the short-haired man's performance on stage. This guy's a professional actor, different from us. I think his performance is average. He doesn't seem to be much better than you. No, his eyes, the way he looks when he's in character. People like us who haven't learned acting can't express that. As expected, after the short-haired man's performance, the 3 directors, including James, all clapped. Good performance. You passed. Next, the short-haired man answered confidently. The short-haired man replied confidently, as if he had never considered the possibility of failing the audition. Just as he expected, he got the role easily. The short-haired man glanced at Chen Zhao proudly. Idiot, go back early. Don't embarrass yourself here. This place is for real actors, not people like you. What if I get the role? Chen Zhao asked, looking at the short-haired man. Here's $100. If you get any of the roles, it's yours. Buddy, I believe you. I'll give you $100 too. I bet you can succeed. Guailu gritted his teeth and took out the money. Just then, the worker pointed at Chen Zhao. It's your turn. I bet you can't get the role too. Chen Zhao gave the worker the finger and walked onto the stage. James was stunned when he saw Chen Zhao. Just then, the casting director beside James asked, which role do you want to audition for? Whatever, Chen Zhao said. I'll play whatever role you give me, as long as I get 1 minute of screen time. Guailu covered his face. It was his $100. The two casting directors next to James were also speechless. Who do you think you are? 1 minute of screen time? All the supporting roles combined wouldn't get more than 5 minutes of screen time. How could he get 1 minute of screen time? James picked up the script and flipped through it. Then he said, Robert A. is shot to death in the end. How about that? Chapter 702. Everyone followed his gaze. They were all curious. Who would dare to say anything during an audition? But when they saw the person walking out from behind the scenes, shock was written all over everyone's faces. Steven, how could it be him? Why was he here? Usually, even a main director did not need to be present when casting a minor or minor role. It was James' first time being the main director, so he wanted to do everything himself. But why would Steven appear at this audition? At this time, the actors who had not yet auditioned were all sitting upright. Everyone stared at Steven with shining eyes. Was he here to choose a role too? Would he take a liking to her? I don't think it's tragic enough to be killed by random gunfire. Steven looked at Zhao. James, arrange a role for me. I want to end his life with my own hands. No, then I'll play the villain. I'll blow up this poor old man's head, Zhao said immediately. I'll play an old detective. I'll blow up his *SS with a gun. I'll strangle him with a rope, Zhao said, pointing at Steven. James, design an action scene for me. I'll use my fist to let him feel my strength. James covered his face as he watched Zhao and Steven bicker on stage. Everyone else was dumbfounded. The short-haired man felt that Zhao would probably be kicked out, not to mention getting a role. I don't care, Steven said shamelessly. I have to kill him in the movie. I don't care, Steven said shamelessly. I have to kill him anyway. Why don't the two of you die together? I have no other choice, James said. Everyone stared at James in disbelief. He actually didn't agree to Steven's request. Could that Asian be some kind of superstar? That was even more impossible. There was no such person in Hollywood. Fine, let's die together, Zhao said. I'm already satisfied to be able to kill a famous director. I can't beat you in real life, but I can finally beat you in the movie. I'm satisfied too. The extras all looked at Zhao with jealousy. This guy could actually act with Steven. After all, this was Steven's first appearance in a movie, and he was lucky enough to be able to act with Steven. Why wasn't such a good opportunity hers? Let me teach you how to act in front of the camera. You're a good director, but that doesn't mean you're a good actor. You might not even be as good as me. At this moment, the extras felt like killing someone. Who cared if Steven could act or not? Even if he acted like a pile of shit, people would still be willing to watch. Being able to interact with Steven in the movie would definitely attract more attention. This was a good opportunity to become famous. Chen, Mr. Steven, can you come down first? The audition is still going on. Zhao and Steven didn't want to steal the show, so they sat on the seats next to them. The surrounding actors instantly tensed up, not even daring to breathe loudly. Nice to meet you. This is my new friend, Guailu. Then he pointed at Steven. I don't think I need to introduce this guy, right? Yes. Mr. Steven, hello. If you have any roles in the future, you can find him. He's a very professional actor, Zhao said. Are you trying to make him a second Vincent? Steven asked, chuckling. Everyone was shocked and stared at Zhao in shock. Could it be that Vincent, who was known as the strongest passerby king and had played out an unknown story in 5 minutes, was made by this man? I don't have that ability. If you don't give him a suitable role, there's nothing I can do. You've already spoken, Steven said. What else can I say? I'll arrange a role for him in the next movie. At this moment, the surrounding people were all heartbroken. If they'd known that this Asian knew Steven, they would have learned from Guailu and gotten close to him. Oh, Zhao suddenly remembered and looked at the short-haired man. $100, thank you. And you? Zhao looked at the worker. Steven watched as Zhao accepted $200. What are you doing? Do you need money? No, I want to bet. The short-haired man looked bitter. Zhao glanced at him. If Steven found out, he'd definitely lose his role. You Shoal, aren't you embarrassed? I won the money fair and square. What's there to be embarrassed about? I don't care. You have to act in my next movie, no matter what role you want. My promise last time still stands. You can even be the main character. Everyone was going crazy with jealousy. They'd begged for a role, but couldn't. But Chen Zhao could easily act in Steven's movie. Steven even said that he could even be the main character. Indeed, comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Any male lead who played the role of Steven would become famous overnight. Not interested. If I wasn't so free recently, I wouldn't even come to James. Hearing Chen Zhao's answer, everyone wanted to kill him. This was director Steven's movie. How could you reject such an opportunity? Is there something wrong with your brain? Chen Zhao's pursuit was different from theirs. He liked fame and money too, but he didn't like to expose everything about himself under the fluorescent lights. Just thinking about it made Chen Zhao scared. Moreover, a main character in a movie would take at least 4 to 5 months from the beginning of filming to the end of publicity. It was fine to play a small role occasionally, but he'd rather die if he had to stay in the crew all the time. Guailu, I'm leaving now. See you if there's a chance. Bye. Chen Zhao and Steven stood up to leave. Just then, Steven suddenly stopped. Oh, aren't you going to give me your contact number? Sorry. Guailu had thought that Steven was just being polite. He didn't think that Steven would really ask for his contact number. The short-haired man was very upset. He'd been mocking him earlier. Now that he'd been kicked in the face, it was easy to imagine how unhappy he was. Chen Zhao and Steven's roles were also decided. Chen Zhao would be a bandit and Steven would be an old cop. They'd be outside the main battlefield. There were a dozen scenes in total. After entering the main plot, they'd have to fight from beginning to end. Chapter 703. Chen Zhao and Steven were about to walk out of the studio when 3 people walked in. The one in front was Yafen. She was still dressed sexily and had 2 assistants behind her. Hi, Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Yafen opened her arms and hugged Chen Zhao passionately. Everyone's eyes widened. She was so many people's goddess. Now, she was hugging Chen Zhao so passionately. Then, Yafen hugged Steven too. Mr. Steven, why are you here? Steven looked at Yafen in confusion. Ever since the movie had been released, Yafen had naturally received more attention as the female lead. Her status had also soared from the bottom of the B-list to the A-list actresses. If she participated in James' movie, she would definitely be the female lead. However, this was only an audition for a secondary role. With her status, she couldn't participate in this kind of audition. I want to ask James for a role, Yafen said, smiling. She hadn't come here without a reason. She'd heard that Chen Zhao and Steven were here, so she'd come. She had a mole in James' crew. A smart woman like her wouldn't get carried away. Even though she'd become famous overnight, her status was still unstable. So, she needed to continue strengthening her position in Hollywood. What did she have to do to strengthen her position? It was simple. Continue hugging people. Of course, she didn't need to lower her head to any role like before. Now, there weren't many people who could provide her with benefits. But Steven was definitely one. No one could say no to him. But it wasn't like she didn't have any. For example, her other backer, Chen Zhao. It could be said that she'd completely relied on Chen Zhao's help to become famous. If Chen Zhao hadn't recommended her to Steven, she probably wouldn't have her current achievements. So, when she heard that Chen Zhao and Steven were going to make a cameo in James' movie, she'd directly come to recommend herself. As the director, James was also happy to give Yafen a cameo role. After all, Yafen had a lot of box office appeal now. Even a cameo role would bring her some profits. James, I want to act as a couple with Chen. James rolled his eyes. Yafen, Chen's the villain, and we'll be thieves. Fine, as long as you're happy. The group of extras all looked envious. Where did that man come from? Steven and Yafen were actually fighting to act with him. They were either rivals or lovers. Regardless of whether it was Steven or Yafen, one of them would be enough. Where are you going now? Don't follow me, Steven said. It's a men's party. Yafen was a sensible woman. Since Steven didn't allow her to follow, she wouldn't ask for trouble. All right, don't show up in front of me again. I know you're all fake. Norma yelled. The 2 maids beside Norma were confused. Had they done something wrong? Miss, are you talking to us? No, it has nothing to do with you. Get out of my sight. I told you I won't believe you. Norma screamed frantically. Just then Prague walked over. Prague waved his hand and dismissed all the servants. Norma, what's the matter? Are you okay? Norma frowned. Prague, when did you come? I just arrived. I'm tired. You can go back. Norma, I'm here to discuss our marriage with you. Norma, I like you. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Prague walked up and held Norma's hands. Norma tried, but couldn't pull her hands out. I'll think about it, Norma replied. Prague stared at Norma. No one could see his expression. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. He opened his hands slightly, as if he was going to strangle Norma's neck. But Norma couldn't see anything. After a moment of silence, Prague put down his hands. Norma, I feel that you're rejecting me. Can you tell me why? Did I do something wrong? No, you're great. Even Prague could hear Norma's perfunctory tone. This made Prague even more displeased. He had done everything, but he still couldn't get Norma's approval. Let's eat together. No, I don't want to eat yet. Norma leaned on her cane and left alone. Norma instinctively rejected Prague. A woman's intuition was very sharp, especially a woman like Norma, who couldn't see. She had always been the kind of person who was extremely rational. She didn't know when she started to notice it. She just didn't like Prague. She even rejected him. Norma's unapproachable attitude made Prague even more displeased. These days, some strangers appeared around him. They seemed to be spying on him. If Norma didn't send them, then it must be that uncle of hers. Prague wasn't sure how he gave himself away. So, he didn't have much time left. He had to act as soon as possible. He couldn't waste any more time. Prague took out a small glass bottle. After he opened the lid, a faint aroma floated out. Norma's footsteps suddenly stopped. Figures appeared in front of her again. Norma, are you okay? Prague knew that the hallucinogenic drug was working. He immediately pretended to be concerned and went forward to help her. But what greeted him was Norma's cane. Without any warning, Norma waved the cane towards Prague's face. Ah, what are you doing? Prague covered his face in pain. It's you. It's all your fault. Everything, it's all your fault. Norma roared hysterically. I knew it. I didn't notice you every time you came to me. I didn't even know when you were by my side. But just now, I smell that aroma. Prague's eyes darkened. Norma, what nonsense are you talking about? Just then, a maid walked over. Prague glanced at her. Miss Norma is acting up again. Bring her back to the room. The maid nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Prague. Go away, all of you go away. Norma wanted to break free from the maid. But the maid was much stronger than her. She couldn't resist at all. Miss, you need to behave. The maid's voice rang in Norma's ears. You're in cahoots. Chapter 704. Mr. Lewis, Prague has entered the manor. Miss Norma's illness is acting up again. I knew it. I knew it was that bastard, Lewis yelled. At first, he was doubtful of Chen Zhao's words and thought that Chen Zhao had made a mistake. Therefore, he only sent someone to follow Prague and planted an informant in Norma's manor. Of course, the so-called informant was actually Norma's butler. And this butler was not a butler in the ordinary sense. He specialized in serving his family. Furthermore, he had a lot of power. As long as he thought it was possible, he could do it. Even if his master didn't agree, he could make his own decisions. Lewis was extremely anxious, although he currently had the most assets in the family. But the true heir of the family wasn't him, but Norma. Norma was the most important heir of the family. Even Lewis served Norma. It seemed that Chen Zhao's guess was right. There was indeed something wrong with Prague. How's Norma now? Miss Norma's reaction seems to be bigger than usual today, and she's hitting everyone she sees. Now she's been brought back to her room. You brought it back to your room? Where's Prague now? In Miss Norma's room, too. Just him alone. No, there's also a maid. Lewis's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what Prague wanted to do, but it would be very difficult for him to do Norma any harm at the farm, unless he was in the manor and had a mole. And who could get close to Norma so easily? It could only be someone in the manor, especially Norma's maid. Bring people in immediately. Hurry up and protect Norma, Lewis shouted anxiously. I'll bring people over immediately. The butler was a little anxious when he heard Lewis's words. Originally, it was not convenient for him to casually enter Norma's room because of his identity. Now that he heard Lewis's words, he immediately noticed. Norma seemed to be trying to attack the maid who was holding her. He had watched Norma grow up, and he recognized Norma's upbringing. Norma would never attack a maid. There was something wrong with that maid. The butler immediately called a few servants over. Follow me. The butler brought them to Norma's room and pushed the door open. He didn't push it away. Break it open. This is the young lady's room. The servants were a little hesitant. Break it open. The butler ordered again. Bang, bang. At this moment, Norma, Prague, and a maid in the room heard the crash outside the door. Prague's expression changed. Oh no, we've been exposed. The maid was still calm. It doesn't matter. It'll be exposed sooner or later anyway. What now? Prague asked nervously. Then we won't be able to get the Klallam family's wealth. You're after Klallam's property, but I'm not, the maid said calmly. Undine, what do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Prague looked at the maid angrily. I don't mean to go back on my word. If everything goes well, of course I wouldn't mind you getting the Klallam family's wealth. But now that everything is exposed, do you think the plan can still be carried out? Prague's face became even more gloomy, and he shot a cold glare at Undine. If his eyes could kill at this moment, Undine would have been hacked into pieces by him. However, Undine didn't care. She just glanced at Prague. What if they rush in? They won't be able to unless they blow the door open, Undine said calmly. Undine said indifferently. She had been serving in this manor for 10 years. She knew this manor better than Prague. She knew how sturdy Norma's room was. Undine's mentality was much better than Prague's. Even in this situation, she didn't move. Prague was scared to death. What now? What do we do? Tie her up, Undine said, pointing at Norma. What are you doing? What do you want? Norma struggled crazily, but she was still no match for Prague. Prague lay on Norma's body, greedily inhaling her fragrance. Such a sweet smell. Prague's hands started to get naughty. No matter how Norma struggled, it was useless. Undine looked back at Prague. You better finish it in 3 minutes. Otherwise, you better get out of the way now. That door is hard to destroy, but it doesn't mean it's absolutely safe. Prague climbed up reluctantly from Norma's body. He turned back to look at Undine. Undine was holding a dagger. The dagger was carved with obscure patterns. Just then, Lewis arrived at the manor with his men. What's the situation now? Master Lewis, Mrs. locked inside, the butler said. The door can't be opened. Lewis looked at the metal door that was like a piece of art. Can you handle it? Boss, this door can't be opened by humans alone, but we can blow it up. Then blow it up. We need to get materials from the car. Hurry up. Suddenly, Norma's screams came from inside the room. Ah, ah, ah. The expressions of everyone outside the door changed. Lewis even exclaimed, Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go get the things. Inside the room, Undine dug one of Norma's eyeballs out. Norma let out a heart-wrenching scream, but Undine ignored it. Prague looked at this scene and felt a chill in his heart. Undine was even crueler than he had imagined. Undine was unmoved by Norma's bloody body. She held Norma's eyeball in her hand. Her originally beautiful face had become horrifying. Her eyeball had been dug out without any anesthesia or pain relief. How much pain was this? Perhaps only the person herself knew how painful it was. After digging out the eyeball, Undine didn't plan to stop. He chanted an incomprehensible magic incantation, raised his dagger, and slowly approached Norma's other eye. Boom! Suddenly, the impact of the explosion outside the door knocked Undine off her bed. At the same time, Prague was also knocked over. Undine's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately jumped down from the bed, flipped over, and pulled a lamp rack beside her. A secret door appeared on the wall of the room. Undine directly rushed in. Wait for me. Prague had just climbed up from the ground. But at this time, the people outside had already rushed in. Chapter 705. Kill him. Kill him. The treasure of the Klallams had been tortured to this state. No one could accept this result. Wait, Mr. Lewis. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's not what you think. I was forced. I wanted to save Norma. Just then, Norma was helped up, but she looked scary. Her face and body were covered in blood. She didn't look like a noble at all. There was only a black, bloody hole in her left eye. Her messy hair draped over her face. Norma, what do you think we should do to him? Die. I want him to die in the cruelest way. Norma didn't hesitate at all. Then she fainted. A cruel smile appeared on Lewis's face. Prague was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Norma, listen to me. Open your eyes and listen to me. Louis walked to Prague. Did you forget? Even if Norma opens her eyes, she won't be able to see. Butler, take Norma to the hospital. Prague was there, begging and wailing. But everyone in the manor was looking at Prague coldly. Everyone here was Norma's elder. They'd watched her grow up. But now their favorite child had been killed by Prague. No one would sympathize with him. Everyone here wanted nothing more than to gnaw on his flesh. The butler and Louis waited at the door of the emergency room. Mr. Louis, will Miss Norma be okay? Louis's heart was heavy. He should have listened to Chen Zhao and killed Prague. Why did he have to drag it out until now? Until everything was irreversible? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours for the people outside the emergency room. This period of time was like torture. Finally, the door of the surgery room opened. Doctor, how's my niece? The doctor shook his head. I'm afraid she won't survive the night. What? How can this be? She only has an eye injury. How can her life be in danger? Louis pulled the doctor back. Did you make a mistake during the surgery? If it's your mistake, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Mr. Louis, Miss Norma's eyes weren't injured. Her entire eyeball was dug out. Her nerves were severely damaged, and she was infected with bacteria, causing complications. Her current situation is very dangerous. You should be mentally prepared. After the doctor left, Louis exploded. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Is Butler Prague dead? I want to kill him myself. Louis didn't care that there was a doctor here. He lost his mind and roared crazily. However, no matter how angry he was, no matter how much he roared, it was useless. Finally, discouraged, Louis sat in his chair, clutching his head. He kept blaming himself as tears streamed down his cheeks. Mr. Louis, you are so capable. You have a way to save a young lady, right? There are so many good doctors in the world. You must have a way, right? Louis suddenly raised his head and hugged the butler. The butler was frightened by Louis's actions. Louis, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise, Yes, the best doctor. I got it. The best doctor. Louis hurriedly took out his phone. Hey, Chen, help. Come and save my niece. Chen Zhao glanced at the time. What time is it? Chen, my niece's eyes were dug out. She's in danger. Hurry and save her. Chen Zhao rubbed his eyes. Who did it? Prague and another woman. What's the situation now? They said that her nerves are severely damaged and she's infected with bacteria, causing complications. But I'm in LA now. I'll arrange a plane for you. Fly over immediately. As long as you can save Norma, you can have as much money as you want. Even 10 million US dollars? Yes, no problem, Louis answered without even thinking. I'll transfer the money to you now. Don't transfer the money yet. Wait until I get there and see the situation. Chen Zhao nodded. I'll go now. Fei Lai opened her eyes slightly. Are you going out? Yes. A patient is in danger. I need to go out. Okay. Be careful. Okay. Chen Zhao kissed Fei Lai's forehead. Sleep well. Don't tire yourself out. Fei Lai's heart ached for Chen Zhao, especially after that night in New York. After that, he'd slept for more than 2 days. After that, Fei Lai often helped Chen Zhao relieve his stress. I will. After packing his things, Chen Zhao went straight to the airport. When they arrived at the airport, a captain immediately walked up to them. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? Yes, I am. I'm hired by Mr. Louis to take you to New York. Okay. Chen Zhao nodded. Chen Zhao didn't know how much Louis had paid to skip the security checks and board a plane directly. The plane Louis found for him was a Boom Supersonic, a supersonic passenger plane that could go up to 1,400 kilometers per hour. After reaching a certain height, it could go up to Mach 2. The straight line distance between Los Angeles and New York was almost 4,000 kilometers, including takeoff and landing. The entire process would only take 3 hours. Louis had put in a lot of effort to get Chen Zhao to New York as soon as possible. When Chen Zhao arrived at the airport, a few more people came to pick him up. They were all arranged by Louis. The journey was smooth, and they reached the hospital directly. When Chen Zhao saw Louis, he was talking to the doctor. Where's Ms. Norma now? Chen Zhao asked Louis directly. The patient is in the ICU. She can't see outsiders. The doctor glanced at Chen Zhao. Seeing the medical box on Chen Zhao's back, He guessed that Chen Zhao was probably a doctor too. However, he was very sure of his professionalism. No doctor would be able to help him now. Take me there immediately, Chen Zhao said, and turn off all the surveillance cameras. Sir, who are you? Do you know what you're saying? The doctor looked at Chen Zhao, dissatisfied. Can I see your license? Sorry, I'm an illegal doctor. I don't have the license you said, Chen Zhao said honestly. You don't need to doubt my professionalism, Chen Zhao said honestly. Louis, hurry up and arrange it if you don't want your niece to die. Chen, are you confident? You didn't bring me here from Los Angeles just to doubt me, right? Okay, I'll make the arrangements now.